depressed that is ether related, which is kind of crazy. You get into that whole Tartaria rabbit hole, and it's a simple experiment you can do with your own fucking hands. Turn your palms down, wait 5 seconds, turn them up at night, and watch how they chill. What is that? Through your fucking roof. All right, some scientist, some globe earther, somebody please fucking explain that bullshit to me. Not in this space, but I'd just like to know. Because we are beings of light. We were created by the Lord. We exist in this realm, and we exist for a purpose. Palms down, palms up, it's what it is. You can tap into it if you want to. A lot of these guys don't want to do it. They don't want to, they'll do mental gymnastics. They'll talk about pizza pies. I mean, imagine you're in a 6x6 box, right, with Twister plastered to all surfaces. This is what these dudes will do to get around just acknowledging that they've been lied to. I was that dude 7 years ago. I'm not anymore, man. I'm not. And I've woken up to a lot of shit. I appreciate this fucking space more than anything. I appreciate the discourse. I appreciate the moderation by far. Sacred Proud, you guys know I posted up in there. You guys handle this shit better than anything I've ever listened to. I've jumped out of about 15 spaces in the last 2 weeks on X because there's no moderation and you can't fucking listen to it. It's a bunch of people fucking barking in a room. It's ridiculous. This shit is awesome. I appreciate the time. Let's get this going. I might jump back in with, something intellectual beyond mushrooms and my theory on ether. But I'm telling you, it's an experiment you guys can all do. Turn your palms down, 5 seconds, turn them up at night and see how cool they are.
That's because the moon throws off negative energy versus positive energy of the sun.
Hold on, was that Dale?
Yes, thank you for having me.
That just got me thinking. Imagine the Adam and Eve photo, like Eve is holding the apple of knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
Knowledge. Keep that in mind.
Wait,
The apple. Imagine an amanita mushroom in her hand.
I mean, in Assassin's Creed, when Altair had the apple, it gave him knowledge to make a gun 200 years before they were even, invented.
Hey, let me jump right back in here for like 2 seconds since we talked about a video game. All right. So you got what is that? God of War Ragnarok, right? All this dude's weapons are charged by something. Okay. And I practice, I'm a duality religious dude, right? I practice Asatru, which is the old Norse religion, and I'm a Christian, which is super fucked up, right? But so if you're talking about God of War and Ragnarok and you're thinking about Asatru, this is in the lore, and these weapons were magnificent. If they were tapping into the ether to charge their weapons, and that technology, which is alleged to have existed in Tartaria, has been hidden and suppressed from us, what the fuck are we even doing here? We're over here arguing about getting through the firmament. Never going to happen. They knew that. They just wanted to stay alive. All right, I'm passing.
I mean, why you think motherfuckers wanted Mjolnir so bad? They was horny for that hammer.
Yeah, I wanted to ask
Hey,
Dale.
you ain't lying, man. You ain't lying.
Dale, could you expand more on what you said about the moon?
The moon, negative energy. The sun, positive energy. People, electromagnetic energy. Space, in our realm, under the dome, ether. It's electromagnetic energy. The earth is negative. It's a flat earth. It's got a globe because it has a firmament and it has an underground that's shaped more oval than not. We have outer worlds, outer continents, 7 inside, ice wall. I knew somebody that went to Antarctica and spent 6 months there.
Hey, can I ask who's speaking because I can't see you in the space with your mic active? I just wanted to know.
Dale
Yes.
Group.
Yeah. So Dale, you know, we will make it to another planet according to your model.
Hopefully we'll make it to heaven. That's it. We might
So
be able to go beyond our known Earth, the 7 continents, into the outer continents.
so there's
When
no leaving this planet.
when God decides to burn this earth up and all the elements, we will either go to hell or heaven. He created this earth himself by speech. Speech is electromagnetic. So everything he created, he spoke it into existence. When we go from a heliocentral psych model to a flat earth model, we change the word gravity to electromagnetism. And the ether, which is our inner space, all the space we know under the firmament, is electromagnetic ether. And then everything makes sense.
Right. So I mean, if that's the case, what is Elon trying to do? Why is
Around us. Mars is in the second known Earth, beyond the ice wall.
so basically you're saying Mars is on Earth?
Yes. In our universe, outside, likely outside of our firmament into the next firmament. 2 firmaments. The stars are attached to our firmament. The moon, the sun rotate. Polaris, the North Star, is stationary in the center of our known Earth. Everything revolves around the North Star. And underneath the North Star is Antarctica. And that's a magnetic North Pole.
The system,
Where'd I put the what?
the aliens.
Keon, the aliens still exist on this model, bro. Because going off what Dell is saying, this is a
Yes.
firmament. It's a
Yes.
yeah. There's an ice wall, and past that is more lands with their own firmaments, which would be considered the planets, and that's where the other aliens would be at. There's multiple other firmaments outside of the ice wall.
There,
So
yeah.
Elon's trying to get outside the ice wall and get inside another one of the firmaments.
I'm pretty sure he's been to Mars. Pretty sure he's been to Mars. In our second outer firmament. Pretty sure he goes back and forth. Antarctica and Antarctica have stations where they have cities. They're living out there.
Domes too, bro. Deep underground military bases. Those exist inside this and outside the wall.
And much of the aliens are under our ground, under our Earth, way down deep. Our Earth is really, really, really deep. And there's 2 layers that are impenetrable. One is our outer dome. It's a fluid, blue fluid, impenetrable. And down below our oceans in the Mariana Trench, impenetrable. Blue lake. Can't get past that water.
So what about like what about gravity and like say the Earth is magnetic?
What gravity are you using? Again, this is what they've been. I'm not attacking you, but this is what they can indoctrinate you guys to immediately do is to go
No.
right back to gravity.
That's what I'm asking because I'm not 100% sure either. That's why I'm asking like what then like say they okay. So in school we learned that there's a core, there's a mantle, and all this stuff, right? And then the core it's supposed to be like a magnetic ball. And I think if if we all need to consume minerals, can't that be gravity, like us sticking to the earth?
The core that they told you guys about is already well past its Curie point, which it's already demagnetized, and they tell you that we're surrounded by an electromagnetic field. But per the Curie point, that field is already gone per the heat of the core. And then somebody tried to debunk that and said, well, it's not really the heat of the core, it's the heat of the molten metal right under your feet that's spinning twice the speed that you're spinning that's creating the field. But that's also past the Curie point. But that just doesn't matter because it's spinning. It already doesn't make any sense.
It's a toroidal plane.
So that's what I'm
In
trying to
your
ask. It
system,
doesn't make
if
that
you're in a
doesn't make
Faraday
sense.
cage, wouldn't you
Like
float?
I'm not saying what you guys are saying doesn't make sense either. I'm asking from a curious point of view, so that it doesn't make sense that we could basically stick to the earth, even if we try to jump.
Because that's not gravity. Because again, there's like 4 different types of gravity. So if you're trying to subscribe that if you drop something and you watching that thing that you just dropped fall as gravity, that's incorrect. That is density and buoyancy playing out in front of you. That is not gravity. That is what they told you gravity is. Gravity can be explained by a singularity. And the best way I can explain that, I don't know if you watch anime, is basically when Pain made a planetary devastation. He made a mini singularity and just threw that bitch in the air. That's gravity. That is not happening to you right now.
Yeah. So what's the absence of gravity then?
I don't know.
Reality.
Yeah, change the word from gravity to electromagnetism.
And that's an MRI machine. That
Okay,
does the
but
same thing.
how do you? Okay, so a Faraday cage. How does a Faraday cage work?
Faraday cage, it transports. It
It
takes
transports.
Faraday cage. It takes the electromagnetism and amps it up and transports. So if you want to beat electromagnetism, you can do it with cold fusion. That's what the UFOs are.
Or crystal energy, because that creates anti-gravity lifts.
Wait, no. A Faraday cage is a real thing. Like how do you explain a Faraday cage? You would essentially float in a Faraday cage, correct?
No, because then the relative density takes over. It's a way stronger
Oh, it
force
takes.
then.
Wait, hold on.
It's not that it
Relative
takes
density
over,
takes
but
over outside of a Faraday cage.
no, it's just it you think that you fall down because there's a magical force pulling on you, even though logic would say that as soon as you jump, you fall for as long as you come to a solid object and can't fall anymore. You are now thinking that there's a magical rubber band between you.
Well, no, I'm thinking there's a force applied to me that's making me fall and then stop falling.
And it could be like the magnetic.
Water.
It could be the magnetic forces in the earth, but
Okay, but
they
I'm
have it mixed up
specifically
as.
asking about a Faraday cage.
You're shielding some of the electromagnetism from.
So real quick, let me just kind of group this idea back together. So if you're asking about a Faraday cage and you're saying something about floating or something like that, like I'm missing that part.
Well, you're suggesting that the magnetic force from something is drawing me to the Earth. I'm saying if we eliminate the magnetic force or any forces through a Faraday cage, we should float. If
But
that
that is
is
not
what's
what we were
bringing us down
saying.
to the Earth.
So first of all, the Faraday cage doesn't eliminate any charge. It just grounds it, right? It becomes a different flow or fluctuation. And shout out to my guy Alan. We
Well,
went
no,
over this.
there are no charges in a Faraday cage.
Wait a minute. What do you mean no charges? So you mean when you put something in a Faraday cage, all the electrons just dissipate if you're believing in particles?
That's the whole purpose of that's the whole purpose of the device. Correct.
So wait. You mean to tell me if I put something in a Faraday cage, then all the electrons just disappear? That there's no subatomic particles of electrons at all? That charge is completely gone?
I don't know what you mean by that, but no, there's no communication. There's no outside electrons or whatever you're talking about entering the cage. That's the point. It's an isolated environment.
It blocks anything from escaping or entering. That's it.
Everything has a charge. You will never get rid of its charge. But the miscommunication or the misinterpretation is the fact that you believe that there has to be one thing, a force, that's causing motion. And even in that aspect, it's convoluted because, again, it depends on which gravity you subscribe to, whether it's even considered a force or not. So you may say, like, hey, I need a force in order to move, but now you're automatically subscribing to Newtonian physics because Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. It's a bending and warping of space-time. So you got to pick and choose which one you're talking about. And again, when we're talking about motion, it's not just one thing. It's multiple different things. We talk about electrostatics all the time, or at least incoherent electrostatics, where you have certain charge in the sky, certain charge in the ground. This sets a up and down motion, creates an electrostatic vector. And then when you couple this with relative density, then you will displace relative to your environment. So it's very simple to describe without creating a bending and warping concept or any mass attracting mass. Like we don't need any of those things to describe why motion happens. Viz, does that make sense to you, Viz? Before we move on?
No, it didn't. And I can describe those things without all of these vectors and whatever you said.
Hold on,
But
wait. So
sure.
wait. So you mean to tell me that you could describe matter without charge? You could describe motion without pressure mediation. You could describe these different type of things without relative density. You could describe this without those things and only using gravity.
Well, I don't know what only using gravity means, but sure.
Okay, so explain to me how you can describe motion without charge, without density, without pressure mediation. How can you describe that by using gravity only? Because you just said that you didn't need any of those other things, which is what I was describing.
I'm not sure what you're asking me. How do I describe motion?
I don't know, bro. Like I just laid out a specific way that you could describe motion without using gravity. The next thing that you said was, I don't need any of those things to describe motion. So then I said, okay, so you don't
Yeah,
need
no,
charge, you don't need pressure mediation, you don't need
motion is a different. Motion is not gravity. But
I don't know if you're following me, bro. I just explained to you how things move within our environment without creating a pseudo force in order to describe it. That pseudo force would be gravity. So I said, hey, we can have a specific charge in the sky. We can have a specific
no,
charge in the ground.
gravity.
Are
Excuse
you
me.
listening, bro? Are you listening or are
Gravity
you
would be one.
interrupting me?
I'm sorry.
Are you
Gravity would
listening?
be one
Are you
force.
listening, bro? Are you listening?
Gravity would be one force. You have a bunch of forces.
Are you
Yeah, I'm sorry.
listening?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna do this one more time because I don't think that you're trying to hear what I'm telling
I
you.
won't
You just
interrupt.
want to tell me what you want to think. So if you're trying to get a different perspective, you got to be able to digest this.
I sure will.
We have a positive charge in the sky, a negative / neutral charge in the ground. This creates like a vector, right? Electrostatic vector. This sets the direction.
I can't say right, but no. I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
So this creates a direction. We have a current flow. So it just sets the direction. It doesn't mean that there's a charge that's literally pulling on us, although there could be different theories of that happening. But this just sets a direction. Now, when you couple this set direction with your density relative to your environment, you're either going to displace above your medium if you are less dense, or you're going to displace below your medium if you are more dense, along that electrostatic vector, because everything is electrostatic in nature. So I don't need to create gravity in order to describe why things move up and down. I only need charges and pressure mediation.
And that makes sense too. So that's where I'm trying to go with this. So gravity is just made up then. Like it's just a made up thing by the government.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
By Sir Isaac Newton, who was Illuminati.
Okay.
If I can interject, because he needs a force in his paradigm. But once you have something that is already laying in rest, it's just in rest. I can have a brick on a tabletop and it's perfectly fine there. As soon as I pick it up, I put now energy into this brick because I need to pick it up. And then I let it go. I put that force in that mass by picking it up. And then I
And
drop
charged
it
it.
in air. Yeah, exactly. If I
Okay,
would
no,
drop it,
I'm trying to wrap my brain around this concept as well. So right, I'm trying to broaden my perspective as well. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, basically.
yeah, I was talking to Dale because he was still thinking of a force that is constantly there.
I think
But
that
if
was
you
Biz, wasn't it Biz?
was it Biz? Huh. I thought, yeah, maybe I'm in lag. Sometimes it doesn't show who is speaking. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like again, if you watch anime, the best a good representation of gravity is again Pain when he made his planetary devastation orb. All that right there was a gravitary singularity that pulled everything in. That is not happening to you as we speak. You would literally implode if that was happening to you.
So gravity is like a vacuum, you're saying?
It's a
If it
gravitational.
were,
It's
if
a
it, if it's
singularity. It's a singularity of massive pull, right? And you can get that also with an MRI machine. That's why whenever they turn it on, they tell anybody with metal not to go into that room. It's go pull that shit toward the electromagnetic field that they just generated in the machine. But they had generated an electromagnetic field within the supposed electromagnetic field. And I just explained to you that is a singularity upon a singularity.
That's magnetism.
It doesn't make any sense. So if there's a singularity within the singularity, that would cause an implosion. No matter how big or small, it would cause an implosion.
Hey,
okay, that makes sense.
real quick, Alan, jump up here, grab co-host if you can. I think plain reality keep on getting rugged.
Yeah, I'm not seeing an option to accept it. Like there's no prompt or anything.
Oh, you don't see it? Okay, hold on 1 second. I may have to remove you and bring it back up. But some of the things that we're talking about, guys, we learned how to do the sacred screen share. So Alan's actually live and he's streaming some of the things that we're talking about. I just clicked on it and it looked like he was this was some of the electrostatic potential. I think I
Ye-
see something flash on the screen.
Yeah, so you were talking about like the downward the downward bias and that charge potential, you know, that increases linearly as you go towards the sky. So I was showing the graphics for that.
Yeah, so you guys want to follow along? It is the tweet all the way to the left. It says Flat Earth Fridays, episode 78. You might have to play around with the volume. It's a little bit of a lag. We're trying to test out how this could work in spaces, being able to show some visuals in real time, like as we're talking about it. So this is one of the ways that we're trying to implement it. Yes, you heard it here first. So if you see anybody biting the sauce, y'all know where they got it from. But y'all can follow along with Alan as we talk about some of these different things. In that live, there is a picture-in-picture option. So you can still be in spaces, watch some visuals. You just may have to adjust your volume so there's not too much audio overlay. Alan, I'm going to just remove you and try to bring you back up so that way we can get you as co-hosts, free up some spots, circle some mics around. And then while I do overlay. Alan, I'm gonna just remove you and try to bring you back up so that way we can get you as co-hosts, free up some spots, circle some mics around. And then while I do that, maybe we could hear from Ken and then Keon. I'll bring up the rest of these speakers.
Before you go, I'm gonna go to bed before the sun appears. Have a good one. Take care.
Appreciate you, bro.
The rest of these speakers.
Good to see you, man.
Go to bed before.
Big Facing in the building. Y'all go follow Facing, man. Always dropping sauce. Good guy.
Hey, I'm going to take us back just a little bit. We got on the ether, and the whole thing was the Michelson-Morley experiment was brought up, and Alan can definitely expand upon it. But it was immediately started off with Michelson-Morley tried to prove the ether and failed. And that wasn't what they were trying to do. They were trying to measure the Earth's rotation on its axis. That's what the whole Alan said that he actually inherited the interferometer setup that Michelson-Morley used. And then you've got DeFore and Prunier, you've Ruyang Wang, and Dayton Miller's probably the most impressive of the group because he apparently took 5.2 million measurements over almost 30 years. And he showed that.
Hold on, how many, Ken? How many? I don't think that number sank in with the audience. How many times did he do this?
He took 5,200,000 measurements, 5.2 million measurements. I don't know how many experiments that is because you've got multiple measurements. His experiments, he showed that it coincided with sidereal time, and that the minimum and maximum fluctuations of the fringe shifts were with the equinoxes. So to say that we don't have sufficient evidence that there's an ether is a lie. To say that any of those experiments falsified the ether is a lie. Because the whole experiment was set up to prove that the globe turns on its axis. And that's what it failed to do. It didn't fail to prove the ether. It failed to prove rotation on our axis. So the whole conversation was based on a false premise.
Yo, Ken.
Like I say, yeah.
It was so Michelson-Morley wasn't about Earth's rotation on its axis. It was about the Earth's revolution around the sun. The Michelson-Gale-Pearson was the Earth on its axis.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
no
I
worries.
stand corrected.
Yeah, no worries. And then yeah, you're good, bro.
Along the same lines, but yeah, I got it mixed up. Hey, I don't have all your stuff down yet, dude.
Hey, no worries, no worries.
So yeah, you expand on that because I know that they come through and they say, oh, these experiments disprove the ether, and showed Einstein was right, and it's actually not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, let me make sure I'm unmuted. Okay, yep. All right, so on the screen here, we got the Michelson-Morley paper. I got some highlights here. So the beginning here is about Airy's failure, and in regards to the fact why they didn't have to change the angle of the telescope when they added water. It posed a problem for both theories, but both theories were predicated on Earth's motion with a stationary Earth and an ether wind. We're solid on that one. The only reason that they don't take that interpretation or consider that is because all these guys are diehard Copernicans. If you'll notice, all of these publications, are from members of the Royal Society. So these guys are beholden to to another system, let's say. So they have a framework of interpretation that they're all adhering to and agree to. So when they talk about ether models and whatnot, they're trying to put it through the lens of a stationary ether because they wouldn't be able to explain the effects of Earth's velocity if it existed to the magnitude that they say it does for the heliocentric model. So if they're viewing it through a stationary ether, they could kind of explain those effects away. They can get like ether drag. They can explain it through different types of drag and entrainment, etc., and still keep the movement in heliocentrism. So the problem here is that these wavelengths of light, when they're split and analyzed, they show a proportional ratio to a velocity, and this is actually used in modern technology for ring laser gyros, etc. So these are, it's applicable technology. So they make measurements with Michelson-Morley with a linear interferometer, and they don't get what is it? They don't get a fringe shift pattern with the light that corresponds to a velocity of 30 kilometers a second. They get one that was closer to 6 kilometers a second, and that's the way that they kind of, they were perplexed by that, because they say here that they did measure a variance, and if they're going to interpret that experimentally, then one second. Then if they're going to interpret that experimentally, then the Earth must be orbiting, a lot slower, right? So it was outside of the air margin confines, because otherwise they would have, mentioned it. They just say, I don't know, man, maybe it's just orbiting slower than we think. So that was their takeaway from it. And then they later were like, okay, maybe it was, air margin, and they just kind of like explained it away in that regard. And then the proposal for length contraction and time dilation was put forward with the relativistic theory to explain why they didn't measure any of the velocity. Because a rigid body in motion will not be so rigid, it will actually contract in the direction of motion. So they say that that's why they didn't measure anything, or that's their interpretation. The modern interpretation that's reinforced in all the textbooks is that this experiment didn't measure anything, even though it doesn't say that in their paper. It's just the interpretation put forward for the relativistic view. So that was Michelson-Morley, 1887, and those experiments with the orthogonal interferometer were repeated by Dayton Miller. So this is an orthogonal interferometer. So you got your coherent light beam, hits a prism, gets split, hits these mirrors, and then it gets projected onto a mirror after it hits another prism that recombines it, and you can measure the wavelength difference there. It produces a fringe shift pattern. So what they were looking for to kind of show the graph and whatnot. So they were expecting a fringe shift to correspond with like this many with this amount of wavelengths, and they got this. They got way less than what they needed. So that was Michelson-Morley. So any questions or anything?
Are you guys following along up in the live video feed? It says Flat Earth Fridays, episode 78, Planes of Perception. Alan tweeted the live out on Twitter.
Yeah, and let's see here. So Michelson-Morley.
And Ralph did post something on ring laser gyroscopes.
Nice.
So Ralph, if you want to chime in on this, feel free.
Yeah, I was just reading it. Pulled up the PDF file. I think I attached the link to it. So yeah, this is all Earth-based. Took place in Italy. I think it was the University di Pisa.
Yeah.
Largo. Well, I don't want to butcher it, but anyways, between Germany and Italy, so two universities, and yeah, they ran an experiment with, I guess, a more advanced laser gyroscope, and they were able to detect the rotation and then put the calculations on there. But yeah, this is way above my pay grade as far as the math that's involved on here. But this is
absolutely.
This is stating that they were able to measure the rotation.
Yeah. So in regards to measuring Earth rotation, there was the Michelson-Gale-Pearson experiment, and this measured a variance in the speed of light relative to the latitude, and the extrapolation of that is that the Earth must be rotating. So the other interpretation of that, because these are measurements, keep in mind, right? So these measurements have no ability to determine if the Earth is rotating or if the Earth is stationary and the sky is rotating. and there's a translation of motion from the ether. Those two are kinematically equivalent, and this is a measurement. So we're not, there's another possibility here. But let's go. But we're looking at it through the historicity of the interpretation, and we'll go through the those two labs you brought up. From
So
the
just real quick,
yeah.
real quick, Alan, just to slow it down for everybody. So basically, use an instrument that detected some motion, and it could have either been the sky moving through via translation of motion via the ether, or it could have been the earth moving, and they're kinematically equivalent. So they just adopted Earth's motion without considering, even though it seemed like they kind of considered it, another possibility. And that's what we're getting into now. This instrumentation is called interferometry.
Yep. Absolutely. Great recap. And let's see here. So before we move on to the modern stuff, let's recap the actual Earth, or the first Earth's rotation, right? So the distinction between the two types of interferometry here, let me see if I can pull that back up. So Michelson-Morley. So this is called like a right angle interferometer, or an orthogonal interferometer setup. So this uses a right angle setup here, right? So they say that this type of interferometer measures linear motion, and they don't get any when they align it to the expected directions of Earth's orbit, so that it would get an interference pattern, and to be properly aligned with the motion to get the best reading. They don't get a friend shift pattern that corresponds to the amount of velocity, right? But remember, they did get some, but we'll come back to that here in a minute. But they did get some using this setup, right? So remember the distinction: linear interferometry and orthogonal setup, right angles. Okay. Now this is a square. This is a closed circuit interferometer, right? So when we're going to get into the sag neck interferometer setup and closed loop circuits, they're all the same, but they're divided into two different categories based on the relativistic interpretations of these experiments. So that's why. So when you start looking into this, you're gonna see like a distinction being drawn. But I'm gonna make the case that there's no distinction between these two types of interferometers. But to fully encapsulate the history of it, we're gonna start here. So with the closed loop circuit, they measure something, right? So this interferometer is fixed to the ground on the Earth. Let me see if I can find a graphic to kind of represent it positionally, how they would be interpreting it for the glob.
Saying your broadcast is not running.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm trying to watch along, and it says this broadcast is not available.
1 second.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'd rather figure it out real quick because I'm like doing this to in a way to follow along. So give me 1 second.
It could be a glitch, Ken. It says like 28 people are watching.
Yeah, it's still up for me, bro. All right.
Oh shit.
So
try backing out and then going back in, Ken.
Yeah. So where's their Mickelson, Gale, Pearson? Shoot, hold on. Oh, here we go. All right, Mickelson, Gale. Here we go. Perfect. Oops. All right, so Mickelson, Gale, Pearson. So this is kind of the setup this is how they would kind of imagine it dimensionally on the globe, and then on a plane, obviously, it's just, flat, right? So this is the setup. Now, obviously, this isn't to scale. It wasn't that long. I think it was like a kilometer or something like that. But this is just to kind of show you dimensionally what it would look like and what the globular interpretation is. So in this orientation, they're saying that they picked up a fringe shift reading that when they plotted against sidereal time, it matches within 98%. And they give an equation here. And this equation is they state here that the framework for how they're deriving this interpreting the fringe shift pattern to apply it to sidereal time. They're saying they're using a stationary ether framework, and they're comparing the relative speed. Let's see, the relative speed measured on the pipes in the direction going north south versus the pipes going east to west, and they found a variance going east west, and that's where they get their measurement from. And when they take that, when they do that proportional velocity ratio against the speed of light against the fringes, they match sidereal time with 98% accuracy, which is a hell of a feat, honestly. So, all right, so that's very so that's where we're at with the measurements, right, in the interpretations, right? So they've separated these two types of interferometers, closed loop and orthogonal, and they said that one doesn't measure anything and the other measures sidereal time. So in modern day now, what I'm sorry, what was his name? Ralph Sacred?
Yeah, that was Ralph. Yeah.
Ralph. Yeah, the two labs that Ralph brought up were Boston, Amsterdam. This one right here. And there's one in Italy and there's one in Germany. And yeah, I'm not gonna try and actually I'll try and butcher it. You just that was my best that was my best attempt. And then old Pisa over here. So anyway, these are about at the 45th lat, and then when you get into the documentation, I might actually have the Ginger Project stuff up. Yep, sure do. So when you get into the Ginger Project, they have their interferometer corrected at an angle here to correspond to make it match the sky, right? Or I mean to align it with Earth's axis of rotation, they say, right? But this is in the their lab is, let me look at the lats again. Where were they at? They're at the 43rd, and these are at the 49. So the correction angles that they give, I think they actually only give the one for the one that's at the 43rd. But the angles that they give, though, this tilt angle here is the same angle that you would have to do if we lived on a plane. So if you imagine like a Gleason's map and azimuthal equidistant projection, if you were further away from an emanating ether vortex at the North Pole and you were trying to align your gyroscope with it, you would make those correction angles to it. And actually, on that note, I have a really cool thing to share with you guys. So on those correction angles, my buddy I Can Science That, who isn't a glober, and shout out to him for taking the time to make this model. And he did it like, as a thought experiment, because I was kind of thinking that the ether flow would follow like a toroidal field, because I think we live in a toroid within a toroid, etc. Anyway, that if you plot that ether flow model against a toroidal field, so the northern hemisphere on a globe, so it would be this part right here. This would be the east-west bias on the toroidal field, and the correction angles to the gyroscope would be as follows. And as you get further away, the bias would flip west-east, and then you would have the same correction angles, but it's just you're on the outside of the toroidal donut now. So that's pretty cool. So those were planar correction angles. Now, and again, they say, well, these prove a globe and all that, and the numbers do match sidereal time, but again, the measurements have no way to tell you who's rotating what. And then that actually brings me back to, if you remember, they have the two types of interferometry separated, linear and a closed bit or a closed loop. So after following Michelson-Morley, there was a guy named Dayton Miller who did experiments using an orthogonal setup, so the same kind of configuration. And I'll bring up some graphics here so we can take a look at his interferometer setup. So this setup right here. So he continued Michelson's work, looking for that elusive what do you call it? Orbital speed, right? And he continued the work for 30 years, and what he found was when he plotted his data against sidereal time, well, he found a match as well where the fringe shift patterns reached their minimum and maximum dimensions on the equinoxes. So as to say, what would you call it? Like the speed of light is traveling fastest on the equinox to the day, and then it like dies down, right? So when it's plotted against that, now when they plot it against diurnal seasonal effects, there's no it doesn't reveal any patterns or whatnot. So now now Miller was a Copernican lad too, and a heliocentrist, and his interpretation of the results was that, so basically what he mapped with the fluctuations from his data here, he mapped quote unquote what would be Earth's orbital velocity. Now or not orbital velocity, he mapped the what would it be? So how they think the Earth's tilted, they mapped that the ecliptic plane, right? So like he mapped the motion that the sun follows, like that same ecliptic plane. He mapped that to the day on the equinoxes on the ether flow. Now his interpretation of that obviously is that the Earth is moving through the galaxy and all that, but just for some reason the speeds are just they just don't line up. But this is what he was consistently measuring, and when he models it out, this is what it would be. So you know how when they say, "Oh, we're on a globe and but we're on an ecliptic orbit," so like that speed would change 4 times a year to meet that orbit, but they're like, "Yeah, but we can't measure it." And they're like, "Well, it's just a slight fluctuation. Like I think it's like a 5 million mile an hour difference or something like that for the things." I don't have the graphic for it, but off the top of my head, I think the speed fluctuation would be like 5 million miles or something, which is crazy. But they're like, well, it happens really slow over time, blah blah blah, right? So can't feel it. Everyone gets to survive. But this would be the measurement for the globularists, but they deny the interpretation because the velocity is way outside of the parameters to accept that, and they built an entire framework of interpretation on saying that the apparatus couldn't measure the velocity because of length contraction and time dilation. So they applied these abstract kinematic effects to reality and said that they're physically manifest, and they gave that as an explanation as to why they couldn't measure anything. So they completely deny these Miller's work. And this would have been like dude, if they had an ether framework, this would be the only thing that could save heliocentrism, and then they would just have to explain that there's an ether contraction and do it through that lens. But I mean, even then they really couldn't do that because the ring laser gyros in inertial navigation systems, when you're not applying the same kind of contraction transformation situation to the fringe shift patterns to explain the velocity, it's gonna be a dead giveaway. So I mean, I guess they really, that's why they can't. That's why they deny Miller, man. That's pretty
Bro, I
much.
better not ever hear anything about no ether contraction.
Yeah, well, that was Lorentz's original mechanism, because the framework was taken from him and Poincare, and they were kind of bouncing around the idea of ether contraction to explain some experiments that they were doing with that elusive electron. They were saying there was some contraction there may or may not be some contraction going on with there, but they didn't move forward on that. And then Einstein rolled through with 0x citations and copped that and built the whole framework on Lorentz symmetry. Yo, what up, Toby? Shout out to my boy who what's up? We're going over the history of interferometry, my dude.
Heck yeah. Good stuff, man. I had a thought about what you were just saying, but I lost it. I'm just happy to be here, yo. Oh, the dude, ether contraction. I love it. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, like it sounds a lot better to me.
Dude, it's tempting, bro.
It's
It's
still
tempting.
silly and unfalsifiable, but it seems it's a better framework as far as I'm concerned.
It would make sense. It would make more sense in terms of a physical mechanism to provide the contraction, other than time and space physically change slightly to such a degree that it's imperceptible to us, but only when we analyze it through light through a split prism. Like, it's like, all right, dude, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. But yeah, this is super cool, man. This is my favorite subject. Interferometry, man.
My favorite subject too, man. I love talking about light.
All right, so let's
Especially now that we know about the flow.
that flow, dude, the flow daddy. So yeah, I showed him the model earlier that I Can Science that made. That was awesome. And if you
Yeah,
and
shout
if
out to
That was one
I
of my
Can
top themes.
Science that, man. For real.
yeah,
We always like
Yeah.
low birthers that put in a little bit of work, helping us figure this out. So
dude, he's
Enough
dope.
intellectual honesty to do the thought experiment.
Yep. And so let's see here. Where were we at? We were on Miller, I think. Yeah, so this is why Miller is rejected, and then they brought in a guy named Robert Shanklin here. Let me see if I got the Shanklin. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they brought in your boy Shanklin 14 years after Miller died. So keep in mind, while Miller was alive, no man could refute his work with the ether and interferometry. He would openly debate anyone on it. Einstein even said in a publication that if Miller's work weren't due to temperature fluctuations, then the relativity theory would have to be abandoned altogether because it would be entirely different based on the based on the interpretations of that, because it's all based off of Michelson-Morley, which is an attempt to measure Earth's orbital velocity. Now, so anyway, Shanklin comes in with his analysis after Miller died, and keep in mind, Shanklin worked for Miller. He was his research assistant for a number of years. Didn't pipe up while Miller was alive. Waited till homie died, and then swooped in for the kill. So anyway, Miller's analysis is what he takes is three instances of Miller's work. That's on the and he on the diurnal diurnal data comparison sets, where they're just measuring against like seasonal temperature fluctuations, and he takes 3 data sets where it matched, and he's like, okay, so it matched here, so therefore it that's it, right? And keep in mind the huge massive data set. He pulled three out of there where it matched. Now 2 of those were from 2 of those were diurnal sets that matched, right? Or for diurnal effects, right? So what would be corresponding with temperature fluctuations with the sun, throughout the day, heating up the area, causing expansion, that kind of thing. So that would cause like an anomalous readings. That's what they're attributing it to for those 2. And the third one was from an unpublished work where he was doing his controlled experiments, where he was, and the purpose of these experiments was to zero out the interferometer and basically force a null reading. Because keep in mind, they're always getting a fluctuation, and the varying degree of accuracy to which you can read that fluctuation, you have to calibrate your machine and know the thresholds for what you can do to increase the accuracy of it, decrease, all that sort of stuff. So what
Kind of like a tear on a scale, right?
exactly. So what he would do is he would change the length of the arms. He would move the location of the sensor where he's doing the readings. He would insulate it with different materials. He tried different. He built an entire apparatus out of materials that's not electromagnetic or anything like that. Doesn't carry the same kind of charges, all that kind of stuff. Like really tried to isolate it down and narrow it down the best he could. And he, doing it up to and including doing it in a basement and all that. And so what they found was, so get this, what he found was when you change the length of the arms, when you change the location of the sensor, when you change the medium which the light's propagating in, when you adjust all of these factors, and when you do it in a basement or below sea level and in a basement, etc., you get reduced readings, and sometimes you get 0 readings, right? And he took a reading from those controlled experiments where he's just figuring stuff out, and it was like, yeah, dog, this is our evidence. This is it. This is proof C doesn't change. Shanklin himself didn't even do the analysis on anything. His understudy did it for credits for his PhD. So like, this is like the big smoking gun that's put forward to discredit Miller's work, and they'll say, when you look at Miller's work, there was a what was that thing that was said the other day, Toby? I'm trying to recall.
Oh, he's talking about how the readings were kind of like on a
on a
They were like
on a
on an upward
downward
trend.
on a
Downward
downward
trend. That's what
trend
it was.
was, yeah, a downward, like when you, like, dude, from the readings from Shanklin's paper, like, it's like, dude, so
Yeah, it seemed like an incomplete analysis, right?
yeah, it's like, there was two other analyses that were done, one by James Demio and one by Maurice Elias, and in their independent analysis of Miller's work, they found, so this is a statistical analysis, right? So it could be anything, right? But in their analysis, they found that Miller's work matched sidereal time, and that his readings were correct. And this is the huge implication of that is that there is no distinction between the two types of interferometry, and Earth's orbital velocity is non-existent, and the only thing that's ever been measured is a fluctuation with sidereal time, which is so they attribute that to a rotation of 1,000 miles per hour and all that at the equator. But I mean, dude, if you can't detect the orbital velocity when it should absolutely be detectable, then that's a wrap on that. So let's see, where was we have? Okay, in terms of reproducing Miller's work, right? We could say, okay, maybe Miller was wrong, maybe he was biased, maybe Maurice Elias was biased, maybe Demio was biased. Has anyone reproduced Miller's work? Yuri Galev in 2001 and in 2002 reproduced Miller's work. One using radio wave propagation, so a different type of interferometry entirely. And this was done with millimetric bands, radio bands. So this is millimeter precision here for what he measured. And when his data is plotted against sidereal time,
millimeter. I like that. Millimeter.
Yeah, dude, he measured it in millimeters, bro. That's what's up. Shout out to Miller, dude. Peace be upon him. So when he plots his data against that, it gets the same situation. And then to take it a step further, what he did, because he gets into the kinematic viscosity of the ether, so he's trying to make some predictions here on his measurements. And what he, one second, let me find the corresponding slide. Here we go. So what Galev did here is he took measurements at altitude where, using reflectors in mountains, he was able to change the horizontal path of propagation to measure the variance in the speed of light at altitude. And when now that's plotted against sidereal time, it matches sidereal time. And he took it a step further and plotted a kinematic viscosity for the ether at these altitudes, meaning if there was physical properties to the ether that was, carrying the speed of light, or carrying the electromagnetic wave that was propagating, like as if it was like, going up, or going along with a river, catching that drift, it would catching that speed boost, like that's what he measured. So he took that fluctuation speed variance and broke it down to the altitude, and came up with a model for a kinematic viscosity to it. So all very cool stuff. And then again in 2006, Hector Minera and others did what's called a deliopedalometric. I hope I said that right. A word that these guys made up that just means they left the device running continuously. So they did. They took readings for 3 years straight with a Michelson-Morley type interferometer setup for 3 years straight, and found the same fluctuations when plotted against sidereal time that match Miller's work. Now the difference here with what Minera found is, or not found, his interpretation of how he was looking at the results was he was double counting the fringes to get more velocity out of it, and that was his justification for that was that the way that they're looking at linear interferometry is wrong, and that you should count more fringes to get more velocity. So keep in mind, he's coming from the paradigm that linear interferometry and closed loop circuits are different. So he's okay with broad stroke adding more wavelengths to get the proportional, or when he ratios it against the speed of light. to get that proportional velocity, and he comes up with a velocity of like 256,000 kilometers a second. So his interpretation is that he's measured the speed of the sun moving around the galaxy, like the center of the galaxy. You know, so you can only really get there through convoluted transformations in a belief system of reference frames, which you can't actually confirm because a reference frame is just a hypothesis waiting to be experimentally confirmed. To be honest with you, covariance is cool and whatnot, but let's be real. If you can't go to the star and make the measurements, I mean, we're all just kind of playing Dungeons and Dragons without admitting it, right?
Bro, you're asking for too much.
Well, you're going it's a step worse than that, right? Because you're also talking time, not just space.
Yep. All right. So that's the history of where we're at. Let's see. There was the foreign pruner in 1940. Oh, let's go over Sagnac real quick. So are you still there, Ralph?
Yes.
Do you have any questions, bro? Is this like you digging this?
Yeah. I'm with it. It's kind of harking back to, well, when you were talking about the different setup in the interferometer from the Michelson Morley to the new one. So yeah, I mean, yeah, everything's clicking away.
Cool, awesome, bro. That's tight.
Yo, I got a quick question about Monera. I know his evidence, his measurements were supposedly kind of corroborated Miller, right?
Yep.
Can we like how well do they corroborate it? Like what? Can we get into the specifics on that a little bit? Like what was the same type of thing with equinoxes? Is that what it was?
Yeah. When they say that they match Miller's data, they mean that they when they plotted against sidereal time, the fringe shifts reach their minimum and maximum dimensions on the equinoxes. And actually, Monera used really precise equipment. I think he used like really modern stuff. Like he wasn't using like the older stuff, right? He was using an actual laser beam and all that kind of stuff. So, and he found the same fluctuations with that, but he was just counting more of the fringes. So
cool. And then with Galev, have you ever heard the globe response to that? What did they say? Like gravity or something? Like what is going on with that?
No, I've never heard any interpretation of it like for anyone. Like this just because it's a hands down just there's no it refutes their model like to a degree that's that can't be acknowledged, to be honest with you. Like
it seems or isn't that kind of similar to the redshift argument that they make for, wasn't there some experiment that they use? And then now I'm thinking back and I'm just wondering if it's actually this exact effect that they're trying to use as some kind of evidence of, I can't remember what it was. I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't remember what it was.
all right.
Some kind of redshift experiment that was done with radio waves, but I can't remember what it was particularly.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it. I could pull it up in my search history, but I think it had something to do with throwing something. Well, I'm oversimplifying, but throwing something up in the air, and there was something that I guess at whatever point it was at when you were throwing it up, that it would shift I think a photon either from going green to red, and that was supposed to infer the existence of gravity or something like that. I vaguely remember reading something like that.
That might be the same thing, yeah. In any case, I was just curious about the Galev, if you had any, like, if you'd ever heard any refutation on that, or and so he uses, it's a laser, right? Is that what you said that he was using?
So Galev did one with a laser, and he did one with radio waves.
Okay, and he goes from the angle down to the ground at two different spots, essentially?
Multiple spots, yeah.
Okay. And then he gets different velocity readings. And he's using, okay. He's using optics, radio waves. Kilometers per second. So it's going over how many kilometers is that? 10? Is that well, what is the distance there? Oh, here we go. Height above in meters. Okay, so how is he measuring the speed?
What do you mean for the radio wave propagation?
Yeah.
From the time the signal was sent and the time the signal was received. I assume he's analyzing it similarly to how they do with GPS with the range measurement or range measurement equation.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. So that's pretty precise. Okay.
Down to the millimeter, bro.
Yeah. Okay, that's wow. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember iPhone Science that was having like I think that was one of his challenges, that the velocities weren't as aligned or something he was saying. I only watched through your guys' presentation once.
Oh.
I gotta go back and look at it again.
Well, that was getting into the one-way speed and what would it be? I forget what he even said.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
something about simulation thing. Like, I don't know. I kind of.
Yeah, you said that it would be like that things would be traveling at a special distance to you, kind of is what he was implying, which I kind of I don't know though if it's a wave. I don't know. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. One-way speed of light. I mean, you can't. There's no way to measure it as it currently stands. So I think asserting anything about it's kind of assumptive.
Yep. Yeah, and for everybody, I'm just gonna share some of these demonstrations that Alan's referencing up top. 1 second here. I retweeted it, but I'll just share it again. And shout out to Ralph. Before you popped in here, Alan, Ralph was saying that this list sent them down like an entire rabbit hole of cosmic ether. So
nice. Oh,
that's what's up. Into this, he says, "Yeah, that's nice. I like that kind of shit, bro. For real."
That's what's up. Yo, Ralph, I just made a video showing how you can get all the citations and papers all in one spot that I currently have. So if you ever want that, and the program's free, like I had it. The original library situation I had set up wasn't really shareable because it's behind a paid program, but I found a way to convert the library. So definitely check that video out, and you can have it all in one spot.
Right on. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah. But yeah, these like going through the history of this, yeah, it's a fascinating history, man. And then because it's interpreted as like, oh no, it doesn't exist. Like, let's not talk about it. Like, it, never before seen again. And then and then there it is again, or whatever. It's like it always pops up. And there was so I haven't really talked too much about this one, and I don't really know the specifics too much on it, but I'll kind of do a broad overview from my limited understanding. So in the Netherlands, I believe, there was this coaxial cable that was being laid down about 4 miles long, I think it was. And in this cable, it ended up showing that there was a preferred direction for the propagation of light, that vary to basically relative to the latitude in the same way that they interpreted the Michelson-Gale experiment relative to the latitude. And keep in mind, this is also in the north as well. So, so anyway, there was an east-west, or there was a preferred, direction bias shown in this coaxial cable situation. So like this effect is like kind of known about, but just not really talked about,
So that's hilarious. Does that mean that there's going to be like a tiny bit more lag on a fiber optic cable going one way across the so we would have like better traffic going to Europe than Europe coming to America?
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, dude. Dude, isn't that nuts? So
that's very nuts.
So this is literally well, I'm not gonna say literally. I have to, like I said, I have to look more into this one before I can start using it as argumentatively or whatever. But that's apparently the TLDR of what happened with this situation. They found that in a linear configuration, there was a preferred direction for the propagation. So like Toby was saying, there was the latency would go down in a certain direction, and it would increase in the opposite. So very cool. And I bet if you took readings and precise measurements and plotted it against sidereal time, I bet it would match sidereal time. I don't know. These are just
now I want to try and get on a server in Europe and get on a server in America and just do latency tests both ways.
Absolutely, dude. And
you'd have to use the best way to do it would be to use UDP and then just capture the UDP packets on each side, so that way you're not doing any like handshaking back and forth. Or you could just do like a trace route. That would actually be a great way to do it.
Sorry, Alan, could you repeat that? The latency test, like it went one way faster and one way slower?
Yeah, essentially. That's what that would be like the equivalent of what they measured. Yeah,
they're using fiber optic cables to basically, when you transmit data on a fiber optic cable, all you're doing is flashing light. It's just a light that flashes on and off, and it goes at like a pulse rate. And somehow those pulses are going faster in one direction than the other.
Okay.
Yep. And let's see here. So before we move on to what's it called? Ruyong Wang and such, we're gonna circle back to 1913 in the year of George Sagnac. And before we get to that, though, we're gonna see what Einstein has to say about inertial frames real quick. Let's see, what does Einstein say about inertial frames?
When they tell you the Earth is in motion, tell them to come to Flat Earth Fridays and learn how that is. False.
So Einstein defined. Let me see if I have this right. Points A and B, perhaps flip to a system synchronicity move with the velocity E. Okay, yeah, cool. So he's laying down the preface for it. So basically, what we're gonna read here is Einstein laying down the preface for. He's basically explaining. This is before an atomic clock, right? But he's thought experimenting out an atomic clock where one atomic clock is stationary at the equator, and another atomic clock is in some sort of orbit, and it's going around the equator. And when it completes its orbit and gets back to that original stationary clock, this is the preface for his thought experiment. So, and how he also applies or how he defines what's an inertial frame or not. So keep in mind even the thought experiment here is a light pulsation, right? Not a what would it be? Not a mechanical object or something like that, right? When he's talking about a clock. So let's see here. So from this, there ensues the following peculiar consequence. If at the points A and B of K there are stationary clocks which, viewed from a stationary system, are synchronous. If the clock A is moved with a velocity of v to the line AB to B, and then its arrival at B, the two clocks are no longer synchronous, but the clocks have moved from A to B lags behind, behind the other which has remained at B by a coefficient of 1/2 times T times V squared over C squared. So this is the coefficient, or this is time dilation right here. That's what he's saying. So they'll be desynced by time dilation. So up to the magnitudes of the fourth or higher order. T being the time occupied by the journey from A to B. So the time it takes to complete that circuit from the equator, that's going to play a role in the variance here. So Einstein further says, it is at once apparent that this result holds good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line where the points of A and B coincide. If we are to assume the results or proof for the polygonal line is also valid for a continuously curved line. We arrive at the results if one of the two synchronous clocks at A is moved in a closed curve with a constant velocity until it returns to A, the journey lasting t seconds by the clock which remained at rest to the traveled clock, and on its arrived at A will be slowed by a coefficient of 1/2 times t times v squared over c squared seconds slow. Thence we can conclude that that a balanced clock at the equator must move more slowly and by a very small amount and process similar to a clock stationed at the poles under otherwise identical conditions. And he prefaces here, note a pendulum clock which is physically a system to which the Earth belongs is a case that has to be excluded. So he's not talking about a physical clock system or pendulums or anything like that. He's anything that's connected to the Earth. He's talking about basically a satellite in orbit. Right? So if we had an atomic clock and a satellite in orbit, this would be what he's describing here. And if these let's see here. Oh, so the polygonal line holding true kind of here. So this is a, what do you call it? A translation of their modern translation here. So it's not worded as precisely. Let's go back to the Einstein translation here from, let's see, 1 second, relativity, Einstein. So from the older publication, from the coefficient, not coefficient, just randomly said that for no reason. Polygonal, All right, cool. Well, not searching that. 1 second. I have a backup. GPS, A.G. Kelly, because he has an excerpt from it. All right. So he went and quoted this, and I went and tracked it down. But basically, what Einstein said originally was, having derived his formula from a straight line, he said, quote, "It is at once apparent that this result holds good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line, that if we assume and the results are proof of the polygonal line is valid for a continuously curved line, and we're with the results and we arrive at this results of one of the two clocks, blah blah blah." And oh no, he did say the exact same thing. Okay, cool. So what they're saying there is that the circular orbit, right? It's a closed polygonal circuit or loop, right? So he's defining that motion, if it's at a continual velocity, that that Newton's equations will hold true. So he's defining that motion, that uniform circular motion, as an inertial frame, as being equivalent to being stationary and not rotating. So he's saying that Newton's equations will hold true in that frame, and he's applying relativity to it, right? So super important distinction, because Sagnac comes along in 1913. So remember, this paper was in 1905 where he's laying all this out and defining everything. So that was 1913. I'm sorry, 1905. So in 1913, what's his name? Yep, Ether Wind. So here we go. Sagnac in 1913 so this is the title of his paper. The luminiferous ether is detected as a wind effect relative to the ether using a uniformly rotating interferometer. So a closed polygonal circuit in uniform rotation. So this is like very specific wording here, because this guy put this forward to falsify relativity theory using a closed polygonal circuit in rotation. So to kind of give he doesn't have a diagram of what it looks like in his paper. Let me pull up one that has a diagram. 1 second. Who's got a Sagnac diagram? GPS. Sagnac Wang. I know there's one in here. Nope, not this paper. This one. So a Sagnac interferometer would be. Oh, I should have. Hold on. I should have just pulled up the foreign printer. Sorry. I want to get you guys the best possible visual to explain this.
Yeah, guys, follow along. We're still live. Alan's Twitter's still live. I got the space up. I got the tweet up top. It's the fourth tweet from the left. It has picture in picture, so you could still stay in the space while you listen to it, or while you watch it, excuse me, and while you listen to us. So follow along. Go ahead, Alan. Appreciate you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. So let's see here. So for the classic Sagnac configuration, we have a rotating platform. So this circle here is, some platform that's rotating, and on this rotating platform, there's mirrors configured, so that light that's sent through a actually, is there original? Yeah, the original configuration. Sorry about that. So there is a beam, or a laser beam here on the device, and it hits reflective beams, hits a prism, or hits a beam splitter, hits the mirrors, completes a circuit, returns back, recombines through the splitter prism, and then it completes its circuit on a photographic plate in the back here. So all attached to the rotating frame. So Sagnac comes through with this. He's rotating it at a certain speed, and it shows a variance in the speed of light that's proportional to that rotational speed. And so what Sagnac was saying by the effect of the ether as a rotation within, how did he word it? Because it's actually, so if as a wind effect relative to the ether, using uniformly rotating thing, right? So what he's saying there is that there's an ether, and then when something's in motion, it generates its own ether wind that causes a variance in the speed of light where it's proportional to that velocity of how fast you're moving, right? So, and he found this through the derivation he provided here. Is basically there's a reduced version of it that looks a little cleaner, but this is what he's showing here. And what he's showing, what this all amounts to is he says that the variance in the speed of light is proportional to how fast the rotation is and the length that that light has to travel. So if you were to take on the wrong one. So if you were to take the path that light has to travel through the device here, if you were to add up the distances for all of this, for each one, it's proportional to that times the rotational speed. And so that's pretty crazy, right? So like the only mechanism for that kind of thing would be if the motion was relative to a background medium and the speed of light was, and electromagnetic propagation was going through that medium, and it hit that variance from that velocity, from that wind, so to speak, that you created through your motion. So that's what he measured there, and he put this forward as a falsification of relativity theory, because by Einstein's thought experiment, a uniformly rotating device is an inertial frame. So this was quite puzzling, and this went unanswered for a number of years until 1917. There was a special relativity derivation provided, but they end up not going with that one. A year later, a guy named Paul Lavue came through and provided a solution through general relativity. And what he did is, using metric tensors and whatnots, he basically said that the rotation, is acceleration, right? So if it's acceleration, through the equivalence principle, they can equate that to gravity. Through gravity, they can start invoking length contraction and time dilation based like it sounds like I bet Ralph, you're like, what the hell? This is retarded. This is what they did. So they took the rotating device and the equivalence principle, and they applied that, and they said, okay, so to account for the conservation laws on the small scale of this rotating device, we can say that that the energy of the rotating device is equivalent to generating a gravitational field that generates time dilation, little pockets, temporal pockets of time dilation and length contraction. So that's how they're explaining the variance as explicitly as a rotational effect through general relativity metrics. and they just kind of they say in modern times. I think if you go to the wiki right now, you'll
Alan, you just skirted past that.
What's that?
Explain how crazy temporal pockets are, because I don't understand how people really understand that. Those are like literal pocket dimensions of time, guys.
Yeah, dude, exactly, bro. Dude, it sounds so insane. So they're saying that like next to this rotating device, that time is physically slowed down based on a proportional ratio of the energy it takes for that device to rotate. And yeah, that's it.
Like,
So
you understand? That's basically Goku's instant transmission, guys.
dude, the power of math, right? And that's not even getting into the metric tensors used. So when Einstein brought in absolute differential calculus and started defining everything through the tensors, he couldn't satisfy the conservation laws because energy and mass are equivalent. So he had a real problem there. So to satisfy the conservation laws, he had to use a pseudo tensor to do it, and that ends up being a first order differential or first order intrinsic differential invariant, which is basically like a huge logic fallacy in mathematics. So if you were going to analyze a mathematical system and like the structure of it and like judge it based on the validity of how it adheres to that system, yeah, like that's a complete and utter failure based on that. And that kind of haunted Einstein for his entire life. Actually, he made, what was it, six? No, he made four. Yeah, he made 6 attempts to correct it throughout 40 years and failed every time, never being able to satisfy it. And the reason, and it's like, well, why was he trying to satisfy it? Why didn't he already do it with the field equations? Well, no, he knew about this. He knew about the first order intrinsic differential invariant situation, and he was trying to derive E equals mc squared as a relativistic effect. So, and he didn't actually properly do that in his 1905 paper, and he got hella called out for it. But it's not really talked about, swept it under the rug, et cetera, et cetera. Other people derived it for him. Everyone's on board. He invented the nuclear bomb, whatever, right? TLDR. Obviously just kind of rambled on there a little head and paraphrased a bit to sum it up. But essentially, that's where they took it. But this haunted Einstein to the point where he even wrote about it. I'm not going to bother bringing it up, but he wrote about it. And was like, hey, can we go back to defining mass as being separate and all that, so that we can, and then that obviously went ignored. So because he wanted to do it in a way that made mathematical sense, because he didn't like being called out over that. Like you know what I mean? Like if you're putting that forward and there's a huge glaring hole in it and you know about it, like you can't be like, yeah, it's all gravy. So like this literally haunted him forever. And I can
a little bit of integrity, right? Like they gotta be a little bit honest when it's that.
A little bit, yeah. He's okay. I can pull it up real quick. Actually,
You gotta sell people on the idea of pocket dimensions captured in time.
Yeah. So right here, a letter from Einstein to Lincoln Barnett, written in German. So this is translated. So it says the highlighted.
Pay attention.
The highlighted excerpt says, it is not good to introduce the concept of mass, m equals m divided by 1 minus v squared over c squared times 1/2 of a moving body for which no clear definition can be given. It is better to introduce no other mass concept other than rest mass. Instead, introducing m is better to mention it as the expression of momentum and the energy of a body in motion. So this is a huge issue for them. With the pseudo tensor thing.
It is better to introduce no other mass concept than the rest mass.
Yep. So, and that takes it all back to the lab frame. So everything has to be covariant with a stationary, non-rotating, with an inertial rest mass, like all dynamic predictions to test motion against the laws of physics all start from a stationary, non-rotating frame. So this was a huge thing where it was like, well, what do we do? How do we conserve our concert? Like, how do we conserve energy and momentum and stuff? And so obviously they did it through the pseudo tensor, but for those who were unwilling to accept that, Einstein was trying to find a solution for it. And this is him trying to appeal in 1948. Hey guys, let's walk it back. So 1905, he had all this time in between. and he's now like, hey, let's walk it back.
Was he part of the elite?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was he a part of the elite?
Oh, Einstein, dude.
100%.
Yeah, it's like this guy. So like he didn't even like, dude. It gets crazy because he didn't even really do a lot of the math and stuff. It turns out his wife did it. A lot of these theories and math frameworks were put forward by other people. It's crazy, dude. Like they don't even use. My boy Eric in chat just said relativistic mass is not mentioned today in physics. Only rest mass is used by modern physicists. So like that tells you right there, like when you're actually doing stuff. But yeah, so was he an elite or whatever? He was something, man, because he came out of nowhere with nothing, published this paper with no citations, absorbed everyone's framework that all these brilliant mathematicians were saying, hey, we're actually imposing our mathematic framework on reality and this isn't right. We should stop doing that. And but they used Einstein as a vessel to put this forward and then put him on a pedestal where he can't be questioned. So like he was part of something, and I like who knows what.
Yeah, he's definitely on the pedestal. Like right now, you're over here sitting like Einstein. You're questioning Einsteinian like relativity.
No,
Yes.
no, no. I'm not necessarily thinking that actually, because I'm not. I don't want to say confused, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, I guess, scientifically what my beliefs are, like religiously and all that stuff. I'm okay, but I'm just trying to figure it out, like on a scientific level. And I know there's a lot of flat earthers, and there's like round earthers or whatever. So and then there's hollow earthers. So like I don't know.
Well, hey, don't rush it. Take your time and be curious, and don't let anyone gaslight you and feel stupid for having questions. You know, no matter what, whatever side it is.
Dude, well said, Toby.
Thank you.
The fact that you in here is the first step towards learning the truth. And for that, we applaud you for that.
Very much so.
Yep.
Very, very, very much so. It's
Thank you. Even though I kind of don't understand half the stuff you guys are saying, I'm still trying to understand it.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's a super dense material. This is like it's almost shrouded in like an esoteric math equations that no one can understand. If you start talking about it with someone, like the go-to phrases are going to be, "Well, you don't understand it. There's a different reference frame." All these like they're gonna like you're gonna get gaslit into a relativistic paradigm, and it's just like because if you look at it, if you go through the historicity of it yourself, and you think for yourself like it's very hard to come to the conclusion that the justification for accepting these mathematic transformations to describe reality is a viable, tenable position to hold.
Right. Like just like how like everyone's saying gravity is made up. So it's kind of like I don't know what to believe, right? So I'm trying to figure it out.
yeah, it is kind of made up. That actually is kind of true. I mean, do things fall? Yes. Is there a downward accelerating force? Yes. But their explanation about orbits and the planets and that sort of a thing, I mean, they've never substantiated it. They can't explain it. Well, the only way they can is through this
They
abstract.
say gravitons or something like that,
That's
right?
the newest thing now, and
Yeah.
again that goes off because they can't figure out the warping of space time. So now they got to shrink shit. So it's like again, every time they run into a fucking wall, they just add some more shit to it.
Dude, it's so crazy that you're absolutely right. They just add another thing, or they'll say that they're looking for another thing. Like for example, the graviton. So remind me to circle back to the graviton before we close out, because that's another hilarious reification that's needed to even entertain the idea of little tiny particles exchanging charges. So let's see here. We have 1917. Levi Civita pointed out, and so Levi and Civita are the two gentlemen that pioneered absolute differential calculus, which is what Einstein ended up changing.
Yo, are you showing something right now? Oh, sorry, never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. These are the two gentlemen that pioneered absolute differential calculus. So they came up with this way of expressing things through these tensors and these matrices within the tensors and all that stuff, right? So if anyone knows like the framework of how to utilize this, it would probably be these two gentlemen, right? So what they, I'm sorry, Savita's Levi Savita is one person. His boy Ricky is a separate person. So Levi Savita and Ricky. My bad. Thank you, Eric. I knew I was messing that up, and I was hoping that it was like a Mickelson Morley situation. Anyway, so Levi Savita and Ricky came up with this framework, right? And then Einstein started utilizing it to put forward, or to explain everything through general relativity using general covariance. So this framework, one second. This framework adheres to something mathematically called covariance. And what that means basically is, say, for example, you measure something on Earth and you say it measures this amount. And that's not a good example because it would change. So you measure the length of something on Earth and you measure the length of something on the moon. And is that length the same? So like that relationship in those, if you were to describe the Earth and the moon as two different reference frames, the measurement would being the same would be a covariant relationship if it were to be the same. So they have this framework to describe reference frames and transformations, and basically for the laws of physics, they have their symbols that represent various laws of physics, right? When they take those and they transform them to different reference frames, these the laws of physics have to be unchanged. They have to be invariant under transformation. And if they're invariant under transformation, meaning they don't change, it means that they're covariant, which means that they're adhering to the framework that's put forward to describe reality. Okay. So the issue with the pseudotensors was, or with that pseudotensor that Einstein was using to describe the conservation laws of energy and momentum, is basically you can't do it dimensionally in the math the way that he did it. So it's basically like a reification fallacy, and this was pointed out in 1917. So in 1917, the guys that made the framework pointed this out, did all the math derivations for it. So like this was known, this was like a public thing. It's just not really talked about these days. And so like this is why Einstein was on that never-ending quest to solve this, right? This is why he was writing that dude, because he was like, look, man, we got a solid framework, but I'm looking like a punk in the streets out here, dude. Like Levi called, like your boy Levi called me out, dude. Like, what am I gonna do? And he couldn't do anything for 40 years. So that's unfortunate. All right, let's see. Man, that's a long history. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Everyone's still alive. It's quite a history. It gets wild.
Yeah, it gets so like in depth into the weeds, man. It's almost like, bro, it had to have been framed this way in order for them to do this. Like this had to have been like cleverly manipulated in order for this whole framework to be applied, bro. So it's like they gotta know what's going on for real. At least in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, there was a mechanism at play that that once it was set in motion, there was no deviation from it. Right.
When they got the temporal pockets, I knew it was like some sci-fi. They were just really just pulling shit out their ass with that one.
Dude,
time dimensions.
Time dimensions, bro. And not only that, there's like 10 different like ways to try and solve the Sagnac effect. So like they'll say, okay, if we say because it's a device in rotation, we interpret that as we have to be in the center of the device because like, due to gravitational forces and rotation, we'll be attracted to the center. So we'll go ahead and place they'll just make these broad stroke reference frame things to capitulate to their own mathematics so they can reify it. And they'll be like, okay, so now that we're in the center, we can consider this as a stationary frame. And now that we're back to the stationary frame, we can now we can now start our calculations. And so It always comes back to that, man, and that's why they don't like the special relativity derivation of it, because all the explanations require massive leaps of faith and logic, on the face of it to explain it to someone. It's much easier for them to just say, "Oh, it's due to a rotation," and and Paul Leveau came up with a metric tensor to express the conservation of energy and momentum of a rotating device, and it turns out that it's actually equivalent to a gravitational field, which generates little temporal pockets of time dilation and length contraction. That sounds way better than, well, if we assume that it's possible to get to the center and or of this device or location of it, if it's a closed sphere or not, etc. If we flatten it out as a disk and stand on the center, like, dude, shut the fuck up. like
They even changed what black holes did, bro. Like it went from black holes went from being such massive balls of energy to that which like spaghetti you, like you wouldn't even survive the spaghettification of your body, to a portal to teleport you into a tesseract. Like they don't even know what the fuck they want to do with the stuff that they've already established. They're retconning shit, guys. Like Toriyama, they can't fucking cover their ass.
Yep, absolutely. I'm sending this screenshot real quick to my buddy.
You said it was Duveau? Is that what you said his name was?
Which one? Dufour and Prune, and then who was the other one?
The metric tensor for describing rotation speed.
Oh, Paul Leveau.
Yeah. Okay, and so that, okay, I that clicked with me pretty hard just now. So they can use that to basically assert that any rotation speed is what they want it to be, right?
Well, they can.
It would have to be a constant as far as what their model anticipates for variance at different latitudes.
Yeah, so this is the power it gives them. So without any relativistic deviations, you know how Sagnac showed through his coefficients of rotation and length of path of travel, that there was a first order dependence on that rotation. So similarly to that, with the conservation laws being fraudulently mathematically satisfied, they're saying that energy is equivalent to generating a gravitational field to explain the effects observed for acceleration. So through this general covariance principle that Einstein put forward in general relativity, they can basically, and then obviously with the freedom of using a tensor that's not even dimensionally satisfying the conservation laws, they have the freedom to really explain anything, like just absolute blank slate freedom.
They do that with the 15 degrees per hour.
Well, I have a question. I mean,
yes,
is
yes, okay, and then they would have to, just real quick, just to finish this thought here, they would have to then have that. That's why the latitude thing's a big deal, because you can't. It's unfalsifiable that it's actually 15 degrees per hour when they're using essentially post-dictions, right? I mean, that's like kind of what we were talking about yesterday, or me and you were talking about this yesterday. They're retrofitting the formula to fit the model, right?
Well, it's not. Well, it's not even that the measurement's unfalsifiable. It's that it's unfalsifiable in like the dynamic equivalent.
Yeah. Well, for sure, that's also true. But even the speed itself, as far as being what their assertion of the relative motion that it's measuring is obfuscated by
yeah, by assuming that it's a 15 degree per hour. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
15 degrees per hour is only 15 degrees per hour because they're imposing their framework on it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so it's interpreted through a rotational effect instead of a translational effect.
So there's another fun fact for you about the whole thanks Bob thing, is like it's not even a first order measurement necessarily. It's interpreted through that.
Yeah, so
well, it might not be a first order measurement, but what I have seen through my studies in mathematics is that whenever you study high enough in mathematics, you can start to construct and create in which the reality you exist inside of. Because I mean that is really, I mean, explained to us through our human brains with our mathematics. It is the language in which we interact with our physical world. And what I have noticed is that when you go far enough into it, I mean, yes, there are actually equations and just actual, just, I mean, just made upness. I mean, it just, they fit the not they, the the common way of making an assumption true is to make
Everything
your
is
math,
reverse engineered.
exactly, it's to make your math fit what your hypothesis states. And whenever you know the language of math, you can almost create a situation or a scenario in which your math will actually work, especially whenever you can just create functions and integers and just constants on a whim. I know, I just want to, I mean, my main question was, I mean, do you think that the moon exists even when you're not looking at it?
Yeah, I do.
Mm. That's what Einstein said too. To Niels Bohr.
Hey,
And
quick little
Einstein
sidebar.
recognized Tesla's work, even through all the pseudoscience he pushed.
Yo, my bad, my bad. Quick little sidebar. Why is Sideman Dan in my mentions right now?
I don't know.
While we're live.
Tell him to pull up. Oh wait, that's the guy that doesn't argue established facts or whatever. So like he's got that blanket shield. He doesn't have to interact. He can just do it from the timeline and shoot from from a distance, dog. Like a
Yeah,
dude, but
he
he can't hit though. He's accounting for globuration, dog. Like
Dude,
Coriolis, all this. He can't
dude,
hit us,
there's a
dog.
reference frame out there that it hits in.
Yeah.
I mean, was it like 80 years that like Maxwell predicted Marconi and Tesla's like inventions? Like, did he not prove that the air was a medium of transmission mathematically?
What? I don't think that. I think you're having like a slight. No.
A slight no.
I don't know.
Part of it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like they already knew how like the refractive index of air, like it's not in relation to the way you're trying to attribute it. I don't think, or that I'm aware of.
Was it not Maxwell that went with his partner and erected the emitter and transmitter and shot the shotgun into the transmitter and received the signal through the sound vibrations? I mean, like,
Are we
was
getting trolled?
I have
no,
no.
I'm sorry. Pardon me.
No, you're good. Yeah, I
I'm
have
not trying to troll.
My bad, yo.
Yeah, you're straight. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Me either. Maxwell and a gun. So you said?
Well, I don't think he meant like a literal gun. I think he meant like the wave propagation was like scattering maybe or something.
The wave propagation was the amplifier was there, the receiver was there, and whenever the transmission was received by the receiver, Maxwell's assistant shot the shotgun. That is what it was. Either which way.
Oh, there was an actual shotgun. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of this. Yeah, my bad. I didn't know he had the heater on him, bro. That's dope.
Sorry. But Tesla and Marconi, I mean, like they literally proved like that the air was actually a medium that could be transmitted through. I mean, Tesla had his contentions because Marconi was like using 17 of his patents at the time. And of course, Tesla's going to get a little bit salty about the matter, but Tesla was like, I mean, in the research that I've done, he was a good-hearted man. He was pretty misunderstood. He did invent the death ray, and that's like a story in and of itself. However, I mean, as far as radio transmission, I mean, the guy was literally like sending electricity through the air. So when Marconi transmitted it across the Atlantic Ocean for the quote unquote first time ever, I mean, yeah, I kind of do sympathize with Tesla when he's like, yeah, in his little radio transmitter, he's using literally 17 of my patents. I mean, like, come on. Like, I predicted this. I did it. I told you this was gonna happen. And JP Morgan was like, nah, I'm not gonna finance you anymore. And then what was his name? Oh, Westinghouse. Oh, Westinghouse. He gave him some money for a while, and for the Wardenclyffe Tower, and then Tesla went a little cray cray. But either which
Well,
way,
Tesla didn't really charge anybody for his patents. Anybody that wanted to
right?
use his
He
technology
didn't.
or devices was free. It was free to everybody.
Yes.
Ah, an open source man. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's really cool.
Like he's like the OG open source. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's really, really cool.
You know, there was this really cool thing where I mean, like, I didn't know this before. I really didn't know this, and when I heard about it, it made me think. I still don't quite know what to think about it, but when I heard it, it did make me think. But I did hear that Tesla did think of the world as a big fluffy cat, as a big fluffy cat with big furry hair, and when you stroke the cat, it produces the static electricity. And apparently Tesla's thoughts were if you could stroke the earth and harness the electricity that was captured when you stroke the earth, as if the earth were one big giant kitty cat with big fur hair, then what could you do with it? You could supply the earth. However, that just whole analogy and situation with the fluffy cat and the entire earth, I mean, it makes it yeah,
Friction makes sense.
it does.
Well, you used the word stroke an insane amount of times.
Yeah. Yeah. America.
Appreciate that description. I also want to just take some time for Alan to go through that with us. We did have Plain Reality that was supposed to go through some observations, but he has some connection issues. So I definitely want to shout out Plain Reality and thank Alan for dropping some non-motion of the earth ether sauce on us in replacement.
No worries, bro. Yeah, I just asked Paul if his internet was doing any better. He said he's about 4 seconds off on a delay.
Yeah, I'm having trouble too. As a matter of fact, it looks like I'm rugging right now. I'll be right back, you guys. I don't know why the space is so glitchy today.
Check if X needs an update.
All right. So while he's resetting his thing, I'll just kind of continue on, or if that's okay. Where did we leave off with? Maxwell's equations and propagation, or whatever, or radio wave propagation. That was awesome. I wasn't familiar with that extended story. I'll have to look into that. It's cool. So let's see. To get back to the interferometry stuff, let's see, where were we at? We were doing SAGNAC. The first order dependence on the rotation, Paul Lavue, the foreign pruner. Okay, so in 1942, these gentlemen, these two French gentlemen, shout out to the French guys. These guys were doing a lot back then, apparently. Actually, it's the wrong one. They reproduced the variance in C using the traditional SAGNet configuration, where the observer. Okay, so to state this real quick, what determines the if a frame is inertial or not? Well, it depends on where the observer is at. If the observer is on the rotating frame, then and if they don't consider a rotating frame an inertial frame, because they say that this rotation is equivalent to acceleration, blah blah blah, general relativity, special relativity doesn't apply, because remember they didn't like the 10 special relativity derivations that were given with all the presuppositions, so they just go with the general. So anyway, the observer determines what is the frame. So in this case, for the SAGNet device, they say that an observer on the device is not an inertial frame, even though by Einstein's considerations it is. But let's just go with that and say that it's not. So they started off their experiments by reproducing the work of Sagnac, and they found that there was a variance proportional to the rotation of the device. So it was 1 rotation a second, I think it was. So that's where they're at with that. They got a fringe shift that matched, and then they started branching out and doing some modifications to the apparatus to see what they could do. So they said, okay, let's see if the first two postulates of special relativity are, one, that all inertial frames are equally valid, and two, that the speed of light is the same that the speed of light is constant in a vacuum for inertial observers, right? So there should be no variance in the speed of light if the
except for black holes, they eat light.
Right.
So they fuck that up.
Right.
According to classical physics.
Right. So if the laser is attached to the rotating device, or if it's stationary on the lab wall, there should be no variance in the speed of light, according to relativity. So they test this. They have the light source stuck to the lab wall. It's stationary. They have 2 collimators here, which basically it's just refocusing the light beam. And as this is rotating, the light beam is going through the collimator at the end here, it's refocused, and then it's projected out as if it was as if it were on the rotating device. And they find the same results as the original SAGNet configuration. So everything is still in good accordance so far with relativity in regards to that. So then they do, and these are the fringe shift patterns that they're looking at, so you can kind of see the displacement. And then when we get into the additional modifications they made, so they said, okay, what if the observer and the light source are fixed through the lab wall, and the device is rotating, and the path in which the light's propagating through is in rotation, right? So this is a whole new situation, right? So they come up with a configuration here that I'll show a picture here in a second, where this S right here, this is your lab wall. So this is the light source, and the photographic recorder are on the lab wall. And then here they have a disc turned upside down, basically, with 45-degree angled mirrors and a beam splitter, a prism, right? So it hits the light hits the prism, gets split, hits this 45-degree mirror, and then it comes down here to this rotating platform that has angled 45-degree mirrors. The light completes its circuit. When it's recombined, there is an observer, or there's a photographic plate attached here as well. So there's 2 photographic plates in this configuration, well, in the next configuration, but just explaining the totality of the experiment as we go on. So anyway, so they're going to get a reading here, and they're going to get a reading here. And then the light recombines and completes its circuit, right? For both observers, one attached to the rotating platform and one attached to the lab wall. So here's so they had to make some modifications to get this to work, to make it all fit proportionally and all that. So this is kind of the end result of how it looked. And this is a poorly lit. Apparently, they didn't have like a way to take good pictures back then. They could split light and measure velocities and come up with proportional ratio mathematics, but taking a picture in a lab was like, they were like, nah, fuck this, we can't do it. So this is what we got. So these two platforms are separated by what is it, 4 inches, I believe. So with stationary on top, fixed to the lab wall, definitely super stationary. Rotating platform underneath, photographic plate attached to the outer rotation there. And this rotates independently of the stationary platform above. So from that, here's the topographical view of the path of light there, so you can kind of see that. So what they found is that for the observer fixed to the wall, there is a variance in the speed of light proportional to the velocity of the rotation of the table, of the platform, and of the length in which it was, and the length in which the light propagated. So the total area of the device configuration and the rotation, first order dependence, measured in the ultimate inertial frame, right, fixed to the lab. There should be no that rotating platform should not affect the velocity of C. The inertial observer should observe C in a with no rotation, or I mean with no variance, right? There should be no fringe, especially not one that matches proportional to the velocity of the rotation, right? Like that should definitely not be the variance, right, if any. So there was this came down to a showdown really with Paul Lavue. So Paul Lavue steps in, and remember this is the relativistic fixer from 1918 that stepped in to answer the Sagnac effect under the general relativistic paradigm. So Paul Lavue steps in again to give the relativistic solution here, and he says that due to the rotation of the device, we must consider where it's applicable to apply relativistic where to apply the observer. So he was unable to derive the effect for the lab frame if the source was hold on one second. He was unable to predict the fringe shift if the distance was in the classical configuration. So under the classical configuration, where relativity says, relative motion, blah, 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 any frame is as good as another, right? Any reference frame. So on the rotating device, if you were to choose any location that's not the center of the device, right, to answer this effect, right, because relativity can answer it through that position. But if any frame is as good as any, if you take the position, the traditional location, and do it from that distance, then relativity is off by a factor of 10 and it's unable to answer it. So Paul Lavue had to step in and say, well, because it's rotating, like I'm just going to stick to my original answer, and he makes no attempt to give an answer for it under the special relativity paradigm, and just walks away from it.
Well, I have a question. I mean, like whenever we say special relativity, I mean, is that dependent on the mass and the size of the object weighing on space-time in and of itself?
No.
That we are measuring the constant of gravity, because I mean, with the constant of gravity, it does change wherein you are inside of the solar system. And I'm not saying anything new. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, that we're talking about these constants, and one of these constants is, in fact, the constant of gravity in which we measure on Earth. However, I mean, like, I know that the people of old
it's
knew
not
of
that.
this.
It's not that. Let me get back on track.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, all good, bro. So Paul Lavue just walked away from it, content with his explanation to say that, well, we gotta hit up the center of that device. So, and no special relativity is not a theory of gravitation. Like they were trying to answer it through the effects of of motion, right? Of where the observer is located and all that kind of stuff. All right. So
is that like how motion is like relative to other motions interacting around it?
yes. And the kinematic description of it, meaning like measuring that motion and just analyzing like the velocity, that kind of stuff. Not getting into why it's moving.
Kinematics actually reminds me of robotics, because of this in a general robotic arm there are 6 servo motors with 6 independent encoders that are working in tandem together to measure
One
each
second.
other's
I'll be
relative
I'll be right back.
position.
Shit, I can't.
Hey, real quick, while Alan gets set up,
yeah,
I'm gonna bring Jay up here real quick just to see if he want to run any questions by before we continue on with this topic.
Send it.
Jay, if you derail this shit, bro, you getting sent right back down to the dungeon. I'm telling you. I hope you've been paying attention. Proud you stood here. It's Stationary Saturdays, y'all. Shout out to y'all for kicking it with us, episode 78.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Oh, I don't even see Jay anymore.
78 weeks straight, bro.
Yeah, heard. And I got Sign Man Dan in my replies, bro. Like, what? Why are you tweeting at me when we live?
He could be cosine Dan, man.
See what you did there. But you would have to derive the cosine from the sine. So I think the sine came first.
Quit going off on tangents.
Hey, Turd, what shape is the Earth in the meantime?
What shape is the Earth? I think we proved that a long time ago when they stuck big ass freaking like.
All right, so let's see here. The globe is playing a trick on you guys' vision. Physicality shows the true vector motion of the Earth. The vector motion of the Earth gives a 90-degree perpendicular to the level, which gives us the pressure and density gradient, blah, 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 right? So, all right, so what you're describing then for the physical effects, you're describing pressure mediation, right? So when you're turning your bottles upside down and doing all that stuff, you're looking at pressure mediation effects. When we're analyzing motion and using light to determine that motion, so it would, if the Earth were accelerating upwards, it would absolutely be detectable in the same way that the actual rotational effects are detectable, in the same way that an inertial navigation system works off of this background medium. So what you're saying about the Earth being stationary, not being false, is absolutely not true. If the Earth were not stationary and not rotating, you couldn't explain. So if you've ever looked into Newton's bucket, like, I don't know if you're familiar with Newton's bucket. If you look into that, there's no explanation for it. They don't know where to put the observer. There is an absolute space, but where is it? Newton couldn't figure it out because they all thought the Earth was moving. The only way to correctly interpret that experiment is if the Earth is stationary and non-rotating, in which the observer is looking at somebody spinning a bucket versus the reference frame of somebody inside of the bucket. The mathematical equivalence there doesn't reflect reality. There is a preferred frame, and it's stationary, non-rotating, and that it's not moving upward or accelerating or creating the vector in which you're talking about. Like, it's like, I appreciate that. I appreciate your position and what you're saying, but the motion would be measured, bro, and it's not there. So, all right. So that's it.
By our language. And, I mean, we can only describe things in which our current language permits
I don't deny
us.
the vector.
I mean, if our language is not developed and precise enough to adequately describe what we are seeing in front of our faces, then people who look upon us 2,000 years from now will think of us as absolute retards. And however, I mean, like, I really I'm like I really love The Observer. The observed. I mean, it's that big eye in the sky, and it's that one frame of reference that that we look at things through, and it's a good frame of reference. It really is, because we can measure things, and we can determine like precise measurements in which things need to be measured at. And so I mean, we live in a world of absolutes. We really do. There is a lot of people right now that I believe would like to believe that we do not live in a world of absolutes. However, I mean, there is that, what is that, 9.8 meters per second squared? I mean, we fall at the same speed. You know what I mean?
That's an average. That is an average. It's not always
It's
like
an
that.
average. I'm speaking to engineers. You turd sacks. You chill out, bruh. Chill out.
Gotta make sure that you're giving the right info. That's all.
I digress. Hey, right on, guys.
All right, sorry about
I
that.
have a
I'm
question
back.
for everyone. Excuse me. I have a question for everyone. About Earth not being round or flat, but do you think the Earth is alive?
It's just a function of pressure mediation, dude.
Personally,
like literally
I
look
do.
into Newton's bucket, bro. And then talk about
Gaia is
the
breathing.
interpretation of upward acceleration and motion.
Yeah, Earth is alive, and I definitely would like to dive
your
into
position
that. But I
would
want to
be
make
the
sure that Alan.
Your position would be the globular position if you're requiring upward acceleration.
Motion of the Earth, the variance in the speed of light, and all these are very damning to the globe Earth, guys.
Yo, sorry about that. I was talking in YouTube chat.
Nah, you're good. Hey, Proud, you still there? Or you trapped in the ether? I don't know if my jumbo's working. I don't know if my
Sorry, I got
are working. Go ahead, Toby.
That comment about is it alive? It really ties in with what we're talking about here, actually, because I don't know, when Alan was talking earlier about Dayton Miller and how he measured the fluctuation that changes with the seasons and with the equinoxes, and so that what that means is that the preferred directionality of light is getting faster and slower with the seasons, and that variation in it. And so what that means is if you map that around the world, you actually you'll find like a geometry that's going to kind of move in and out with the sun. With the equinoxes, there's going to be like a flow that's going to kind of pulse in and out, and it's almost like you could almost kind of think of it as like the breath of the earth or something, or maybe the breath of God, and it's kind of coming it's pulsing with the equinoxes.
Sorry about that.
Very interesting.
Yeah, thank you for recapping, Toby. I unfortunately missed the recap again, so I apologize for that. I was talking in chat to Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. We were having a upward acceleration discussion. So.
No, not the upward acceleration. Dell, let it go, Dell.
It's all good. We're gonna talk about it. So
tell them to come to Flat Earth Fridays, bro, because I would love to talk to them face to face about this shit.
Do you have a Twitter, Dell? You can hop on right now if you wanted, if you were able to do that. I just don't want to do it in like while I'm trying to do this live in the comments. But if you have a Twitter, and if we could do it, if you're up to do it now, we could definitely do it right now. Nope, he doesn't have a Twitter.
He doesn't have Twitter. Oh,
no. It only takes 5 minutes.
Maybe sign up for an account. You got a Gmail, bro? I know you got that Gmail.
Does he watch the news? Oh no.
Beyond the Imaginary Twitter account. Come on, Dell. Sign up, bro. We're gonna have to get this fallacious weird shit out the way. Because this upward acceleration is a little bit too much like relativity, and I'm not going.
Yeah, they call it Mother Earth for a reason.
All right, he's reestablishing a Twitter connection potentially.
They call us dumb flirts, but yet the ground is falling at the same time. We're upwardly accelerating, but we just can't feel that.
Well, he's saying he's got some optical demonstration or physical demonstrations of like I think the one I seen recently was like turning a water bottle upside down, watching the air bubble move, that sort of thing. All right, he's on Twitter. Let me send you the link, Dell. You can hop in here. So if you click this profile and go here, you'll see a little microphone or a purple microphone. If you click that, a little window will pop up and ask you to join the space. And then when you join, there's another little. You got to go through all these hurdles. I know you get. There's a little microphone icon. You click that, it'll request a microphone, and then you can get brought up on the stage to speak.
Did he say he's figuring it out?
I think so. He said okay, I'm on Twitter, and then I linked him the stuff and gave him the instructions. So we'll see what happens.
Dope, man. Dope. So for y'all who don't know, Dell, I think he's still a flat earther anyway. Is he from Scotland? Is that where he's from?
I think so.
Now he has a different. Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't see microphone to request. Can you send him a mic?
Is he in here? Let me see. Proud, if you see Dell, I don't know what his ad is or what his screen name is, but
it's crazy because there's a Dell on stage this whole time. I'm looking now.
you said there's a Dell on stage. No, there's not.
Dale?
Deal.
That's Dale, bro.
I mean, I don't see a Dale in listeners.
So yeah, so Dell is a flat earther, and he believes in an upward moving flat earth. I don't know how that works or functions, but I always wanted to talk to him about this because I never heard any flat earther really talk about this except him.
So the apple doesn't fall, the earth is falling, going up to the apple.
Correct. I ain't gonna lie, that sound like some flat earth society shit.
It does sound a little
100.
psyopy.
It's a little psyopy.
That's a Brian Cox claim.
All right. Let's see. I think he's still working it out.
Yeah, let's give him a few more minutes. You can continue, Alan.
Okay, let's see where were we. So Paul Lavue really shit the bed. Couldn't answer anything, and then simply said, "Well, because the device is rotating, we have to consider the correct frame to put the observer in, regardless of your experiment that directly contradicts my kinematic framework." So that was the end resolution of that interaction. The link takes me to a page called sorry. So on Sacred okay, hold on. How do I link the here it is. Here we go. My bad. Hit this link. I thought you could click that's the same link. Hold on. I thought you could click his profile to get in.
Oh yeah, you could from some devices. I don't know if it's always going to show up, but you could just use a share link.
Yes, I sent them the share.
Space. Okay. Dope. Let's get Dell in here. I mean, if we talking upward acceleration and 9.8 meters per second squared isn't experienced everywhere at the same time, doesn't that automatically refute that point? Matter of fact, let me just chill off it. Dell, before you grab a mic.
Yeah, while he's miking up, I'm gonna go grab a water and use the bathroom.
Yeah, if he's the only one out there, that I'm pretty sure he commented on a video, and I commented with what explains the acceleration, and he never responded. So I don't know if he just like refuses to think past that point or what, or if he's got some kind of new relativity or what. But curious to know.
Let me see. Is that you, Dell? D369? I don't know why you don't just call yourself Dell from beyond the curve or whatever it is, beyond the imaginary curve. Let me see if this is you. D369, what's up? You Dell?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, you not Dell.
No, I'm not that.
Fake out.
You sound so disappointed. Hey, D3.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you guys a quick question about the vertical compass, if we can use that as an experiment.
You be talking about like a compass on a perpendicular axis? Or are you talking about like a compass on like a perpendicular axis?
Right. So I was watching a YouTube video with this guy. He's on YouTube. He does uses a compass, and he's showing that it's pointing in the direction we normally think, right? But then he shows that it's actually pointing downwards towards a point within the Earth. So what I'm thinking is, if it's a plane or if it's a globe, if we have an experiment where there's multiple people around the world using it vertically, we can triangulate where it's pointing to. And I think it would be different on a globe than a plane. Maybe I'm wrong, but just an idea I wanted to share.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I actually oh, I'm getting an echo from UD369, not anymore. But yeah, I actually picked up an old antique. They use them for mining. It's a useful tool for getting themselves out of the mine, so they can tell which way is level. But yeah, like I ordered an antique one, and unfortunately, it doesn't work. So that was a bummer. But yeah, there are tools for measuring the magnetic declination, and there was like an expedition that was, I want to say it was an English project, it was a British project, and they had this special crew of like elite sailors that sailed around with those tools. They had a really special tool actually that did multiple axis of magnetic declination and yeah, of magnetic rates. Because basically you have the declination is what he's talking about, where like a magnet points north, but then it could also point up or down, right? Like, but you wouldn't be able to tell that from a typical compass because they're only made to point level. And so yeah, you would be able to potentially, if there's a globe, then you would be in all these different spots, and you would presumably the declination should there are magnetic declination maps out there, and they say they use magsat for a lot of that data, which it comes from magsat. But I guess maybe what we could find from it would be or places where it's not lining up with the global coordinate system. Maybe we could find something with that. But I do think that they actually have it somewhat mapped, and I do think that I don't suspect that they could be hiding something in the south, but I don't know. That's a pretty loaded topic. The history of when they measured it, and it's all pretty fascinating to me. But yeah, like magnetic declination is really interesting, especially when you look at it compared on a globe to on a flat Earth. Does Bob-Wins have declination? I don't think it does.
Yo, real quick, Proud, are you able to see Dell in the chat? He said that he requested a mic. I don't see any. I
Oh,
only
I
see
see.
2
I see
requests.
the beyond the imaginary curve. There we go.
There we go. All right, he just said BRB, so he might be AFK a sec, but he should be here.
Quick question about those compasses. You said you had purchased one that was an antique. Is there a way to get a hold of them now, and do you know how much they cost?
I got that one on eBay. I can't remember. They don't. I feel like they don't have a good name. Let me.
Fair enough. I'll have to look more into it. But yeah, I just thought if everybody's listening, maybe we could do an experiment like that around the world and see if we can triangulate.
Trying to check my eBay history now and see what it was called because I can't even remember what name they gave it.
Alan, I just had another epiphany about the temporal pockets.
Oh
If
yeah.
you have isolated pockets of time, right? there's bound to be fucking temporal paradoxes as well, bro.
Oh, dude. So, well, on that temporal paradox, right? So you take the atomic clock paradox. Technically, if you had 2 atomic clocks at your feet and you lifted one up and then put the other one, put that one that you lifted up back on the ground at the very instant that you put them both on the ground together again, they would both be older and younger than each other at the same time.
At
And
the
that
same fucking time,
and
yeah.
that's never been manifested ever once in the history of atomic clocks. And it's like the fact that people think that is a thing is like it's crazy.
Because now you're starting to get into metaphysics, bro. Because like at this point, you can't even explain this shit. I mean,
Yo, it's called the dip needle compass.
Cool, man. Thanks a lot.
I think I'm actually
again,
gonna
to
pick
kind
another
of
one up.
to kind of break this down into like a anime like form. There's a fight in One Piece where Luffy's fighting this guy in a room, and Luffy's body is he can stretch his body like rubber. So what he's doing to hit this guy, because this guy is just fucking dodging him, he's bouncing his arms across the room so fast that they're bouncing around the room back before the guy can even perceive that they just bounced across the room. And he did this so fast at one point where his arm bounced around the room 16 fucking times at the same time.
Yeah, anime is a hell of a drug, bro. I was trying to pull up some temporal graphics from that one you were talking about, but I couldn't find anything when you were saying it's like the Goku devastation bomb or something. I was trying to
Well,
pull that up, but I
here's
couldn't
the
find it.
because Goku's instant transmission, the English dub of it said that
Oh,
what Goku was doing was that he was breaking down into light and transporting himself across space and rematerializing, but that was incorrect. In the Japanese dub, which is the correct version, he's not doing that. He's going into a pocket dimension where time just stops.
that's crazy. Yeah, the old pocket dimension.
And if you think about that, when you watch the Cooler movie, Cooler pulled him out of that shit.
Crazy, dude.
On like episode 4 of One Piece.
Let's see. Paul said he was going, or what's up with did Dell get the mic, or is he still AFK? Or
It says connecting.
cool. Is Paul saying that he might be trying to come through. His internet's stabling out.
I'm sorry. You're using government names. Who?
Oh, Plain Reality. Yeah, my bad. Plain Reality.
Yeah, he's been like fighting the ether all night.
Nice. Yeah, I hope it rotates in the correct direction or whatever. Give him a little boost.
Of a little pocket dimension was also in a Super when Goku was fighting Hit. Hit had this thing called Time Stop, which was not really Time Stop. It was again another temporal pocket dimension where he could go into and just everything around him would stop. Goku had to figure out how to go into that pocket dimension with him, and then had to figure out how to move in the pocket dimension, and then had to figure out how to move faster than him in his own pocket dimension.
Yeah, the classic pocket dimension not maneuver paradox. Dell should be here. You said
It's
that
so
he's here.
crazy, bro.
Cat shitting the bed right now. He won't stop. Is Toby talking?
Nope, no one. Nope, we're waiting. I'm in that weird situation where I don't even see Dell.
Me either. He was just up here.
Hmm.
What? You know, he's on his PC.
Not sure. Let me ask.
You can hear us from the ether. Wait, do you believe in the ether on your motion Earth? Sorry.
Did you just impose ether on him, Proud?
Did you just assume his etheric beliefs,
I'm trying to
Proud?
respect his
What the
etheric belief.
heck,
Right.
dude?
2023, I should know better.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't want to have to start a hashtag on you, but like, is like content about to get dropped from Toby? Like,
Hashtag ether imposer.
Please.
All right. So he says he's on PC and his account is beyond the imaginary curve. So
He's just up here.
how do you?
Here's another space time gravitational time fuck around paradox, right? And I will stand on this hill. The best Godzilla movies are those 3 Godzilla movies that they released on Netflix. They slap, okay? Them movies are fucking great, right? But what the premise of that movie was, Godzilla got to a point where he was fucking the planet up where everybody had to get off. Like they literally were boarding colony ships to get off Earth, and they left, and they were gone for like 1,000 years, right? 1,000 years, but they went through like a gravitational time anomaly and came back to Earth. But since they went through that anomaly, 1,000 years turned into like a whole. It's like a million. It's like a million plus, like 100 million years, right? So Godzilla got to be dead, right? Fuck no, it's Godzilla. So it was just it was crazy. A whole race had evolved on the planet. It was just wild. But they were gone for 100 Earth years and came back in 100 million years had passed. This is the type of stuff they want you guys to subscribe to.
Yep, there he is. You can see him now. Cool.
I'm not convinced. Testing. The little mic button will give you a mic, Dale. Click the mic, it lets you talk.
He said he hit the purple bike. Okay, so if it's still purple for you, and he has him, yeah, I think it bugged out on him. Send him down and send him back up, or send him down and let him request maybe because
So do things go left and right on your model? I know I sound like a Glober right now. Why don't things fall to the left?
Hello?
Because Beyonce said so. Come on.
Oh
now.
shoot, I was muted. Hello? Yo, he's saying that he hit the purple mic, but you already gave him a mic, so I don't think it updated correctly on his end.
It seems buggy tonight, honestly.
Hold on, he's right up here. This is beyond the imaginary curve is up here. It says curve beyond.
Yeah, but his mic is like on his end. He can't unmute to speak. It still shows like the purple request when you're requesting a mic. Is what I'm trying to. Is what I think.
Ether.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening. Well, I mean, he's here, but he's just.
He might need to like leave and rejoin the space.
Proud, you need me to go ahead and handle this, or you could remove him and bring him back?
I'm trying. We're actively trying to get Dale up like his Earth. Space is just not our friend tonight. Maybe Elon Musk saw us talking shit about rainbows.
The request failed. Please try again. Okay, yeah, bet. Refresh and come back. Because at least we could see him that time. which is always a plus.
Hello.
Another story about space time, the grandfather paradox.
Hello?
Hello.
Is that Dell?
Yes, how you doing?
There he is.
Hey,
At last.
did it, guys.
I don't know what was going on there. It just kept saying request failed, please refresh, try again later. So that's working.
Welcome.
Thanks.
This is Flat Earth Fridays. Sigrid is the host. I'm proud Flurf. This is week 78, episode 78 of this whole ordeal that we've been doing here. But welcome. It's like we have a mini celebrity on stage.
Oh, you waiting for me to speak? Sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I think some of us had some questions about your worldview, and then you can like stay up here, chime in, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you mean by worldview. If you could be a bit more specific in what you mean by my worldview, then I can speak to that.
I believe you're one of the few true earthers that I've met, at least, that recognize like motion on flat Earth. Even if it's just the upward acceleration. I even considered that at one point. I was like, well, what's wrong with that? Like that would still kind of explain gravity, you know?
Yeah, it's not that it's an upwards acceleration, but the motion relative to us towards our feet, as we say, would be up. That motion's detectable, it's demonstrable, and anybody can test that for themselves. It's not a belief, it's not a position like it's my philosophical position. It's just basic reality. So I can walk you through how I came to that conclusion, if you like.
Yeah, definitely.
So it begins obviously with the globe Earth. Obviously, my position was always, asking questions of any claim that's ever put to me in my life. And around about my mid-30s, I realised that, I'd taken for granted that the Earth was a globe floating in space or moving through space, and that whole heliocentric model. Obviously, when you get into that, you come across the notions of gravity. So I'll just I'm going to jump straight to the very first point of that. Gravity was always claimed to be a pulling force. Now, I'm a mechanic. I'm always mechanically minded, engineer minded. Now, I comprehend that motion is only caused by pressure variance. That simply is that something presses upon something else. So the only true force that we know of that creates motion is push. Okay? There's no such thing as pull. There are no pulling forces. Pull is a colloquial term used to describe relative to the observer, bringing something closer to you, and push would be relative to making something go further away from you. In physics, mechanics, the mechanisms of motion are only one. There only is one, and it's a push, a pressure. So it started there for me with the globe Earth. And obviously, right away, the globe Earth is a serious problem because it's trying to invoke some sort of action between two bodies without some sort of mechanism between the two of them. And this is why they wander into, all the sophistry, the mathematical conceptual gibberish of forces and how they behave. Factual reality shows you that force is pressure. Something presses upon something else. End of story. So I'm going to stop there, and if anybody's got any, doubts on that, or they want to, ask me questions in that matter, I'll go further after that. I mean, does everybody agree with what I've just said, that the only forces that we know of that create motion are push, pressure?
Agree.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting thought. Pretty interesting line of logic. I follow.
I mean, the use of this language, an interesting thought, an interesting line of logic. I mean, it's not really the case. It's practical, factual reality that, I have to get that concession, or else it's very difficult to move forward from there. So if anybody doubts that what I'm saying, then this is the opportunity to show me that there is a pulling force, or you can demonstrate pulling forces in some way.
So your contention, or your point, I guess, is that there is no such thing as a pulling down, it would have to be a pushing down, and the only way to achieve a pushing effect would actually be for an upward motion.
Hey, smartest white boy in the world.
Well, this is the point. Anybody that's going to invoke motion or a cause of motion, they require some
Come
mechanism.
on, smartest white boy in the world.
Sorry?
What's
Yo,
up?
Toby, I think
What's
you're
up?
echoing, or somebody's echoing. Oh,
What's up?
Mouse Tony. Yeah, stop doing that,
Oh,
please.
I just heard that little fucking annoying little fucking wig twig. And I'm like, ugh.
She's not aware.
Really?
I'm sorry. How do we? What happened?
Yeah, sorry. 1 second, Del. Sorry about that. Twitter's
went into a temporal pocket.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
Sorry.
You're now stuck in a temporal paradox. This has always happened and will always continue to happen.
No.
Hey, Del, so I'm clear. You're talking about a force pushing down or a force pushing up?
Sorry, was that a question for me there? I couldn't hear that.
Yes, sir. Are you talking about a force pushing down or up?
Before we get to that point, this is why I'm trying to walk you through the position, so that we all comprehend. Physics, mechanics of motion requires a mechanism. The mechanisms of motion are pressure. That's a push. Something pushes upon something else, which causes the motion.
Yeah, I follow you there. Definitely.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's just basic factual reality. This is what I'm saying. So anybody that's going to claim there's pulling forces as duty bound to demonstrate a pulling force, because me and my practical lived life now of 47 years, I have never witnessed a pulling force in my life. They don't exist.
I follow you there too. I definitely hear you there.
So then we come to the observation. Obviously, we've got an observer who drops an object. We'll just keep it simply from that. And then the claim then comes from many different positions that object is now the thing that's accelerating through three-dimensional space towards the Earth. Whether you're a globe earther or whether you're a stationary flat earther, that is your default position. Your default position is that you have to have an accelerative cause that brings objects towards the Earth. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So then we go and we look for what's actually happening in reality. First and foremost, I address the globe earthers. The globe earthers are special pleading for a force that can accelerate all matter simultaneously without displacement occurring towards the Earth at the same rate, so that it looks as if there is no displacement or there's no motion between any bodies or any different matter. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
No. Can you go over that again?
The globe Earth is requesting a special pleading. It's asking for a force. So I'm sure everybody's aware. I'm sure everybody's aware of the basic first test of a water bottle with water and air in it. Okay. Now, if I accelerate that bottle with water and air in any direction, okay, we get a displacement. That being that the air goes towards the direction of acceleration. Okay. So that's a basic accelerometer. An accelerometer requires exactly what I'm talking about. There is no multifaceted force. There's not a force that can act upon various states of matter and accelerate them simultaneously. So this is why we have things like accelerometers, because if we accelerate one body, there's a displacement in relation to another body, and that gives us our reading of acceleration. Okay. Now, the globe Earth, when I drop the water bottle, requests a force that's accelerating the water bottle, the solid, the gas and the liquid, both fluids, and it's requesting that it's accelerating these things simultaneously towards the Earth without any displacement. That's a special pleading fallacy. It's a pseudoscientific, imagining. No such force has ever been witnessed. No such force can ever be demonstrated. In all given cases of acceleration, we have displacement of different matter. With me so far?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So then we go to the stationary Earth. And the stationary Earth says the exact same thing. Now, I'm going to get into a wee bit more advanced when we talk about buoyancy and density, but I'm just premising this for the first part here. The stationary Earth says the same thing. When I drop the water bottle, And I say, well, if there's a downwards acceleration, why is the air not moving towards the direction of acceleration? Flat earthers, the stationary flat earthers tell me the same thing. It's all accelerating towards the stationary earth at the same rate. Do we agree?
Well, it's actually an agreed upon average, right?
Well, is it all accelerating at the same rate towards the stationary earth?
About, yeah.
Right, so where do you get the reasoning? What grounds do you have to think that that's what's going on?
Sorry, what was the example you gave again with the water bottle? You turn it, you flip it upside
down? A water bottle is a basic accelerometer. If we accelerate the water bottle, now here's the thing, if I accelerate the water bottle upwards, nothing changes, because to me, I'm adding to the already established motion vector. And I'll show you that again with buoyancy and density. So if I'm holding a water bottle and I've got an air bubble rising and I've got a dense material sinking through that vessel and I accelerate it up the way, I'm adding to the already existing vector, because what you see is an increase in the speed of the air bubble rising and an increase in speed of the dense material sinking. Now, if I invert that and I accelerate that system downwards, we get a total inversion. The water bottle now, the air bubble now moves towards the bottom of the bottle, towards the direction of acceleration, and the dense material moves up to the top of the bottle as I accelerate it downwards. And that's repeated in any direction 360 degrees. If I accelerate that in any of these directions, I witness the same thing. So I can invert the density gradient and I can invert the density layering, utilizing the acceleration. So when I accelerate upwards, I'm increasing the rate of the density motion vector. However, when I let that bottle go and there's an apparent acceleration there, the buoyancy and density motion ceases. That is that the air bubble stops rising and the dense material stops sinking. So we're left now with the possibilities. Either we have a mystical force that we've never witnessed that can act upon all various states of matter and accelerate them all at the same rate, contrary to what we know practically everyday lived life. Or it's the earth that's in motion, and when the solid body of the earth motion is no longer transferred through the body of the water, given as the buoyant effect and the density gradient, we see that it ceases in its motion vector. Until again it touches the solidity of the earth, and then again we see buoyancy and density returning and the air bubble rising and the dense material sinking. So, we can see that when things are attached to the earth, we have the density gradient, we have the pressure gradient, we have the buoyancy and density motion vector. When it's no longer attached to the earth and it's in what we call free fall, all that motion ceases to be. There is no density layering, there is no pressure, there is no motion vector anymore. So we've got globe earthers that say that's because there's a mystical force accelerating it all towards the earth, and stationary flat earthers are saying exactly the same thing. It's all accelerating towards the earth. So while the air bubble's rising and the dense material is sinking, as soon as I let it go, this force now acts upon the whole lot and accelerates it all towards the earth. To me, that is not founded upon anything practical. It is totally and utterly preposterous. And what happens from there is, because people are denying that that's what's going on in reality, we end up in la-la land, invoking mystical forces and trying to come up with all sorts of gibberish to explain what's actually happened. So when you drop something, to you optically, your optical interpretation is that thing goes down. If you were in a glass elevator rising at a steady 30 miles per hour, holding a vessel, and you let that vessel go, and I am standing outside the elevator looking at that, to you, immediately to your position, it goes straight down. To my position, I see it still rising upwards, although it loses the momentum that it had. Now, what we test in reality shows us that that's exactly what's going on.
Bro, I don't know if I can get behind. I don't know if I can get behind this, Dell.
So he's saying that the Earth is rising upwards and not an object is falling.
Well, it's demonstrable that the Earth's in motion. Relative to us, towards our feet, you can say upwards. If you were outside of this reference frame, I don't know what direction it's moving in. Right? But relative to us, it's demonstrable that it's moving upwards.
So if I drop my phone, I can see this.
If you drop your phone, if you've
disagree
got
with that.
if you've got an accelerometer on your phone, okay, and you're holding that accelerometer, it's going to register 9.8 meters. Okay, as soon as you let that go, it immediately goes to 0 because it's not feeling the motion anymore.
So I hear everything you're saying about the relative motion, and actually, this has been really interesting. You've given me a lot to think about, but I'm still stuck on. I don't know if I'm just missing something. Like let's say I'm on a cliff and I jump off,
Yeah.
and then I start accelerating down, and then someone on a lower cliff
Yeah.
jumps at the same time. When they see me falling,
Yeah.
I'm going to be falling faster than them because I'm accelerating, right?
No. So what is terminal velocity now?
Let me just explain. Terminal velocity is in the title. Terminal, end of, no more. Okay, end of motion. Terminal velocity is when an object reaches true stationary. So if I'm standing on a cliff edge that's 10 feet, and you're standing on one that's 100 meters tall, you and I, when we're standing on that cliff, are both moving at the speed of the reference frame. Okay, so imagine this on a racetrack. If you've got two cars, one behind the other, and they're both moving at 100 miles per hour, and there's a distance between those two cars of 10 meters. Now the one in front takes its foot off the accelerator and goes to 90 miles an hour. The one behind is still traveling at 100 miles per hour, so it impacts that one. The ratio is then 100 miles per hour versus 90 miles per hour over the distance of 10 meters. That impact is going to be very slight. Same scenario, and you increase the distance between those two to 4 times the distance. Now that car in front decelerates to 50 miles per hour, and the one behind still continuing on at 100 miles per hour impacts that, you're going to have a greater impact. So invert that now 90 degrees. You're standing on a 100 meter tall platform, and I'm standing on a 10 meter tall platform.
No, you've already. No, I get what you're saying.
When I step off,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
when I step off of that platform at 10 meters, I only have a shorter distance to lose my momentum. You, however, have a greater distance, so you have got more time to lose your momentum. So your impact is then greater. So to an observer, it looks like you're accelerating, but the reality is that you're decelerating. So the longer time you have to decelerate gives the observer on the reference frame still in that motion the optical illusion that you are accelerating towards the Earth.
I gotta disagree on that.
Wait, so you kind of said two different things there.
Yeah, this is a hard sell, bro.
Hold on. So
two different things. It's the same thing.
Well, hold on. So you said there's a deceleration, but it's only relative. It's only apparent. Is that what you're saying?
No. Yeah. Well, if you're looking at optically things are only apparent, right? And that's what people are interpreting. They're interpreting things optically. What I'm showing you is that physically, that's not what's happening. There's a difference between optics and physics.
So I still am not following. Like if I'm going in a car and it's going 100 miles an hour and I jump out the side, okay, I guess there's a translation of motion there, right? Like I'm going to actually move with the car a bit.
No. If you get two cars, if you're doing 100 miles per hour in a car and you have a car in front of you doing 100 miles per hour and there's a gap between you both of 10 meters, that car in front, if it takes its foot off the accelerator and reduces its speed to 90 miles per hour, you're going to impact the back of that car, okay, with a 10 mile per hour difference. If that car's now further along the road and has more time to decelerate, so it's now reaching 50 miles per hour, you're coming up behind that car.
Why did the car smack into the other car?
Because it's going the same speed. The two cars are doing 100 miles per hour. The one in front reduces its speed to 90 miles per hour. So the one at the back.
Messed up. Can y'all hear everybody, or is it just me?
Oh, I can hear him.
I can hear behind the imaginary curve.
Yeah, I can hear it fine.
Toby,
I'll be back.
Go ahead.
What he's saying is if, again, I understand. I understand exactly what he's saying. It's just super hard. It's a super hard sell. But he's like, if you have two cars on the road, bro, in a straight line, and they're both going 100 miles an hour, and there's like a 10-meter gap between both cars, and the front car lets off the accelerator and slows down to 90 miles an hour. It is now de-accelerating backwards while the car behind it is accelerating forward. So he's saying that is what is happening.
Yes, the car.
But the car that's letting off the gas is just experiencing air resistance. That's all it is.
I'm using this to help you mechanically comprehend, right?
Well, but isn't it more akin to jumping out the door of the car?
Let's look at it like this. Let me change that analogy. So the two cars are connected by a solid rod. Okay, the car in front has no power. The car behind is the driving power. The car behind is now pushing the car in front at 100 miles per hour. Okay, now we remove the solid join between the two cars, and the car in front has no power, so it loses its momentum. The car behind still has the power, so the car behind catches up and impacts the car in front. So if you invert that 90 degrees, and we have two cars connected by a solid rod moving upwards, and the car behind is the one giving power to the car in front, and we remove the solid rod connecting the two, the car in front, the one above, loses momentum. The car behind is still going at the same speed and catches up and hits it. And if there was
That's all air resistance.
Sorry?
That's all air resistance.
Wait, Tim, I got a question.
We're not talking about air resistance, but we're talking about the mechanics of the position. So let's get back to the main points of this. My main contention is this: there is no downwards acceleration.
Beyond, do you believe in dimensions on top of each other?
Sorry?
Do you believe in dimensions like on top of each other? Like, do you believe in dimensions that are 90-degree angles on top of each other, on top of each other, on top of each other?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because this would make your theory much easier to sell. If you believe in dimensions sitting on top of each other, then that would understand why you believe that we're constantly accelerating upward and downward at the same time. Because there would be another dimension on top of that.
There is no downwards acceleration. This is not a belief. I don't want to be confrontational, but I can't allow off the cuff statements like beliefs and theories. I'm not operating in beliefs and theories. I'm operating in practical, demonstrable reality. So the claim is that there's a globe Earth and there's a stationary Earth, both requiring downwards acceleration. I am showing you practically and physically there is no downwards acceleration. It doesn't exist.
I kind of agree with him. It does exist.
It doesn't exist. Show me.
It does. There's the electromagnetic gradient. It exists. It's there.
To demonstrate downwards acceleration.
Drop an object. I'm in my bathroom right now. I dropped my chapstick. It hits the floor. I'm sitting down on the toilet. I am stationary. Chapstick falls. It hits the ground. It is accelerating towards the ground.
No, it's not.
Through the air medium.
That's your optical interpretation. That's akin the same reasoning that.
That's the physical interpretation as well. The object I'm dropping is physical, and it's falling through the physical world that I am observing.
Okay, so where's your physical measure that that's what's happening?
My observation.
Your visual observation optically. You don't have a.
I can see it happening.
Yes. Well, I can see the ground apparently rising up. I can apparently see the sun.
We don't observe the ground rising in any aspect, in any location, anywhere, an office, outside, the dirt, the grass, the pool. We do not observe the ground rising. We see objects falling to the ground.
I'm trying to show you your reasoning here. You're saying to me visually, right, that you're seeing it goes down. Okay, that's optically. So what I'm saying to you, that very same reasoning can then be applied to things like, well, optically, it appears as if the sun goes down, so therefore it goes down.
Isn't that semantics?
No, that's your reasoning. You're reasoning from an optical interpretation, not a physical one, and you're then stating that that's what's happening physically.
But our optical interpretation is just our optical interpretation. What's actually happening is actually happening. What we are stating is happening is just our observation, not a fact.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You have an optical interpretation of downwards acceleration. Physics and physicality shows you there is no downwards acceleration.
We see it. I work in the rigging business. I dropped a 2-ton weight on my foot from 5 feet. If I dropped it from 10 feet, it's going to hurt more than that 5 feet.
Yeah,
it's going to do more damage.
That's because from a greater elevation, it has more time to decelerate, so the greater the impact.
Yes. So the object is accelerating towards the ground. It's not the ground accelerating upwards. My foot would not experience the pain if that was the case.
Right, so if there's downwards acceleration, well, answer me this: if you're claiming there's downwards acceleration, why is there no displacement between gas and liquids in a downward acceleration? Why does buoyancy and density cease in its motion vector if there's a downwards acceleration? What's going on?
That I can't answer. I'm not up to date in that realm.
Right.
But I'm just basing it on my own observation with my own my everyday life.
And I'm trying to help you to clarify that your observation are optical, not physical.
It is, but it is physical.
It's not
because
physical.
if I drop something from one height and I drop it from another height, and the higher height, based on the weight of the object, does more damage to me than when I dropped it from a lower height.
Yeah.
It proves that it's a downward acceleration.
No, it does not. There is no downward.
It does.
Wow. Right.
That's why it hurts more.
Wow. This type of reasoning is really backwards. And I'm trying to highlight your reasoning for you, and you're going round in circles making.
That's my reasoning.
Right.
You can't say I'm incorrect based upon my own reasoning. That's my reasoning, and that's my honest opinion based upon my observation.
Well, physical reality disagrees with your personal belief in what you think's going on. So that's fine.
It doesn't. Nope, nobody controls. So what you're hearing from me is what I observe, my honesty.
Well, that's fine.
Nobody else can reframe that or control that.
Well, TM, do you realize he's not necessarily refuting the fact that there's an acceleration? He's not arguing against that. His point is that what we quantify as an acceleration downwards is actually a loss of momentum that's occurring in I guess in the kind of like a gradient, and as that loss of momentum, if in his theory he's going upwards, and as that loss of momentum increases, I mean it's really just an argument about relative motion at that point.
But the physicality is,
yeah, I can't get behind the ground rising upwards. That's a Brian Cox claim. That's a Einstein claim.
Yeah, but we're not gonna appeal. We're not gonna. I mean, we can't argue. We can't use fallacious arguments. That's not right.
See this.
No, I'm just being honest. I'm not nothing to attack anybody.
Now, I would say, you've given me some interesting. You've clearly thought about this a lot, and you've brought a couple of points up I've never considered that so deeply. So I really appreciate that. My question to you would be, to Dal would be, have you ever have you considered other possibilities? Like, what about, you say it has to be a pushing mechanism?
Yeah.
It's more like an attraction. Like,
so
to me, everything is a magnetic attraction. That's how I observe life. Like you put a piece of metal in front of a magnet, and the magnet pulls it in.
Yeah, but you can't just throw Maxwell's equations in, and that's not going to work. Like, it can't just be magnetism. It has to be something different. And it can't be a pulling force, as Dell is pointing out, which is a really good point, because that's kind of what our contention is with gravity, right? Is like, you don't have a mechanism to explain this.
But we do, don't we? Dr. Richard Feynman talked about the electrostatic gradient in the atmosphere.
No. I'm saying that the globe doesn't have they don't have a mechanism to explain gravity. That their paradigm, they've never quantified the claim of gravity, right?
But they did with electromagnetism. So they figured that out, and they had to change it up, and they described it in the realm of relativity. They just took it to the fantasy level.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
On the stationary Earth, what's the cause of uniform downwards acceleration?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. So have you ever considered, now what one thing I've been, a lot of us have been really diving into recently is the idea of an etheric background. Are you familiar with that concept?
The ether, of course.
I'm talking to Dell.
No, go ahead.
We're trying to kind of figure out. I'm trying to pick apart this downward. He's trying to talk about this upwards acceleration or this upwards motion. So I really want to discuss this with him. But yeah, Del, have you heard of the idea of an etheric background?
Yep.
Okay. And so if there was some kind of a flow with that, and we can't measure it, because we exist within it, don't you think are you open to the possibility of an emergent phenomena, of some kind of emergent quality of the ether that causes a downward bias?
Well, that ether would then have to be a force that can multitask. So the force would have to be multifaceted, multi-pronged. It would have to be able to apply. So think about, buoyancy and density. We're witnessing an air bubble rising and something sinking through, water, right? So at the moment it's released, but we have to imagine now this force can now halt the air bubble rising. It halts the dense material from sinking and accelerates all the stuff together towards the Earth. I mean,
and so the ether is a perfect. To me, that's the ether works with that, right? Because the ether kind of connects all of that, all of that matter you're describing, or what I would describe as perturbations of ether. All of that is wholly exists within the same background medium. So it's kind of like like a painting that's all together. But if there's like a viscosity that we can't quite measure to it, there I can't really articulate how it could possibly, like, I can't give you an equation or something, but I'm just saying if there's a background medium, you would be open to that, or what do you think about that?
Well, again, it comes back to I only live in the practical real world, and forces show me that they're no multi-pronged, they're no multifaceted. When we apply force to matter, various states
What
of
state
matter,
are you in, sir?
various states of matter displace in relation to each other. So in particular, we're talking about gas and liquid, solids, right? When we accelerate either a gas or a liquid or a solid, we get
Doesn't matter. We already put him online. How you like that?
Somebody's talking.
You think the government ain't gonna get that?
Yo, Mouse
you have a
Tony, you're
hot
hot
mic?
micing again.
So I don't witness a force as such. Now, if we want to talk about ether, I would more think about ether in regards to ether as the thing that wants to keep things stationary.
Look at little waitress over there.
No, seriously.
It's quite
Don't
irritating.
drink in
We don't
space.
want your
Don't
white
drink in
ass.
Sorry
space.
about that.
All right, can we kick Mouse down?
Yeah, can we do that maybe?
So I would consider more, if we're talking about an ether. Ether is the thing that wants to hold matter, give it its inertia, give it the property of wanting to be stationary. So again, we can look at that when we witness dropping things, that things are already in motion relative to the Earth at that speed. Now, when we let that go, we can talk about ether as being the cause of matter becoming stationary. But to talk about ether in regards to producing some force that can accelerate all matter simultaneously, uniformly towards the Earth, that's no different than globe Earth thinking, requesting gravitons from outer space. So I don't go along those lines of reasoning, because to me it's preposterous. I reason from the practical. If somebody wants to make a claim to me about physical practical reality, they're duty bound to demonstrate it in a practical fashion. So far, I've never seen anybody offering me any example of a force that can act the way that they request it to act. So stationary earthers and globe earthers are requesting forces on grounds that are founded upon nothing practical. It's just wishful thinking. They're doing it based on a bias interpretation. So a globe earth is the bias of a globe earth. Stationary earth has a stationary earth bias. So from that bias, they're trying to interpret physical reality to fit that bias. I don't do that. I just go by what the practical shows me, and wherever the practical takes me, that's where it takes me. And it takes me to the position that the Earth's demonstrably in motion. So if you ignore that and you opt for stationary Earth or globe Earth, this is where you start getting into the grounds of ether, requesting forces that can behave like, Harry Potter tractor beam, stuff. And I don't comprehend where you're coming from with that. This is what I'm trying to establish. What grounds do you have to request that? What is your reasoning rooted upon?
May I ask a question?
Well, that's some fair points. I
agree with
See, people say I'm pushing globe rhetoric. The reality is that stationary flat earthers and globe earthers are pushing the same rhetoric, because the same rhetoric is there's a downwards acceleration, and that downwards acceleration is uniform. That being all matter is accelerated towards the ground uniformly. That's the two things that are aligned with each other: globe earth and stationary earth.
And what was your now? So I haven't looked into the electrostatics theory very much, but you had a contention with that as well.
Well, electrostatics don't produce, you can't invert the gradient that we have. Electrostatics cannot demonstrate uniform acceleration of all matter. Electrostatics doesn't explain why buoyancy and density ceases to be in free fall, why there's no pressure anymore, why there's no orientation, why there's no directional vector. Well, here's the thing, and the antecedent to a directional vector is motion. So if you look at your reality and think, well, I have a directional vector because I know what down and I know what up is and I know what left and right is, I've established that there's a level, a displacement that I call level, which is perpendicular to the true motion vector. So I ask you then, that the antecedent to a directional vector is motion. So if you think you live in a stationary Earth with a directional vector, what gives it the directional vector if it's not motion?
a charge differential, a charge in the sky different from the charge in the ground. That establishes a vector directional vector due to electrostatics.
Right, so there's a motion there between, electricity obviously flowing in a particular direction, right? So again, does electrostatics or electromagnetism, does that account for accelerating all material at the same rate? And if so, can you give me?
But it's not the same rate. But Dell, it's not the same rate. Like if we were able to measure, right? So basically, what you're saying is, if it's an upward acceleration, that means the surface should meet basically all different objects, like at about the same rate.
No.
Obviously, we're in a medium.
No, but he was
I
talking.
don't want to sidetrack. We can talk about, because we've got air resistance and stuff. That's a whole other matter. I want to get back to the main point of your position, right? Because this is where the main contention is. You're saying, oh, it's not. When I let the water bottle go with a bubble rising and a dense material sinking, and I let that go, the whole system now ceases to move in relation to each other. The stationary earthers are claiming to me that that's all accelerating towards the earth. That's your position. So you have to justify that. So you're now saying to me, no, all doesn't accelerate towards the earth. Well, what's going on in that scenario then, with the buoyancy and density motion vector ceasing in free fall? What's happening there?
Isn't that exactly it? That's relative density, no?
Relative density disappears in free fall. If relative density was true, the air bubble and the dense material.
But we're not in free fall. We're on Earth.
No, what my point is relative density disequilibrium is a claimed cause of our gradients, right? What I'm saying.
Yes, and it's observed. We can observe that.
Right, but in free fall, if it was the case that buoyancy and density were their own cause, then in free fall the air bubble should still rise and the dense material should still sink within the medium, but they don't.
But you're putting everything in a medium that it's not normally in.
So the air bubble.
So you're causing the effect that you're seeing. Like if you go into the vomit comet with a density tower,
let me explain.
You're forcing that result.
No, if I'm standing on Earth holding a water bottle and there's an air bubble rising in it and there's a dense material sinking in it, I don't change anything about it. The only thing I remove is my hand supporting it. Now, immediately when I remove my supporting hand, the air bubble stops rising and the dense material stops sinking. Why?
Wait, say that one more time.
When I'm holding the bottle in my hand and an air bubble is rising through the water and the dense material is sinking through the water and I then remove my hand supporting the bottle, I don't change anything about the bottle or its contents. The air bubble stops rising and the dense material stops sinking. Why?
It's electromagnetism, toroidal.
This is where you're going to get into word salad and things you don't comprehend. Electromagnetism cannot accelerate gas, liquids, and solids simultaneously without displacement occurring.
And then where is the citation and evidence behind that?
Practical reality.
But then that's just your own opinion upon it.
You demonstrate for me electromagnetism accelerating gas, liquids, and solids simultaneously without displacement. That's your burden. That's your claim.
So hold on, Dale, before we get to Xavier, what do you predict should happen if we were a stationary Earth?
If it was stationary, we would have no vector, we would have no directionality, we would have no pressure gradient, we would have no density layerings. It would be total and utter chaos. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The antecedent.
But why? Why all of that?
Because the antecedent to a directional vector is motion.
It just clicked to me, bro. A fucking snow globe. Them bitches don't move unless you shake it.
You need motion in order to establish vectors.
Hey, Sacred, do you understand what he's saying with the deceleration thing?
So
Yeah, I wanted to ask my question around that. If you don't mind me chiming in, Sacred. I just want to steel man your position to just make sure I understand that right. Similar to how Einstein describes an upward accelerating elevator, and someone's holding a ball, everything is accelerating. The moment he lets go of the ball, that ball is now in an inertial frame, aka deceleration, which causes it to fall to the ground. Is that similar to your notion? Before I ask the question.
The Einstein's equivalence principle postulated two possibilities, and what he stated was that us as observers would have no way to tell the difference whether we were in a uniform.
Right. But the motion of the elevator is equivalent to what you're saying as the upward accelerating Earth, and him letting go of the ball is putting it back in an inertial frame, causing it to decelerate. Am I correct?
That's right.
Okay, cool. So I put in the nest because these things are not mutually exclusive. What you said about the Ethereum model and causing this push, and I do agree with your notion, by the way. If I'm playing tug of war and I zoom into my hands of the people on each side, if you look at the hand is pressing against the rope, causing friction in a direction, and that direction is push. I mean, from me, I'm looking at the rope being pulled towards me. That's my frame of reference, and I'm naming that in colloquial language pull, but everything is push.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll grant you that. But my question is, and a lot of times when people press you on this, you kind of skip over it. But I definitely want to hold your feet to this. Okay, so something is pushing the Earth up from beneath to causing that upward acceleration.
Yeah.
And Sacred pointed out, in science, they read that there's different averages. It's a different acceleration at different points of the Earth. Well, we'll ignore that for now. But that would not make everything accelerating up at the same time. Some will be accelerating slightly faster, some slightly slower. But we'll just ignore that and say everything is accelerating at the same time. You still have an issue with density and denser object within said medium, because now you have a position where I'm holding a balloon, and if the upward accelerating Earth is pushing me upward, like in that elevator, and I'm not letting go of a ball this time, I'm letting go of a balloon. Now that balloon is accelerating exponentially faster than the upward accelerating Earth, exponentially faster until it goes up into the sky, until it eventually, hold on, and then eventually evens out at a certain altitude, quote unquote altitude. So there's a density difference and there's an acceleration difference. If the Earth is already accelerating upwards, how then do you explain the balloon that is accelerating exponentially faster than the upward accelerating Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared?
It's because of the pressure of the air. So you can see this again if you can recreate this in a car, a vehicle. If you attach a helium balloon to the floor. Now, when you accelerate that vehicle, what you get is a compression of air, right, towards the back of the vehicle, which causes what we call the buoyant effect or the buoyant force, and it pushes the helium forwards. So if you accelerate forwards in a van, helium balloons go with you towards the direction of acceleration. So it's just the same. You invert it 90 degrees. As the Earth moves upwards, there's a compression towards the Earth of the air as the air is meeting the Earth, right? The air is now compressing, causing pressure, which now forces an upward buoyant effect. right, and pushes the helium balloon upwards. You can recreate this in your car today if you want. Hang different materials in your car. You will see the density gradient being created as you accelerate. As you accelerate forward, wood, steel are going to swing towards the back, but the air is going to be compressed at the back, causing a buoyant effect, and it pushes the helium balloon forward. It accelerates it forward.
Right. A lot of people think that if you're in a car and you slam on the acceleration, that everything will go backwards, including a helium balloon. No, but surprisingly, the helium balloon does go forward.
Yes.
So I got to say that is an interesting point of view.
Yes.
I don't think you're Flat Earth Society. I do think you believe what you're saying. So I do see you get shit a lot, but there are a lot of questions. There's an interesting debate to be had on that, and I'll just leave it at that.
Good.
Yeah, this is a lot of, you bring up a lot of very interesting points.
Yeah.
I fail to at this point, I'll be honest with you, I fail to see any line of, like, I don't your argument is not, it seems pretty sound, like there's not, I don't see a fallacy in there. I'm not necessarily gonna make a statement about that. To me, it's quite a leap. But yeah, I don't see a fallacy there, man. You bring up a lot of interesting points. I've got a lot of thinking and reading to do.
Good.
Yeah, I was just jotting that stuff down. I was listening. I'm like, man, I got a request because the helium thing is bothering
Actually,
me.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, also, just mention, there may be even a measurable, like, our point is that we can measure a directionality of light, right? And that we've linearized the Sagnac effect through Ruyong Wang, which means that we can't detect an orbital motion.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, then we would be able to theoretically do the same type of experimentation detecting linear motion going upwards, right?
We do. That's what I'm saying. The detection is there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say he has a lot of valid points.
Kind of got
I was listening. I was trying to listen for fallacies. He didn't have any. But what one thing would throw a monkey wrench, and I always accept it as true. I never validated for myself. Would be the averages of of gravity is being as an average, that being denser masses in certain mountain ranges. So he would have to have a really big explanation for why there's certain places on Earth, rising Earth, quote unquote, that accelerate faster than others. Do you have an answer for that, though?
Well, there's loads of factors. Again, elevation. We've got pressure variance in regards to what we call the atmosphere, or whatever, however you want to term that. So there's constant fluctuations in the density of air. When you're traveling on an aircraft, it always has to maintain the upward push, and we get pockets of what we call turbulence, where the air pressure is different, so the push up of the air beneath is no longer there. So we've got all these different factors to account for. Also, what we have to account for is static. As I keep mentioning on my podcasts, I'm not going about saying to people, listen, electromagnetism and electrostatics are rubbish and it's irrelevant. To me, these things are irrelevant in regards to the directional vector and the orientation, buoyancy and density, but they have a massive role to play in how matter is affected here within this realm. So I don't have all the answers. All I know from my position right now is that I've demonstrated, and it's demonstrably so, that the Earth is in motion, and it accounts for all these things that we see and witness. But ether, electrostatics, and electromagnetism still are playing a massive role. For me, we're moving linearly, or we're moving, relative to us, the Earth's moving upwards, but we have a rotational effect also. So whatever, the fixed mechanisms above are showing us that there's a rotation going on. So there's a friction there, there's a cause to that. There's other factors still to be accounted for. What I'm continually pointing out is that, apparent downwards acceleration, buoyancy and density pressure gradients are not caused by electrostatics or electromagnetism. It's the motion of the Earth that causes these things. But electromagnetism and electrostatics have a role to play. I just don't know what that fully is yet. So that's why I'm trying to encourage other people to get involved and discuss it, because we're never going to have progress when people continually hand wave, dismiss and ignore demonstrable reality and try and opt for electrostatics or electromagnetism to explain the physics of what we have in actual reality.
Wait a minute.
I got a
So
question.
instead of pockets of gravity, you said pockets of pressure? No, you did not. No, I'm just messing with you. But it is interesting though. If at your leisure, there's stuff in the nest where it's not an either or. There's an Ethereum model that can explain mechanics through electromagnetism, etc. So it's not an either or, and I'm glad you kept an open mind
Of course,
on that.
the thing is that I'm strong on, right? Electromagnetism can explain, right? We can all explain. Everybody can explain. However, if we're going to talk about physics and physicality and you know, making statements of motion, acceleration, it has to be very, very meticulous for me. And anybody making those statements, you can explain it all you like. If somebody's going to explain to me there's a force that accelerates all matter at the same rate, it's fine for you to explain that. However, that does not comport to reality. Physical reality shows me that there is no forces. We don't have access to forces like that. There is no grounds for a human being to imagine such a force other than an interpretation bias. That's what leads you to request these types of forces. Reality is going to show you that there is no forces that act like that. So I opt for reality. I don't invoke forces that can act like that, and I'm never going to believe them. And I can hear your explanations, but until you can practically demonstrate your explanation, it means nothing.
Beyond, let me ask you a question. Might sound stupid. So, if you're standing side by side me, and we're both holding a ball, I toss it up 5 feet, and then 5 seconds later, you toss it up 5 feet. Same force, same height, same everything. Are they going to come down at the same time based upon you saying that the Earth accelerates upwards?
No, that's a misrepresentation. That's not what I would say would happen. If
he's not saying it's accelerating. He's saying it's moving at a constant speed, and what you see as acceleration is actually the item that's falling is decelerating relative to you.
This is why I asked him if he knew anything about the multidimensional theory.
Let me ask you. Let me see if this intrigues you, because I'm going to back. I made the point earlier. Okay, so if I'm holding this bottle, okay, and I've got an air bubble rising and a dense material sinking, right, and it's moving at its rate. So the air bubble's rising at a set rate and the dense material sinking at a set rate. Now see if I accelerate that up the way. So I'm adding to the already motion vector. If I accelerate it up the way, the air bubble rises quicker and the dense material sinks quicker. So I'm playing with that variable. I'm adding to that motion vector, and you can witness the increase. So I don't know why these things are not piquing your intrigue, because to me it's incredible. You know, we've got the opportunity here to see how reality actually is functioning. First and foremost, it totally obliterates the globe Earth. This realization and acceptance of reality shows and demonstrates to you how impossible the globe is. It's dead right there and then. Right? We're in some sophisticated machine, right? The creator, the prime mover, who is the prime mover who gives motion and rise to this whole shebang, right? It's demonstrably so. The globe Earth's dead and buried. If you can understand and comprehend your physical reality and what I'm talking about, you see right there and then the globe is gone. It's over. This is why Einstein had to account for it. This is why they had to invoke dark matter and all this, relativity, all this gibberish. Because and Einstein deliberately had to account for it in the equivalence principle. In the equivalence principle, he stated, in a uniform moving reference frame or a uniform gravitational field, us as observers would have no way to tell the difference. However, only one of those postulations is practically demonstrable. There's no such thing as gravitational uniform fields. These are mathematical concepts. The motion aspect is demonstrable. We can practically demonstrate these things. So Einstein knew when they were devising the ball and they had to advance the ball Earth, they had to account for these things. They had to have a mechanism. This is why they had to make statements like everything accelerates towards the Earth at the same rate. Right?
Which sounds ridiculous on its face, because how can you have antipodal surfaces of Earth, of a sphere, accelerating simultaneously?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. So I'll give you that. And one thing I'll ask with the bottle example about things finding equilibrium, you don't think removing your hand from the bottle, causing it to fall, is putting the bottle back into disequilibrium, where it's in the medium now, needing to fall towards a new ground, which your hand was previously? You don't consider that?
But that's fancy words, you know. Right, if I'm holding the bottle, right, and I've got a motion vector of buoyancy and density happening in front of me, and I remove my hand from the bottle, right? You're saying things like, oh, well, I don't want to misquote you, but what did you say again? What do you say things happening that goes into equilibrium and that
meaning the density gradient needs to find it's within a volume of medium. So if you take your hand away, your hand underneath a bottle is like being on the ground. It's finding the densest thing. So now you remove your hand. Now it's back in the middle of the air, and that bottle is denser than the air. It's going to go towards the ground. The stuff inside of it's going to jumble around.
See, this is
He's
the point.
giving it a mechanism.
This is the point. Again, I'm going to show you your rhetoric. You're now thinking that it all accelerates towards the Earth at the same rate, magically.
No, it's an agreed upon rate. Gravity claims that it's constant, but the downward acceleration is not constant.
I will admit
we don't
this.
claim that.
In the case that we've just been discussing about the water bottle with the dense and the buoyancy material within it, right? That all ceases. There is no motion relative to each other within it when I remove my hand. That's because I'm standing on the
There
earth.
is. The ground, if I'm dropping something onto the ground is stationary. It's set, it's leveled, it's in place. The object
No, I think
I'm
you're
falling
misunderstanding.
is not.
You're misunderstanding him. He says things need to start moving because they're pushed in a direction. They don't just go from
stationary earth,
not moving to moving without being pushed.
Yeah, so an object in your hand, and when you release it, you're the force that's causing the action that it's going through.
Exactly, because the motion transfer of the earth is transferred through my solid body and through.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He thinks you're all moving at the same time. When we let go of the bottle is decelerating, aka going back into an inertial frame, like that elevator example that Einstein gives a lot.
That's why it's called terminal.
But again, I deal in the rigging business. So if I lift with my crane and an HVAC unit that's 20,000 pounds, 5 feet off the ground, and I release it, it's not going to be as great an impact as if I released it from 20 feet.
That's because it has more time to decelerate.
It's accelerating.
It's not accelerating.
Through the medium.
It's not accelerating.
It's like that bumper car thing that he gave earlier. If you're right
That's
next
what
to,
I'm saying, bro. Yeah, like it makes sense when he says it, but it's just that's why I keep trying to ask
Listen,
you.
see if there was downwards acceleration, you would see that present in the displacement of gas and liquids. If you hold a bottle in front
I
of you,
see it in the damage an object would do to a person.
Listen what I'm saying to you. I'm not talking about your optical interpretation. I'm talking about physics here. So if I get a water bottle with gas and air in it and I hold it in front of me and I accelerate it down in front of me right now, I get the water shifting to the top of the bottle and the air to the bottom of the bottle, right? That's what happens in acceleration downwards. Now, if I let it go, you're still claiming it's downwards acceleration, but there is no displacement of the gas and liquid. So how can what's causing this uniform acceleration downwards? There's no displacement. If I physically accelerate downwards right now with the gas and liquid, it displaces. But if I let it go and you claim there's acceleration, I don't witness a displacement. So there's a problem here. You're claiming acceleration, but we don't see acceleration. There's no physical detection of acceleration downwards. But if I accelerate upwards, I increase the motion vector and I see it present within the rising of the bubble and the sinking of the dense material in the medium. I increase the rate. Then I can invert it in any direction. So now I can accelerate downwards and I can invert buoyancy and density. I can accelerate left and right and I can invert buoyancy and density. But yet when I let it go in free fall and there's a claim of acceleration, I witness no signs of acceleration whatsoever.
Can we get Ken up here? I feel like he has a little more knowledge in this.
It doesn't matter who you bring. It's not going to change physical reality, I'm afraid. Do you know what
the valid point that he has, if you have no presuppositions and you look at it just practically, there is an argument there. It's when you add the presubs that has there's an issue. So I haven't seen the bottle demonstration that the bubbles do what you say. I'm just gonna have to take your word for it. But if there's a video that you could possibly put in the nest.
There's myself, there's Andrew there, Execrate 200, who's in the YouTube chat, and there's Level-Headed William and Natalie. There's other people now, there's Real World who have repeated the same tests, and anybody can repeat. I mean, I thought that's what this was about, that the real world's accessible to us all, and we can all practically demonstrate and test the real world. So, you know, go and test it, you'll see it yourself. You know, the air bubble and the dense material, you can go to my channel right now and witness for your own eyes that that's what happens.
Hey, listen, I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it. I'm giving you just due. Do you have it on Twitter that we could probably put it on the nest, or you don't go on Twitter much?
I don't do social media. The only thing I use is YouTube.
You need to hop on that Twitter, boy. Level heads in the building. You let them know sacred. Anyway, hey, thank you for being civil with the discussion in the back and forth.
Thanks for coming and talking about this. You've made a lot of very interesting points about relative motion. Yeah.
And again, you know, I'm electromagnetism and electrostatics have a role to play. They just don't play the role in establishing the vector and the pressure gradient and the density gradient. It's motion that causes that. And again, you know, people, I hear flat earthers using the term all the time, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. Well, the antecedent to a directional vector is motion. You don't have a directional vector without motion. It's an impossibility. So your only options is that it's the Earth that's in motion, or you have to opt for some Harry Potter tractor beam that's accelerating, you know, air bubbles and dense materials within the medium of water and gas and air all at the same rate, which is preposterous. A basic accelerometer is water within a vessel, so that when you accelerate in any direction, you get a displacement of the liquid. So anybody claiming acceleration at play that must be witnessed physically, we do not witness downwards acceleration. It does not exist. And here's the inversion of the globe model, right? The globe model tells you that up is relative, right? It's relative to, there's no such thing as up. Up's relative to everybody's position. The true reality is that up is the true vector. Level is the perpendicular effect of our true motion vector. You see water displaced, that's why it has a horizontal surface. That's why it's leveled. That's why a plumb line hangs straight down. That shows us the true vector. Okay? So that's the truth. And if you don't accept that truth, you're going to wander into reality asking and requesting for special types of forces that accelerates all matter at the same time, having stationary Earths with a motion vector without any motion. This is contrary to practical lived life physicality. And I don't know why people are hell-bent on pushing this stationary Earth thing, other than it's a presupposed bias, which is fine. And I understand why people go there and why people end up there, right? But the physical reality is showing you that that's not the case. And it's impossible. And stationary flat Earth is never going to go anywhere. It's going to get round and round in circles until people accept what reality is showing them. The Earth's demonstrably a level plane. The levelness of the Earth, the orientation of level is established by the true motion vector. It's the perpendicular to the motion vector. That's what
I think what would be good for you is to try to rebrand that, because I think people have a knee-jerk reaction because it sounds like flat Earth society stuff, and as you already know that they're controlled opposition. So I think people don't even give it a chance to let things come out of your mouth because he's a satanic.
That's a psyop. That's where the psyop came in. As soon as anybody, I've been involved in this since 2014, right?
Yeah.
New people were arriving in this. The very first thing that they're met with is the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition because they say the Earth moves upwards. Now, what I'm going to ask you is over the last 10 years, can anybody point to me where the presence of the Flat Earth Society has been?
I'm sorry, I say that last part again. The accent was strong on that last sentence.
Well,
one more time.
The propaganda has pointed that the Flat Earth Society was controlled opposition, okay? And the cited reason is because the Earth moves upwards, and everybody laughs. Now, what I'm asking you is over the last 10 years on this whole social media presence of Flat Earth, Globe Earth, where has the Flat Earth Society's presence been?
They right here on Twitter.
Oh wait, am I mistaken in saying you repping Flat Earth Society? You rock with them?
No, what I'm saying to you is it's always used. The Flat Earth Society's controlled opposition. What's the reason it's controlled opposition in your mind?
It's not just the upward accelerating word. There's a lot of things that they say that's just wow. It's very. I don't have a list in front of me, but there's some things that they say that's just out of place.
I can say that the true control.
It's like obviously wrong.
Well,
Like,
the true
as soon as
Flat Earth,
anybody with a brain looks at it.
the true Flat Earth controlled society position for me is stationary flat Earth. That's the PSYOP. Stationary flat Earth is the PSYOP.
Hey, I appreciate you saying it with your chest. I mean, you still got a lot to explain with the Michelson-Morley experiment. I mean, there's a lot of things you got to reconcile. So if there's a healthy debate to be had, I definitely want to hear it. But I never hear somebody say it with their chest like that. But hey, go for it, bro.
Reconciling what Michelson-Morley in regards to what some rotational motion detection. I'm not interested in that. There is a rotation that's going on, and that's another discussion, right? But the directional vector and the conditions of our pressure gradient and our buoyancy and density gradient is witnessed by the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, and this guy actually does have interferometry kind of on his side on this one, so at least as far as I know.
I mean, if you've got a device, there's a little video on my channel, okay, and I've got a box that you can't see outside of the box, and I have two rulers going through that box, okay. And my question is what is moving? Now, are you looking at that? If you were within that box, you would say that the ruler on the left is the thing that's moving. But in many given circumstances within that reference frame, I'm moving the ruler, I'm moving the box, and I'm moving both. But you, the observer within that, optically have no way to tell the difference. Physically, however, you would, if you attached an accelerometer to the ruler on the left, you would be able to detect when that ruler is in motion, because you would have a displacement. That's what an accelerometer requires, displacement of different matter. That's what happens.
Being perfectly honest, man, it's the only thing really that gives the buoyancy density a mechanism, and joined with electrostatics buoyancy density. But the only thing for me is I've been arguing for so many years against the motion that it's hard for me. And I'm being honest, it's just emotion's the only thing that is making it tough for me to argue it, you know, everywhere I go out loud. But man, to be perfectly honest, it does make sense. The math describes it perfectly. It works with all the equations. It's just tough to get on board with just for the emotional reason, man. And
that's great, and that's honesty, and I really appreciate your honesty there, because the majority of people, it's their ego and their pride, and I don't mean that in a negativity, but people are prideful, and we don't want to be wrong, and I'm the same, but I have been wrong in my life, and coming to this realization wasn't easy for me either. The same as realizing that it wasn't a globe Earth and having to get through all this process. Do you think it's easy for me to know? I knew fine well when I was bringing this stuff to the table how people were going to react to it, but I'm not going to change. I can't deny reality. I embrace what the creator, the prime mover demonstrates for me, and I embrace it. I don't want to have a bias to fight against it. That's not the way we should be operating.
On a positive note, it is a globe killer. They have to describe it. Just the only thing they could say is the fact that because you're changing directions, but that's still that would mean an Earth accelerating in every different direction outwards. But didn't they turn the interferometry, like one of them turned it sideways, like one of the recent ones, and detected something? We do need to look into that. And also like the pound Rebka, like this thing, there might be more to it in some of these papers than we're giving it credit. But I don't know 100%. We need to look into this. It's worth a look, man. It's an interesting conversation.
I think it's very telling. You know, I've always been open. I've always had an open platform. Now, if you look at the globe Earth people are not coming near me. They do not want to touch this. Since I, brought forward and established the push-pull thing, and the fact that there is no such thing as pull, and then forward onto these, demonstrations, the globe Earth presence is zero. They do not want to touch this. They don't want to come near. They don't make videos about it. They don't want to bring anybody's attention to it because they know how detrimental it is. And they don't want to come and engage in a discussion with me because they're going to fall flat in their face. because they again are invoking mathematical, conceptual forces. Their whole premise is based on optical phenomena and interpreting optical phenomena to fit their presupposed bias. And that's all they have. They don't have physics. You know, they're filled with logical fallacy after logical fallacy, special pleading fallacies. As I say, the main one is a pulling force that's capable of accelerating all matter at the same rate simultaneously. Preposterous notion. Totally preposterous.
One last thing I'll say, and I'll drop back down to listener. I do appreciate how you took down Ranty, who flips backside. One of the very few people who flip sides. I don't think it's genuine. No. But if you guys look at the nest, that Dell did a spectacular debunk of this supposed mountains in the background that I forgot what Blackpool Tower, I believe the name was. Yeah. He did an excellent demonstration about perspective and having the angle of view where it seemed like the picture was cropped, and he had an original picture in the background where he demonstrated the mountains of his background of his apartment, and he showed how the apartment buildings were dropping down level like the mountains did. So that was a spectacular debunk. So my hats off to you, brother. And thank you for the civil discourse, and I'm drop back to listener.
No worries. Thanks for the nod there.
Wait, where can we see that?
Oh, it's an old one. I mean,
I put it on the nest.
It's simple. I mean, the globe Earth is just plain on parallax. You know, it's an optical phenomena. Where you know, things in the distance appear to be lower than things in the foreground. It's just simple. The globe Earth interchanges the geometry of vision with you know, Euclidean three space geometry, and it tries to interlock the two of them while ignoring, you know, visual perspective. As I say, that the whole globe Earth is just based on vision. That's all they have. Everything's an interpretation through vision. That's why their symbology is the all-seeing eye, and you know, the triangle over the eye and the circle over the eye with the 666. It's, you know, they know fine well that their whole model is premised on optics, you know, and a play on optics. That's all they have. They don't have physics. They've got nothing physical. So anyhow, thanks for the nod.
Yeah, I've got videos on YouTube on Flat Earth Test showing Ranty, showing him debunking, him literally showing physical demonstrations, the way they describe refraction happening in a fish tank, showing the things in the background lowering, and him literally debunk. I got a video of him arguing against himself and debunking himself on Flat Earth Test on YouTube. I'll see if I can find a way to post it. But
yeah, shout out to Brian. I didn't know that was you, bro. This is Flat Earth Test on YouTube, y'all. I don't know if y'all know who Brian is. Been in the community, doing this thing. Always coming with the heat, putting in that work. So appreciate you pulling up the Flat Earth Fridays, bro. Welcome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the shout out last week. I couldn't join; it was killing me. But yeah, I finally found my way on here. I'll figure this platform out, and I do appreciate the warm welcome.
Yes, sir. No doubt, bro.
So hopefully there's a bit of a deeper and a clearer comprehension of, you know, why I'm in the position that I'm in, and I hope that the rest of you actually put your attention to it. And again, I'm open to the discussion. I'm open to any practical tests that you can show me, you know, for any of these claims. I'm not sitting here saying, you know, I'm going to ridicule, you know, the requests for a lot of these things, and I always will, until somebody can demonstrate it for me. You know, and my position is that I don't go with any claim unless there's a practical reference for that claim. So, you know, anybody's welcome anytime, and hopefully, you know, you go deeper into this and you have that realization. And again, there's no shame in being wrong and accepting, regardless of what the propaganda tells you. That's where the fear comes. This is why people don't accept the truth, because the propaganda's told them to fear it. You know, groupthink dynamics, you know, your peers not being accepted by communities. I'm just in the fortunate position through my life that I've never cared about any of that stuff. You know,
in all fairness, Del, we need to do some. I'm gonna try and do some tests with electrostatics and see if we could produce the density gradients. And you know, if it's possible, we can replicate these things, man. It would make for a hell of an interesting discussion, man. It'd go real deep. So we need to do some tests with that, because it does seem like you know, on the surface it's demonstrable. But as far as the practicality of it and the density gradient relationship, I think we need more demonstration. So this is something we definitely need to dive into, man. Exactly. I keep an open mind, though.
Well, if you can demonstrate, you know, your notions, that's fine. I'll look at that, and if that's the case, then that's what reality shows. I accept that. But so far, I mean, I've looked at electrostatics, electromagnetism. I don't see how electrostatics or electromagnetism are going to account for any of this stuff. You know, my main contention is that force does not act as a multi-pronged, multifaceted thing. That's not how force operates. And again, force, you know, people think force is something in its own. Force is simply a description of motion. Right, that is that something moves and causes the motion of something else. That's what energy is. Energy is just derived from the observation of motion or change. The whole of science, everything that we do is founded upon change. That's what we observe as change. Change is motion. Something changes, something moves. That's the foundations of our reality. That's what we're comprehending. So again, people that think that there's a cause of pronged motion, that is that gas, liquids and solids can all move simultaneously without displacing amongst each other, that's in the realms of fantasy. That doesn't happen in reality. So hopefully my point's clear, and I don't want to just keep reiterating that, but I think it's the most important thing that people have to realize is that you're asking and requesting for something that's totally ludicrous. And if you can comprehend that, I think it will be very easy for you to move forward and see reality for how it is. Anyhow, any more questions or whatever?
Yeah, let me give a hypothetical. Like, say if we was to use like a Van de Graaff generator and like reverse the motion of let's say we had a solid, a liquid, and a gas in a cylinder, and they all three filled up the space, and like we attracted the solid, would it would the density relation, is it possible the density relationship would be like the electrostatics would kind of contribute to the relation of the speed? I'm having a hard time putting this in words, but it seems like it's possible, man. I don't know. I just want to keep an open mind on all this.
You'll be able to, right, so imagine, right, if we're talking about electrostatics or electromagnetism, so we had a vessel made of a certain material, like some metal, okay, and in that vessel we had gas and we had liquid. Now, using electrostatics and electromagnetism, you would be able to move the solid, right? But what's going to happen is that the gas and liquid within that solid are going to displace, they're going to detect the acceleration or the motion of the solid. The electrostatics and electromagnetism, there's no way that you're going to be able to accelerate that vessel with its contents without the displacement occurring. The displacement's always going to occur.
So you're saying basically when you say it plays a part, like you mean like the slight little deviations from the 9.8 in different places or during storms and shit. So you're saying is that what you be saying, like during the little slight deviations would be attributed to electrostatics?
Of course, if there's fluctuations, I mean, all matter's affected by, statics and magnetism. So there's going to be fluctuations depending on where we are. You've also got air resistance playing a role. You've got density of air. You've got, all heat, temperature. There's all sorts of factors that would, and again, what's the margin that we're operating within these apparent deviations? Again, there's more advanced talk in regards to the motion. When I say, we're in motion upwards, right, we're saying that relative to us. But what you can think about is like, an arm. We would be attached to some arm moving in a circular motion. Or, I'm sure many people have seen the battery within the copper coil. So when you put the battery in the copper coil, the battery moves through the copper coil. Now, if you were on the face of that battery, and you say that was your earth, then what you would see from a central point would be an outward flow of what we call the electromagnetic toroidal field as that battery moves through the copper coil. That's what you would be witnessing within the realms of the battery, on the face of the battery. You would detect that electromagnetic spectrum, that flow, the toroidal field. So there's again, there's so many different factors that I would love to engage and have people thinking about, but we can't even get there because people are still have an aversion to the demonstrable fact that we are in motion. Where we're moving, how that motion is, and the whole shebang, I don't know. That's still to be investigated.
Yeah, like I said, I've been fighting against it for so long, man. But and here's another thing that left me open to it is when the first thing when I heard you talking about it, I've argued for it just for the simple fact of the equivalence principle and how to me that killed the globe. But when you said that we don't, when I was saying to myself, I want to say that I don't feel it, but then I was like, wait a minute, I do feel weight though. So it's not completely honest to say it ain't possible. And this is how I kind of, but I keep open mind, man. I'm not jumping all the way over the fence, but to me, this is where it's at, man. It's a conversation where it needs to be.
But again, weight's relative to the speed of the reference frame. If you were sitting on a chair and I accelerated that chair upwards, your weight's going to increase. Your weight's relative to the motion vector. So weight's not an intrinsic value of anything. It's an effect of the motion. You know, and again, people say that, oh, I don't experience the motion. Well, you've got weight, you've got a direction, you witness a displacement of water that's showing you, you know, you hang a plumb line, the plumb line's pointing straight down, and you have a 90 degrees, you know, displacement occurring on water showing you it. So there's many, you know, symbols and signs that are showing you that you're experiencing it, you know?
Hey, let me ask you this, man. Ain't this how the physics works pretty much is if I'm on a completely flat plane, let's say I'm at the salt flat on a flat plane,
yeah,
and I fire an arrow completely horizontal, let's say 5 foot in the air,
yeah,
it's gonna hit the ground in the same amount of time, even though it's going sideways, right? If I fire it completely horizontal, is that a fact? Is it going to stay there longer?
Well, I don't know what you mean. You know, in regards to if you fired it straight up or if you fired it across the way. I mean, obviously, if you
across, like sideways, it's still going to go down as it's going horizontal.
Well, when you fire the arrow, it's still moving upwards. It still has to lose that upwards momentum as you fire it.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm not making an argument against that. I'm saying that the math works. If I'm not mistaken, that's how the math works. Is it's still going to lose altitude as it propels sideways.
The math is just an inversion of the reality. The math is stating that there's a downwards acceleration. It's no, you just invert that there's a deceleration. That's all that it is. It's the same. Everything's the same. They just inverted it. They needed to invert it to make the ball work.
One other thing, while I got you, man, is if I propel, so if I propel in any direction at all, basically, I'll like in a car, I'll feel weight against the back of the seat. We can attribute that to weight against the back of the seat.
Yeah.
But and if we have a bottle with water in a bottle with water and air in it, then as long as we go sideways. But if I level out and maintain a speed without accelerating, won't that change? Or I forgot your explanation on that.
Well, that's you're talking about having to overcome the reference frame. So when you're moving linearly, your car's still connected to the reference frame. It's still in an upward trajectory. So you would have to perpetually accelerate to constantly overcome that motion vector. You know, so when we accelerate in the car, you see the initial change. Same as if you stand in an elevator and you hit up, you have a slight increase in your weight as the acceleration begins. But then as it levels off, your weight becomes steady, it becomes stable. And then in the opposite direction as you go down the way. But when you're talking about linear motion within the reference frame, that acceleration has to overcome the already established motion vector. And unless you can accelerate continually, if you had a car that you could continue perpetually accelerate, you would invert, linearly that whole density gradient. You can see it. You can see it in a rotational vector. We use centrifuges to separate particulates because it's known, obviously, that motion does that the displacement occurs. So
yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I get you. And also, I was thinking, like, if we had a thicker medium, any motion at all, we would feel. Like, just if we're in air and we say we don't feel it with a constant speed, I was thinking, well, what if we did this in Jello or in water or something even thicker than water, like Jello, like a steady speed? We would still feel the pressure of the Jello, even without acceleration. We would still feel the pressure pushing us against the back of the seat. But yeah, this just gets me thinking, man. It gets me thinking. It's
there's a few videos that there's a few demonstrations you can watch. There's one in particular. The guy drops a ball bearing into a viscous fluid. And he markers as the motion happens. He markers it with horizontal lines. Now, what you see is that the horizontal lines don't increase in their distance, the gap between. It's a constant. So, and it's the same when the globers refer to their vacuum tests. When you remove air resistance, you can see that the deceleration is uniform. So this is what I was talking about earlier when we talk about ether or these other factors. There's something that's causing matter to be stationary, and it's causing it to happen at the same rate. So when you see the bowling ball and the feather in the vacuum, you can see the deceleration is uniform. It's the same. You know, and
that's
again,
interesting. That's interesting, man. I would like to see that, but I think I remember seeing something like that.
Yeah.
So hey, is Alan still here? Alan, wasn't there an experiment where they turned the interferometer like vertically? Ain't there something we can reference?
So there's a couple of vertical interferometers that I've seen, but I haven't seen the papers on them. They're just like YouTube videos of people saying that the fringe is XYZ. So I wouldn't be able to. I'm not prepared to bring those experiments into battle just yet. But there is the Pound-Repka experiment where the frequency of light shifts such that it corresponds to what you would call a a downward acceleration, right? So the way that the experiment was designed, that the frequency shift, or based on the predicted frequency shift, the detector would only accept a frequency that matched that frequency, right? So it did match that in the Pound-Repka experiment. So what that would show in terms of the speed of light and all that, for their interpretation, they said, okay, well, we don't really know how to interpret this as a general relativity effect in terms of a gravitational field and overcoming the acceleration, and there's an energy exchange with the light, which is obviously super convoluted, or is the light just propagating downwards faster, right? So like they were caught between those two paradigms because there's no way to distinguish between them really with the results that they were given, because the predictions were the same. So
that's, man, I'll tell you, this is what I hate. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so there's so that right there shows that, electromagnetic propagation goes, the interpretation could be that it's faster going down. So it shows a bias for that. Now, in terms of, and I'm in agreement with you on the motion requires a, what did you call it? Like a mechanism, right? So on my interpretation of the ether model, right? There's like a flat gradient, right? So it balances out, evenly distributed, and that corresponds to that static electric gradient that we're talking about earlier, right? So that pressure is there's an interaction with the density layers of the ether in the atmosphere, right? And that density interaction is what's creating the charge potential at the top, and then it's seeking the equilibrium at the surface of the Earth, right? So that's the gradient for the downward bias. Now it seems like you're just replacing like a downward bias, like any generic explanation that we could give, right? And not just me saying the etheric explanation, but for those who are into the relative density as just the singular mechanism for it and that kind of stuff. So it seems like you're just replacing like a downward bias with a downward accelerative situation, and then just ignoring like the pressure mediation factors within it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it is.
Because hold on a second, Brian. Brian, just give me a second, bro. Talking to Ditto. So the other thing was, fuck. Now I lost my train. God damn it. All right. The other thing was, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. You can respond now to what I said.
Sorry about that.
All good.
See, I'm listening again, and to be honest with you, and I don't mean this, but it sounds like word salad to me, because
I got you,
it doesn't have any cohesive practical reference that I can relate to. So again, I'm listening from a theoretical proposition, a thought experiment, but again, I don't have any cohesive attachment to something practical that I can reference. Again, the main contention is that if I'm holding the bottle and the air bubbles rising and the dense material sinking, as soon as I remove my hand, right, there's whatever you're talking about, causes this halting of motion, but yet stops an air bubble on its way up, stops something on its way down, and then freezes the whole thing, and then accelerates the whole thing downwards. I mean,
well, that's just pressure mediation within the medium of the bottle, right, as it's falling.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, when you're dropping it, the effects that you're observing, You're just attributing it to an upward acceleration, and kinematically it's equivalent. And that's why your argument's super like not what's it called, like logically contradictory, because it's like what you're saying tracks, but also
Well,
there's
can you,
there's other things at play. So hold
can
on
you
one second.
demonstrate?
Yeah, I can. So when we were talking about the interferometry with the measurements and the frequency of light and the phase shift, right? I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Michelson-Morley type stuff, but
So is this a physical test or is this an optical test?
so when you're dropping and looking at the bubble and stuff, like, are you not examining an optical phenomenon? Because this is actual.
I'm examining physicality.
So
there is motion. There's physical presence.
We have first order measurements of the motion, though, right?
Right.
So if you take those if you take if you take those wavelengths of light and you ratio that against the speed of light, you will get the motion. That's how inertial navigation systems work with the Sagnac effect and all that. So they can absolutely detect motion. So when they did that pound Rebka experiment and they couldn't determine based on the frequency shift if light was like just propagating faster, which I don't have the math to do it, but I bet you if I took if I ratioed that, it would. Well, they must have, because they say that it came back to what would be equivalent to 8 inches per mile squared. So that frequency shift is definitely there then, and that would be proportional in the same way that rotational interferometry measures. So,
and any of this stuff, can you invert and can you nest the variables and can you know?
Yeah, no, you absolutely could, but because of the way that ratio works for inertial navigation systems, it's actually super accurate. You wouldn't be able. That's why they lie about linear interferometry and not a closed loop circuit, because of that exact contradiction. It completely falsifies their model. So like you could do that, what you're saying, but you would be able to see the trick, and if you just don't do it that way, then they're fucked. And that
if you can demonstrate that you can invert the pressure gradient and the buoyancy and density gradient in any directional vector using whatever you're talking about, then I would be interested to see that.
Well, you could manipulate.
That's what I want to try.
You could. Are you talking about like with a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics and having something levitate in between that Gaussian surface?
No, levitation, extending from the Earth and using electrostatics to elevate things. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I thought you said inverting the
effect. There's a claim of downwards acceleration. Acceleration requires displacement of gas, liquids, and solids. We do not witness a displacement of gas, liquids, and solids in free fall when there's a claim of downwards acceleration. So again, the claim that there's an acceleration is a request of some type of acceleration that I have never witnessed in my life. So
wait a second, Del. Wait, what if like I was going to say in a test tube, if we invert the solid, ain't it going to displace the? I am interested in trying this. Like, I think what he's talking about is demonstrating like a gradient. It seems like though, if we displace the solid, it would by nature displace the liquid and the gas. But I do want to try this. I'm going to try this, man.
But what you have to do, Brian, what you have to show is that if you're accelerating the vessel, you have to be accelerating the vessel and its contents simultaneously without any displacement occurring. If you can achieve that, then I would be very interested in seeing that. Because
okay, so if I have a solid and a liquid and a gas in a container, so what you're suggesting is that I put it in free, like if I put it in free fall temporarily, and then like invert the solid and see if the liquid and the gas.
Well, you can do that, as I say. If I'm holding a vessel right now and I've got an air bubble rising and something sinking, and I then accelerate that down the way, the air bubble inverts and starts to go towards the ground, and the dense material goes towards the sky. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so if I were to drop a test tube with the solid, the liquid, and the gas, and then the solid went down, it would wouldn't it? Yeah, that's interesting, man. You know what? Before I even try and keep overthinking this, I need to like propose some tests and put together a couple things. But I can see both. To me, y'all are getting more into the effects of it. I think the cause is is what is more along the lines of the direct discussion. And to me, it's interesting as shit, though, man. But a lot of people, I get a lot of friction when I ask questions, man. Normally,
my position is that motion causes all these things, and I can demonstrate in any vector you want. So I can invert the buoyancy and density and the pressure gradient in any direction you want, utilizing motion. Motion for me, as I say, the antecedent to a directional vector is motion. You don't have a directional vector without motion. If something's stationary, how does it have a vector?
Yeah, but I can also do that with electrostatics. If, like I said, if I if I tilt the test tube at an angle and I invert the solid, it's going to displace the liquid and the gas, right?
If you're only going to move one aspect, that's what the point is, Brian. Again, the point is that there's a claim of uniform downwards acceleration. When I let go of that vessel, it's claimed that the air bubble stops rising, the dense material stops sinking, and the whole system is now accelerating uniformly towards the Earth without any displacement, without any motion within it. So if you can accelerate, if you can show me a bottle with gas rising and something sinking, and you can invert that or increase that effect, utilizing whatever you think you can achieve it with, then
I see what you're saying.
That would be very
that would be, man. So if I could put a few different items in the Van de Graaff generator, like a solid, a liquid, and a gas, and have them just sitting there stationary, and if I get them all to levitate, then we'd definitely be talking. if they all levitated together.
No, you need to accelerate them together. The claim is there's a uniform downwards acceleration. So you have to be able to accelerate all these things in order to justify that request.
Yeah, but the displacement, though, okay, you're talking about uniform, so different solids.
Brian,
I see what you're saying.
Let me clarify it. When I let go of the bottle, right, globe earthers and stationary flat earthers are claiming that the bottle, the gas, the liquid, the air bubble, and the dense material within it are all accelerating towards the Earth with no displacement occurring. So if you can achieve that and accelerate all the different states of matter uniformly like they were one solid, then we've got something to talk about. Until then, we're invoking fantasy.
So they'd all have to be levitating basically while sitting stationary.
They would all have to accelerate, be shown to be accelerating at the same rate.
Gases and solids at the same rate?
All of them. Well, that's the claim. That's the stationary in the globe Earth claim. Gas, liquids, and solids are accelerating at the same rate.
So they'd have to levitate if they were just sitting there then?
No, you'd have to accelerate them in order to prove your point.
Okay, so if I accelerate the solid, it's going to displace the...
Yes.
So they should displace or they shouldn't if they're just sitting in a test tube?
If you've got a solid water bottle, right, like metal, with gas and liquids in it and an air bubble and level rising, and you try and accelerate that system, you're going to accelerate whatever your Van de Graaff's going to attach to. It's going to push the water bottle, the metal or whatever, but the contents within it are going to shift. They're going to show the displacement. They're not going to move uniformly with the bottle.
Oh, you're considering the bottle too. Okay, I got to rethink that. I wasn't considering the bottle itself as part of it.
No, it doesn't. Any aspect of it. The claim is uniform acceleration without displacement, which is, I mean, how ridiculous is that? I mean, you can go and test that anywhere yourself right now. There is no force available to you where you can accelerate gas, liquids, and solids all at the same rate. On top of that, you cannot, stop and halt buoyancy and density and invert them in any direction or increase the rate. There's no way that you're going to be able to achieve that, Brian. I'm sorry, because I've looked. I've tried.
Have you tried it?
Of course. This is why I'm in the position I'm in. I'm not just trying to be dismissing things because I got you. I'm stating to you, I've tried. I'm a mechanic. That's what my trade is. That's how my mind functions. So I go practically and I say, okay, electrostatics, magnetism, let me see what happens here. And when I try these things, I always witness a displacement every single time.
So we would expect a displacement if they were all just sitting in the bottle. We would expect a displacement if we reverse the field and the solid went to the top. We would expect the the liquid to be next and then the air to be at the very bottom. I think that's possible. I've never tried it.
Brian, if you can get a vessel, right, and you've got a air bubble rising and a something sinking, and you can use electrostatics or magnetism to invert that motion so that we now see the air bubble going down and we see the dense material going up, then I would love to see that, Brian. I would love to.
Yeah, it'd be better. Anybody listening, it'd probably be better to try it sideways though, because and just consider the pre-existing, because whatever's causing the pre-existing, we just accept that and try it sideways. But that'd be interesting.
Let me clarify, because I can see, in the chat box who claimed uniform acceleration, and Space Audits is saying globurists do. But it's not just the globe, it's the same. The stationary Earth is claiming the same thing.
Yep.
If I let go of the bottle and there's a downwards acceleration, and I'm saying, well, there's no sign of downwards acceleration because the gases and the liquids are not showing me that, then the stationary flat earthers are saying that it's all moving towards the Earth at the same rate. That it's not just the globe Earth. This is stationary earthers really need to comprehend their position. If I'm sitting here in a stationary Earth and I'm holding something in front of me with gas and liquid in it, and I let that go, the default position of a stationary Earth is that the thing I am holding and its contents are all accelerating towards the Earth at the same rate. That's your default position. So it's not that it's just the globurists that are claiming that. That's stationary flat Earth's default position.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the bottle is trapping the gas, so it's naturally gonna pull the gas down the same rate, right?
No, Brian, if I physically accelerate that bottle downwards, right, what happens is the air that's at the top of the bottle now moves to the bottom of the bottle and the liquid moves to the top of the bottle, because air moves towards the direction of acceleration, right? You can see that anywhere you like. You can try it. Get something with an air bubble in it and accelerate it. The air bubble will shift towards the direction of acceleration. So if I'm holding a bottle with air at the top and water at the bottom, and there's a claim that there's now a downwards acceleration, I should see an inversion of the gas and the liquid within the bottle. But I don't. So stationary earthers are now claiming that it's because the bottle, the gas and the liquid are all accelerating downwards at the same rate. That's a position that's totally ludicrous. It's no founded.
I see what you're saying now. I get what you're saying now. I think Alan wanted to question.
Yeah, I was going to say, and to be fair, I wasn't just chopping it off at globularist. I did type the rest of what you were addressing.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
No, you're straight, bro. But to add on to that, so the agreed upon average, like they do tell the globularist, and it's not really their fault. They do tell us all that the 9.8 meters is everywhere or whatever. But again, with the gravimeter, which is basically using interferometry again for the measurements, they do find that there is a variance in what they call, that gravitational downward acceleration, and it's not actually as 9.8 meters as they say. So there is fluctuations within that.
And that's fine, but the main contention is the claim that there's a downwards acceleration, and my point is there is no downwards acceleration. So I don't need to go any further and engage in the topic of downwards acceleration, because there is none.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: what would you say to the object's falling, right, and it's reached its equilibrium, right? Its terminal velocity, as you said, it's no longer accelerating, right? But it's in what we call free fall, right? So the medium inside of that, like there's like the motion inside of that is displacing it. So there needs to be pressure mediation within that, right? It needs to equalize. So while that needs to take place, as it's free falling from that motion, the air bubble and whatnot are acting in correspondence to that motion while the pressure mediation is ensuing.
So all accelerating uniformly?
No.
So it's not all accelerating uniformly then. That's my point.
I agree.
Aye, that's my point. There is, if acceleration was at play, you would see that happen. It would be witnessed physically,
bro. Well,
but it's no witnessed physically.
Yeah. So not to cut you off, but like I was saying earlier, kinematically, what you're saying tracks like perfectly. Like you just have a different interpretation of the mechanism of that. So instead of saying like downward bias and then the buoyancy density situation of the medium, like facilitates the rate of which the free fall transpires, right? So what you're doing, in my opinion, well, not my opinion, what you're doing is you're just replacing that with upward deceleration, and kinematically it's true. So your position is unfalsifiable, as well as mine, right? As well as the gravity's situation, kind of. But well, in terms of uniform acceleration. But yeah, that's why your argument is so sound, because it's true. Like, we're seeing the effects, but you're just describing it under a different way, and then saying the other one doesn't work. But I think a more rounded position would be to acknowledge the kinematic equivalence between the two positions. Because I've been listening to you argue it all night, looking for some fallacious stuff, and like, honestly, it's way more intricate than I had originally anticipated. But at the end of the day, what I'm seeing here is, like, we have an equivalence in what we're saying. We're just saying two different things, and you're kind of just not acknowledging the other.
Well, it's because mine is based in practicality. If you can demonstrate your position, then I'll have a look at it and I'll accept it. So, so if you demonstrate for me your position physically, then I don't have any issue with that. The issue is that we've got these claims of physicality, and we're not witnessing the physical effects or what we should see in these conditions. So, I mean, again, what other explanation or conclusion is there for me to come to if I'm holding that thing and I'm connected solidly to the Earth, and then when it's no longer solidly connected to the Earth, we don't see the vector anymore. There's no pressure within the vessel. There is no directionality. There is no pressure gradient. There is no buoyancy and density gradient. It just goes. If it was in free fall and I could slowly increase the viscosity of the air, we would start to see that displacement occur again. We would start to see buoyancy and density taking effect, because now I'm increasing the viscosity. The motion transfer of the Earth can now be felt through that body. Yeah. So if I drop it in liquid, it's still there, because a liquid can push up and support and cause the motion transfer through the matter. But in air doesn't have that ability, so we don't see that motion transfer witnessed anymore. Anyhow, listen, guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to need to drop out. I've got stuff I need to go on me here. It's still 10:30 in the morning. I really appreciate the time, and obviously, I was a bit concerned that you lot were going to act like the usual, troll and try and obfuscate and whatever, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So,
nah, this is level heads, man. We don't do that over here. Everybody's
You can
welcome.
talk about anything. Yeah, you can talk about anything, man. Like, I'm still on the fence. I do want to try what you're describing. I don't want to say that it's impossible, because it might be possible, but maybe I'll surprise myself. But yeah, if you can't discuss something here, then you can't discuss something anywhere.
Yeah, for real. And man, like, you clearly put a lot of thought into this, and I've definitely you've gotten me to think about some things regarding relative motion that I need to be thinking about more. And I think, like, what you're kind of bringing up here is that until we can actually prove something, some other kind of pushing force, we don't really have a lot of ground to stand on to really argue much else other than what you're arguing. And I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that to be the case, but if I don't believe that to be the case, then I have to prove my claim, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it comes down to here. There's no personal issues here. I have no bias. If you can practically demonstrate, just like any other engineer or mechanic, if they practically demonstrate something to me, that's reality. I accept it. So
I'll give it one other plus too. One other plus I'll say is, if you're arguing against a glober, it destroys. I mean, it literally kills the globe, because, like I said, they literally. If we could prove this, not saying we can, not even saying it's true, but if it was, and if we could, it would single-handedly destroy the globe, because you can't be accelerating outward in every direction. That the Earth would have to be expanding. So that'd be the main positive. Is the globe killing argument, man?
I don't know if you're aware of this, but they've obviously cottoned on that people are realising this, so they've started making these videos now, and they are absolutely ludicrous. Well, they're still trying to claim that the Earth's a thing that's moving, a globe Earth is moving uniformly, and then they just twist it using sophistry and try and invoke all sorts of gibberish to try and explain how this functions. So it's like they're constantly having to try and patch it up and address it. As I say, Einstein showed to me clearly that they knew fine well the physicality of this place, and they had to invert the true physics of this reality in order to fit the globe Earth. You know, so as I was alluding to earlier, they tell you that, you know, down is relative to everybody, or up is relative to everybody's position, and the true vector is down. Well, it's an inversion. You know, down is relative to everybody because it's an optical thing. There's no downwards movement. Acceleration downwards doesn't exist. The true vector is upwards. Downwards is a relative aspect.
Del, can I ask you a kind of abstract question?
Yep.
Of the other possible explanations of what we experience as the downward vector, what have you ever considered any of the others? And if so, do any of them seem viable to you if you were to try and find a mechanism to explain it?
Based on practicality, no, they're no viable because, as I said, and I'm explaining to Brian has to, or you know, people claiming it have to demonstrate uniform acceleration of gas, liquids, and solids. Not only that, they have to show and demonstrate how this thing ceases, you know, the motion vector of buoyancy and density, and halts it and accelerates things uniformly. And if you can achieve that, and I'll be the first to be clapping my hands and you know, I'll present it and I'll show everybody it and say, look here, this is reality. This is another possible avenue to go on. But me as a mechanic and a practical person, looking at electrostatics, looking at electromagnetism, you're never going to find how you can achieve uniform acceleration through these means.
That different rates point is got to be the toughest obstacle for this argument, is because I'm thinking is what Alan said is if we have different rates. So let's say we have a different rate right next to a different rate, even if they're slight. If they both hit terminal velocity, then one would be falling faster than the other at terminal velocity, even if it's just a tiny bit. That would strain your argument. But then again, you could probably attribute that to an outside mechanism like electrostatics. I don't know. I'm totally on the fence, man. That's a good place for me to be right now.
You would have to remove the air from that position, Brian. That's why I'm saying when you look at the globe earthers and their vacuum claim, the vacuum shows you that it's an equal deceleration without air resistance, because air still is pushing up on things. And depending on what it is, if you and I are at the top of a cliff and I drop a bowling ball and you drop a feather, the feather's going to be supported by the air pushing upwards on it, giving it that buoyant effect. But if I remove the air, the bowling ball and the vacuum are going to decelerate at the exact same rate.
I think that's the point, though. I think the claim is even under vacuum conditions, the acceleration itself is a tiny bit different. I don't know. I don't want to say that for sure, but that's what I was under the impression of. But it seems like there could be alternate explanations for that, man. Like I said, this gives me a lot to think about. I always appreciate the conversation, man.
Cheers, Brian. But again, explanations, the globe's got an explanation. Other people have got explanations. Explanations are fine if they're backed by, demonstrable practicality. Mm-hmm. So every integer that anybody claims must be shown and attached to the integer of the practical. And then we can move forward and we can comprehend reality for how it actually is. But the more people are talking in, theoretical and mind possibilities and blah, 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 you can talk that if you like. I mean, I'm not saying don't, but if you're going to try and bring that to the practical real world, then you have to be able to demonstrate it.
That's why I went on Globebusters, because I wasn't trying to take a stance for any one of them, but I was trying to give as much information about every one of them so we could have this discussion around different flat earth forums and everybody be on the same page. I didn't like hearing straw men coming from flat earthers within the community and stuff, man. But like I said, I appreciate it.
There's far too much trolling going on. People are running about misrepresenting me and my position. And what happens is that people like yourselves or people who are other content providers, we never get the chance to communicate because people are formulating a bias based on what they're hearing from other people. And I don't think that's fair to anyone. We should always seek to engage each other directly. Go to the horse and speak directly to the horse, then we can have proper clarity. If I listen to people talking about you, Brian, or talking about space audits, then how am I what am I formulating my opinion on or my thoughts on other people's hearsay? So there's far too much of that in these communities. We have to, if we're true truth seekers, then there should be no bias. I don't bring any personal bias to this. I'm not interested in you as a man or your personal subjective preferences, and mine's are totally irrelevant. We're talking about the objective world. So we should be able to look past that. And if we have an issue, if I'm hand wave dismissing you guys or whatever, then I have to look at my own self and say, why am I doing that? Because obviously I've got a bias and I've got the intellectual honesty to look at these things. So I'll never take hearsay on any of you guys' positions. I will always refer straight to the practical and then come straight to you guys and try and engage in that discussion. But there's too much trolling going on across the whole spectrum, and people they have a faulty, comprehension. Even you guys can admit to that. I've came and spoke to you guys today. It's clarified a lot of things to you. So it shows you that you've had a faulty premise or a faulty idea or notion of who I am and what I'm actually stating. So.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. It's an interesting conversation. To me, where all the gossip is, I don't want to say gossip, but where all the friction is at is the best conversations. Like anybody who hadn't been around long, there's a guy called Spur Schemo and in Dallas and a couple other people who brought the argument that all around us there is no gas pressure, that's zero. And I came to a conclusion based on the demonstrations that followed. But to me, a lot of people didn't want to talk about it, like over at FE debates, and they shut it down. And I was like, man, I like discussing the hot topics, and I don't mind entertaining other people's, claims, as long as they come with demonstrations and stuff. But to me, I think it's them are the most interesting topics. And I did come up with my own opinion in the end that we do have pressure all around us. But he brought an interesting argument. He brought some interesting demonstrations, and it left for good conversation for like half a year, man.
Good. Well, if there's no any more questions, then.
Well, so do you consider the Van de Graaff generator to be experimentation?
The Van de Graaff generator is obviously a practical test. This is semantics of an experiment, and I've heard certain flat earthers trying to dominate, saying, "Oh well, an experiment's a cause and effect in the natural world," and blah blah blah. That's not how we have progress. We have progress through other different means, and the main progress we have is practicality. That's how we have advancement. So again, the Van de Graaff thing for me is a practical test, and if the practical test can show me some aspect of my reality, brilliant. Bring it on.
All right, one final thing, Del. So what am I shooting for? So let's say
showing something about practical reality, though.
Sorry.
Isn't that showing something about practical reality with the Van de Graaff generator when you're mitigating the you're mitigating deceleration?
Sorry?
In your model, that would be mitigating deceleration, right?
I don't know what you mean.
The Van de Graaff generator, by making something float with static electricity.
Well, to me, when you make something float, you're just putting an extension between the earth and the solid-bodied object. It's like building a bridge. So when you increase that electrical flow, you can see, if you can visually see the electricity, you're just suspending the object above the ground. You're causing a bridge between the ground and the object.
Why is that suddenly okay to use electricity to separate that item from the ground? But then when we try to say that that's what's causing the bias in the first place, like if you're invoking the exact same, something's bridging the ether there, right? You're invoking that basically.
No. What I'm saying is there's a physicality. When if I can physically see, what we call electrical discharge or whatever, where we see, lightning, looks like lightning coming from the ground to the object. That's what's building a bridge between the earth and the object. It's just like me standing on a ladder. I'm using the ladder as the analogy. The ladder is the electricity that's giving me the support above the earth. The Van de Graaff point has to show and demonstrate that you can accelerate all matter uniformly, because that's the claim. You're trying to ascribe, electrostatics or electromagnetism to our directional vector, the conditions of our pressure and density gradient, and the motion vector of buoyancy and density. And when I let that go, it's being claimed that it's all accelerating uniformly. So if you can demonstrate uniform acceleration of all matter using your Van de Graaff machine, then
well, okay. Well, here's where it's interesting. Now I'm thinking here that we kind of have Alan's absolutely right. We have an equivalence here for sure. because you can't demonstrate a like if we're gonna have an ether, which you kind of invoked with the Van de Graaff generator there, and we're in between two Gaussian surfaces, and you have a grounding effect between the two Gaussian surfaces, like I would say we have just about as much of a claim to reality here because you haven't. I'm trying to like.
Well, I can invert mines in any direction. I can increase the vector that's already here. I can increase that variable. So I can increase the motion of buoyancy and density as it stands right now. I can accelerate upwards and add to the vector, and I'll see an increase in the rate of the motion of the buoyancy and the density. And I can invert that in any direction you want. But
that's what I was getting at. If we could do that with the Van de Graaff generator, then it's going to make for a hell of an interesting debate.
Yeah. Well, if I can chime in real quick, Brian, because you just jogged my memory. The problem we have here is we can't get out of being between these two Gaussian surfaces, and because we can't get out from being between these two Gaussian surfaces, we cannot observe the effect of the ether, right? We have a reference frame problem, and that's kind of what you have. Is you have a reference frame problem because you can't get outside of this upward motion to show that that's going up, right?
No, I can do that from within.
No, but you can't though. You have a reference frame problem. You are going up as you cannot possibly actually remove yourself from this reference frame.
I don't need to. If I put you in a sealed box right now and you had no reference to see outside of that box and I started accelerating it, you would know fine well what way you're accelerating. So from
no,
that,
not if I'm in the box.
Of course you would. If you're in free space and you're just in free space, and I surround you with a sealed box, and I then start moving that box in any direction.
Yeah, well, if you start moving it, but I wasn't born falling, right?
Eh?
I was born on a stationary level Earth, so that's the reference frame that I'm familiar with, right? That's the reference frame that I'm operating from within. That's my lab frame.
You're trying to say to me that I can't detect the motion of the Earth because I would need to get outside of the Earth.
Well, I'm saying that if I observe two Gaussian surfaces, and so from the logic there, if there's two Gaussian surfaces and there's an ether, which I would say, I would assume you're not going to try and draw a line of logic against the ether, right?
Oh, I'm not even in that discussion right now. I'm just listening and waiting for your point.
Well, so I'm just saying, you would have to prove that we can get outside of the ether and
no.
But you would though. Think about this. Two Gaussian surfaces, you're between you've got charge you've got a top surface and a bottom surface with charge built up between both of them. So how are you possibly going to assert that that's not irrelevant to this discussion and to this downward bias?
Well, let me just say something, right? Because when I spoke to globe earthers before, right, and they would say gravity, right, and I would say, okay, right, how do we isolate that? How if I hold a ball in front of me and I want to put water on it and have an atmosphere around it and blah blah blah, I want to see that physical demonstrations, and they say we can't show you that because we need to leave the Earth's reference frame. Then we could show you that. That's wishful, special pleading yet again. What I'm saying to you is I can detect emotion and I can invert and show you and demonstrate all these conditions within the reference frame, physically and practically. I don't need an excuse. I don't need to say I need to leave the reference frame. I don't need any of that. But just like you and the globe earthers, you're now saying Gaussian plates or gravity, I can't demonstrate it because we would need to leave the reference frame of the Earth. That's an excuse.
No, but you need to leave the reference frame of the Earth to prove your point as well.
No, I don't. Why?
Well, you have just as much. You have just as much of like. I'm just saying, like, all right. If the Van de Graaff generator is able to levitate something, and if there's an electric effect occurring, and we exist within an electric field. Hold on. If we exist within an electric field, then you would acknowledge that there's going to be a positive and a negative, right? And we would want to flow from one to the electricity flows from one to the other, correct? Like, so we can't just ignore that. We can't ignore I mean, if you look to the sky, you can't ignore that there's a constant discharging, there's a constant pressure mediation occurring between the two surfaces.
I don't ignore any of that. I acknowledge that there's electrostatics and electromagnetism. I mean, I've made that clear.
Yeah, but you can't like, it's really relevant to this discussion, especially when you can use electrostatics to move something off of the ground. Clearly, I would say that you actually kind of have to acknowledge that there's an etheric effect occurring, and we don't actually know everything that's going on with the relative motion.
The way I look at the electrostatic of levitating things from the ground is no different from me picking an object up and holding it out there in my hand. I'm building a structure to support the thing off of the ground. I am the solid mediation, the structure between myself and the ground, holding the thing, giving it support. The Van de Graaff generator is doing the exact same thing. It's building a support.
How is it doing that? What's it doing?
I don't know, because that's not my claim. Let's not get sidetracked again, because the claim is
how are we getting sidetracked? We're still talking about the same thing. We're talking about an object that's not doing your deceleration, right? So why is it not decelerating? Let's talk about that.
Because it's being supported by something.
What's it being supported by?
Whatever electricity is.
By what?
Well, if you're using a Van de Graaff, you're saying it's electrostatic. So you're building a structure. There's a support between the earth and the object now. It's being pushed and held up by something.
So there's something. So when we can acknowledge that there's an electric charge, then we need to be taking that into our equation when we're looking at motions that are pulling us to one of the Gaussian surfaces, right? If we're being attracted to a Gaussian surface, then we're going to have to acknowledge the fact that manipulating charge in something is affecting the way. We can't just throw out the relationship of the space that's being generated there, and that relation of that motion. I mean, that even if we were to actually, it's interesting, yeah, because if we're moving,
no, I agree with you. We can't just throw it out. I think this stuff is testable, though. That's what I plan on doing.
Brian, relax, buddy.
Before I go, the main contention is that demonstrate using your electrostatics the uniform acceleration of gas, liquids, and solids. It's simple. So, I mean, I can achieve that. I don't need to make an excuse or leave the.
But that's the thing I've been trying to say, though, is just like you can't get out of this earth and show us that it's going up and that it's actually moving up. We can't get out of this earth and show you, like, if we're in an electrical field, if it's an electrical field that we're in, then
you keep stating I have to leave the Earth reference frame. I'm telling you, I can demonstrate within the Earth reference frame that we're in motion. You keep ignoring that fact. I'm not saying I need to leave the Earth. You keep asserting that I need to leave the Earth, and I'm asking you to clarify that. Why do I need to leave the Earth to establish that it's in motion?
Because what if I can make myself float with electricity, right?
Well, you're supporting yourself off the ground with something.
Well, then we have to start talking about what that something is.
I can support myself off the ground using a big fan that blows air.
Yeah, so it's kind of hey, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. You've brought up a lot of really, really, really good points, and this has been a really, really cool. I appreciated this a lot, but yeah, I think Alan's right. I think it's kind of just an equivalence, because it's not quite. It's an interesting logical discussion, in my opinion, because I think that actually Occam's razor. I think you actually have to take the electrical field into consideration the more I think about this.
Just as I said a minute ago, so you're trying to equivocate things and just because it can have a practicality. So now I'm saying the same, right? If I've got a big fan beneath my feet and it blows me up into the air, then there we go. There's the cause of everything. I mean, it's ludicrous. You're missing the point. There is no detection physically of downwards acceleration, right? There's no displacement of gas and liquids. Buoyancy and density ceases to be in free fall. So you now have to demonstrate how that's all possible using Van de Graaff machines or electromagnetism. That's your burden. So I've made my point clear. I've laid it out simply for you. I don't need to leave the earth. I don't need to have excuses. I can demonstrate all these things practically to you. You either accept them or you don't. I'm listening to your claim, and what I'm saying to you is fine. I don't want an excuse. I want you to demonstrate these points. I want you to demonstrate uniform acceleration, no displacement of gas and liquids, and I want you to show me how electrostatics, Van de Graaff machines cease buoyancy and density in their motion vector. If you can achieve that, then you've got a point. Until then, you don't have a point.
I think Franco said you guys both have a point, depending on like general relativity.
You don't
and
have a
special
point.
relativity.
Your point is founded on nothing practical. Nothing.
Wait, let me end this on something good, on something positive. Okay, so if I want to prove this with the Van de Graaff generator, which is what I'm going to attempt, is if I'm at the ground and I've got solid, liquid, and a gas sitting in a test tube, what exactly? Because in my mind, I need to show everything with no vector at all.
Accelerate it all, Brian. Accelerate it all. Not only that, I want you to use electrostatics to halt. So if you get a vessel in your Van de Graaff machine and there's an air bubble rising and there's something sinking within the vessel, use your electrostatics to stop the motion of buoyancy and density. You demonstrate
Fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. That's what I'm going to try.
Good. Right, I better go. Thanks again for having me on, and I look forward, hopefully, we can progress. And I say, I'm looking now for you guys to be showing these demonstrations, and I'll be actively looking for them. And I hope to see them very soon. And I hope that you show your tests and your attempts so that we can all witness the actual physicality of what happens in these conditions that you are proposing. So I really look forward to that, because then we can have clarity. Then we can leave things where they are and we can move on for them.
Much respect.
Cool. Thanks again.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Thanks for pulling up.
Cheers, guys.
Hey, is that Toby? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Was that Toby talking to Dell? Hey, I really enjoyed. I just seen y'all's conversation with I Can Science That, and that's the first time I listened to you and Alan with a sit down, and that was a great conversation, guys. Alan, you're making some great videos. You're putting out some great content lately, Alan. I got to give my hats off to you, man. Keep it up.
Dell, if you have a YouTube or a Discord or anything that you want to promote, tweet it out and I'll repost it for you.
It's just beyond the imaginary curve. I don't really care about followers and whatever. I'm only interested in the truth and having these discussions. So thanks for the offer, and I appreciate you having me on again. And I look forward to the future. Hopefully we can continue these discussions. Thanks again, guys. Take it easy.
Yeah, much respect.
Cheers. Bye.
This is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturday, the planes of perception. However, our perception god is currently experiencing some technical difficulties. We have not been able to get him up here with a mic to give us his breakdown of perception and the plane reality that we see. But we got an open topic going, and if he does eventually pop up here with stable connection, we can get it going. Welcome to the stage, Brian, Dale again, Beyond the Curve Dev. We got Toby, we got Alan, and Franco just popped up here, our resident CERN physicist. Yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying the conversation so far with the accelerating upward Earth.
And I want to say, before we change the topic, I appreciate the intro too. But before we change the topic, Toby, I do apologize for jumping in, but I did want to make it clear to everybody that, I don't think he should overlook, like I was trying to jump in to say that, we can't overlook the electrostatic, because I agree with Alan too, with the kinematic equivalence and everything. And so I was trying to be neutral, like just, I can relate with Dell and what he's saying. This does give me a lot to test, but I didn't want to let him off the hook of throwing out your point and the other side of the argument. I think just as viable. I do agree with him that it would help with some demonstration, which is what I plan on attempting. So sorry about that, Toby.
Oh, no, you're good, man. Man, the guy blew my mind. I'll tell you that. I have never heard that argument. I've never thought about the fact that you would have to decelerate, and so it would actually create a downward accelerating motion. I never thought about that before. So that actually was all new to me. And that was really interesting.
That's why I went on Globebusters to show all the arguments, because I heard strawman and against electrostatics, I heard straw manning against the upwards accelerating, and I wanted to show his. I played a couple clips of him physically demonstrating the deceleration, and just so everybody, when we go to discuss these things, we're on a level playing field. Because the guy earlier was acting like it was just ridiculous and all that, and you know, beyond the fact I've been arguing against motion all these years, which makes it tough. You know, that doesn't mean it's not worth discussing. You know, but we gotta be on the same page. So, and it takes a second for this stuff to digest, man. It does make for an interesting topic, but it doesn't prove either way. I don't believe. In my mind, I still I want to do some further testing and stuff, but it's not ridiculous. I don't think it's a stop. Like they said, the Flat Earth Society says we go upward. I think that's more of the stop, like them acting like that's stupid. Because when you learn the full argument, you realize that it is kinematically equivalent, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
I mean, it's the most straightforward. It's the most straightforward explanation of that particular translation of motion of the acceleration like that. It's a pretty pretty solid line of logic in my opinion. But yeah, I kind of would go back to what I said which is the whole thing about like, well, if we're in an electric field, we kind of have to think about both of the poles of that and how that would play into it.
My point was this: is if I have a bottle with the solid, liquid, and the gas in the Van de Graaff generator, and I reverse the polarity and the solid goes up, it would naturally displace the other two. But as far as the acceleration and getting them to true, like I'm not sure that doesn't happen. I'm very curious to see. I can't do it fast enough, but it's going to take me a little bit of time. But for anybody who doesn't know, what Dell is describing is that if something's falling, then what happens is you lose all buoyancy and density. A bubble that you start at the bottom, and if it's on its way to the top and it's in the middle right when you drop a bottle, it's just going to sit there on the way down. And an accelerometer, if you set one on your phone, as soon as you let go of it or throw it up or do anything, as soon as it loses attachment to the earth, it's going to read 0. And that the Globers try and use the equivalence principle to explain that, which to me doesn't work because it means that equivalently accelerating upward in every different direction outward. But you could demonstrate this by gunning in your car, gunning forward. If you've got a bottle, the water is going to displace back like it pins you to the back of the seat, and the gas is going to, or the air bubbles are going to go toward the front. So in other words, you could demonstrate this in any vector. Acceleration causes this displacement. So when we drop something, we don't get displacement. So to call it acceleration is what he's saying is bullshit because it's demonstrable in every single direction. And when we drop it, it doesn't happen. So therefore, we're not accelerating if we're in free fall. That's his argument. If I did a fair enough job explaining that. Not fully on board with it, but hell of an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I like I said, to me, it's a pretty strong line of logic. So I have to at least hear him out, and if I'm going to argue against that, then I'm going to have to provide some evidence to disprove that, in my opinion.
Right,
So,
and then
yeah.
the best argument was that if we're accelerating upwards, then within a week we'd be doing the speed of light, which is fair to say, or however long it takes.
Well, I don't think I think it would be a uniform speed. It would be whatever.
Right.
It would be, what is it called? A critical velocity or
terminal? Yeah, terminal.
Yeah, terminal velocity. So is terminal velocity uniform?
That's interesting because if that's the case, we could literally peg this velocity unless we were doing like a small circle. But yeah, his point is the deceleration. That's what most people didn't understand, is that if you're decelerating, then you're losing momentum, which means the longer you decelerate or the higher you are off the ground, the harder you would hit the ground or the ground hit you, whichever way you want to look at it, man. But yeah, we could test that with the terminal velocity and peg down a speed. And I mean, if he's right, we should be able to, in theory. But I'd like to see that one too.
terminal velocity. See, the thing I would also think with that though is if you were gonna go that route, you would have to do your test of you'd have to test terminal velocity at multiple places on the Earth at the same time, because I feel like otherwise you could just say you wouldn't know if the upward force or the upward speed or the upward velocity, I guess it's more of a speed, you wouldn't know if the upward speed was just changing, right? Because if you
Right,
measure it
right.
1 second and then 2 seconds later you measure it or on the other side of the world or the other side of the Earth, and then maybe it just slowed down a tiny bit for that split second or whatever.
That's why I thought Alan's point was good, like his counterpoint. The fact that if we do have different accelerations, then let's say they're right next to each other and we have two identical objects falling. If it was upward motion causing this, we would need another. But then Dell gave another counterpoint, which I guess is possible. This is why it goes so deep, because then he's saying that maybe we could attribute that to something else like electrostatics. But I think he's quick to discount the electrostatics and the field itself. That's the only point I didn't like is he does have demonstration on his side as far as just basically dropping bottles and shit like that. But then again, I think he is a little quick to throw out the possibility of the field itself and the force. That's what I'm gonna try and demonstrate.
Yeah, I mean that's the reference frame issue, right? Kind of the crux of it, because like Toby was saying, the argument's super logical because it's our argument. It's any argument that argues it. He's just replacing that. I mean, he's just replacing like the mechanism with an upward thing, and so like if you don't make the same quote unquote statement about downward acceleration being uniform and all that, then like we make the same prediction. Like how much faster should should it be displaced, or should items fall? Now the one example given was the balloon in a vacuum or whatever, and I'm assuming that would be like from that Brian Cox video or whatever. And with the editing on that, I mean, we would really have to re-examine the vacuum and feather situation so that we actually know that it's a feather and we know that it's all shot in one frame and all that kind of stuff. To even re-examine that as the baseline for the example, in my opinion, because like we've already chopped up that as flat earthers, like looking into that vacuum video. There's a ton of cut edits, and I think a new video just came out that like somebody re-examined it and found some other thing about that. So there's definitely some room to like narrow down the specifics of it. But yeah, in terms of like isolating the effect, you'd really have to get out of the system to prove it, because it's dynamically equivalent. I mean, kinematically equivalent. So
That is hard to argue, man. But I'm still gonna try and do some demonstrations to open Dell's mind up a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Please do, Brian. I'd love to see what you do, man.
Does the
Here's all the arguments destroy the globe. Let's just throw that out there. All these mechanisms are all globe destroyers, each in their own way.
Yeah, I agree with everything. Does the vacuum change the dynamics of it? Have we talked about atmospheric pressure during these tests? That's got to factor in.
Well, I think that's why he took it to the vacuum, to kind of remove that variable of it. But then it becomes like, how do we, what's our reference of interpretation? Is it the Brian Cox video? It's like, because that's where we're gonna have to like re-examine, because it's like, is their claim, is the globularist claim even true, right? Or are we just basing it off of the Brian Cox video and the moon landing video where he did the thing with the hammer and the feather on the moon, right?
Yeah,
you're trying to eliminate that.
By removing the atmospheric pressure, though, you're changing the whole dynamics of the test. It's not a true test. You're removing parts of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, and there's also the argument too. I forget what it would be. I just had it, but I lost it as soon as I started saying it. So never mind. I see my boy.
Let me
Frank.
throw another.
Or hold on 1 second. Is that playing reality? Are you on, bro?
Yeah, I am, but I think I might have a big lag again.
No, you responded to that like in real time. You sound solid to me.
Oh, I did? Okay, sorry. All I can see is your name.
No, you're killing it, bro. Go ahead.
Boom. Maybe I'm here then.
You are
How
here.
you doing, man?
Yeah, good. How is everyone? Finally,
Good.
only after about 8 hours.
You still doing shots out there? You still taking the trip and getting, or do you have enough just trying to put these observations together?
No, I'm still getting out there. I think I only did 14 days last month, so that was the lowest that I've done. So I just had to take a break. Plus, I went to Japan for 7 days.
I remember when I was going out there, I just like, please no inferior mirage, please no inferior mirage on the clear days. I'd be on the way out there and just praying internally for no jumbled up, horizon, man.
Yeah,
You experience the same in your location?
Yeah, inferior mirages are just constant. I'd say. I remember one time I had some guy I was commenting, and he's like, "Oh, inferior mirages are rare." I'm like, "Dude, you've never done observation before, because that's the most thing that you get continuously."
Yeah, these Glovers are spoiled. We give them all these observations, and we show certain stuff, like what would happen on certain days where it's not a jumbled up mess on the horizon. And they're spoiled. They're trying to make conclusions off what we show them. But yeah, if they went out there every day and seen what we're seeing, they wouldn't. They're just picturing everything off in the distance in their mind as everything zoomed in. When that's not reality. We're seeing with our own eyes. And after seeing all this zoomed in observations, they think they got it all figured out, and they don't.
Yeah, well, the only answer in their mind is Earth curve, and that's just all there is. And that, and refraction lifts things. But I don't know, from what I've done and from what I've seen, to me, it always seems like things appear to drop, not lift.
Hey, before we leave that other topic, I wanted to give everybody one more head scratcher and something to think about while they go and ponder that. If anybody out there does, is think about the vacuum or the balloon in a vacuum. We've seen the helium balloon. I've showed it in several videos on Flat Earth Tests on YouTube. But so what happens is if you get a balloon tough enough, like you wind up having to use these real sturdy water balloons, the kind you throw at somebody and they don't even always break. And he was pulling a vacuum, and most of them would pop, but then he got a couple of them that the gas compressed in there. It didn't expand. It didn't expand much, so it just kind of compressed the gas where he got lower and lower to a vacuum in his chamber, where these balloons dropped to the bottom. And it was all of a sudden. So two things. So one is I could argue that if they kept expanding, they wouldn't drop to begin with. They would just keep expanding to eventually fill the whole vacuum if the balloon material was flexible enough. And number two, when they did drop, it most certainly wasn't at free fall speeds. And how could they make the argument that there was enough air left in there to stop it from falling at free fall speeds? But the main thing is if the buoyancy equations and everything they describe with gravity were true, wouldn't there be an equilibrium to where if we pumped out enough gas that they would sit like in the middle of the chamber? Wouldn't that be an equilibrium according to the math where the balloons, if we sucked out a certain amount of air, it wouldn't just go from top to fall into the bottom. They would float in the middle according to the math. And that's not what we see. So this is definitely a hell of a topic, man. And what do you think about that? Shouldn't there be equilibrium where the helium balloons, as you pulled a vacuum, where they floated in the middle, where buoyancy was equal?
That might happen. I think, like, I've seen helium balloons where they start to, like, towards the end of their life, they start to shrink down or whatever. I've seen them like not float all the way to the ceiling before, and they're like
Yeah, in air, right?
Down from the ceiling.
Exactly explained by buoyancy and density. So shouldn't that happen in a vacuum chamber? Like I said, the examples I gave, it shows them at the top, and then all of a sudden he hit a low enough vacuum where, boom, they just dropped down. They didn't race down at free fall speeds, but there was no medium like there is in air. So in a room, yeah, the buoyancy equations and all that are satisfied, but in the vacuum, the way they describe it, when they say, "What about in a vacuum? It still drops." Well, no. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't exactly follow all the rules. I've never seen anybody levitate a balloon in a vacuum like we can in a room. Anyway, that's just another head scratcher I was giving people to think about, man.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to ask him was, because he mentions the whole, like, when he can displace water by moving it up and down. and it doesn't displace when you drop it. But isn't it that when it's just sitting there, it already has that downward acceleration on it? So when you drop it, it's not going to displace. It's just going to move in the direction that it's already trying to move.
That's his point, is that when it's just sitting there, it's going up. That's his point, is it's attached to the earth. So it's going up, traveling up. And as soon as you let go of it or throw it up in the air or anything, as soon as it loses attachment to the earth, then that ceases to exist. That part I think is legitimate in the equivalent.
But what he's saying is that when he forces the bottle down quickly, the water displaces up. But when you just let it go, there's no displacement of the water at all. So therefore, that's showing that I forget how he kind of puts it, but because there's no displacement there is why he's saying that. Sorry, I can't get it out. Do you guys know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. In his argument, free fall terminal speed is totally motionless. If you're free falling, you're totally motionless. If you are accelerating down, if you drop something, that's deceleration. So you're no longer attached, like I'm saying. So the buoyancy and density cease to exist. That's his, part of his equivalence argument. But I think he rules out the equivalence part. That's my only criticism to him, is I think he's threw it all out. But he is, he's open to see other demonstrations, which is what I'm going to shoot for.
Yeah, I mean, I respect his approach, honestly, especially after what all of our assumptions led us to over the last 100 years or whatever. It's like, or 200, 300, 400 years, like it's actually a pretty wise approach, in my opinion. Especially, I would say it's also important to be curious and test things and, whatever, but I think there's some wisdom to not making too many assumptions.
It should definitely be tested if, he's making some reasonably good claims. But so he mentioned, because I know it was mentioned that it's not 9.8 meters per second everywhere. And he's claiming also that it's not 9.8 meters per second squared, it's just 9.8 meters per second. But if it's pressure...
Well, it's per second.
Yeah, but that's not what Dell claims, I don't think. I think Dell just claims that it's per second. I don't think he claims it. Because if you're going to claim that it's per second, then that means that the Earth is constantly moving up at a faster and faster and faster and faster rate continuously.
He's calling that deceleration. So the squared part, the 9.8 meters per second is the deceleration, not the acceleration.
All right, I'd have to have that explained to me a bit better then, because I don't quite understand that. But the fact that it's at slightly different rates in different parts, he was talking that could be due to pressure. But so then if we were to get a test where, let's just say you had two different areas that are of the same pressure, but one's measuring, say, 9.83 and the other one's measuring 9.72, would that debunk that argument?
That's my question, dude. You think like me. You're thinking about all these tests we can do, and that's exactly how I think. I'm thinking, I don't think this works, and what can I do to test it? That was one of the points I brought up, and I think he's attributing, I think he's not throwing out the electrostatics to slight changes. I think that's what he's saying, and obviously acknowledges the buoyancy and density being, he's just attributing the upward motion as the mechanism. And I think Alan brought up a good point, is it's all, and Toby, it's all part of the equivalent with the demonstrable electrostatics. But there's a couple things I do want to try as far as the acceleration part. I feel like it'll work. Logically in my mind, I can do it, but I still got to see it. So I'll give them fair enough at this point.
Yeah. So if there's an equivalence, how would we be able to test that one is more viable than the other?
That's the $1 million question.
It's above
Yo,
my
I
pay
gotta
grade.
drop, y'all. It's been a great conversation.
Peace, Toby.
Yo, have a good night, good morning.
Yeah.
Later, brother.
See you
Nice
later, bro.
formally meeting you, Toby, man. Alan, does Toby ever come in Earth Awakenings? Like when I heard him, it's like, man, I feel like I've heard this guy before, but I feel like I know him already, but I didn't recognize him that much, man. Has he been around? How long has he been around? Does he come in the other rooms over there in Discord?
All the time.
That's why
If
it's
you
so
look,
familiar. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's got a little penguin or something for his icon, hasn't he?
Yep. He's Arctic penguin.
Franco, can you explain what you told me to Alan? He's gonna understand it more than I am. It's
What's up?
about the equivalence principle.
What's up?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Franco? Welcome back, brother.
What
Okay, thanks.
Yo, that was a great conversation you had with Austin last week, man.
Thank you. About today's topic. First, I want to apologize for not understanding everything that guy said because of his terrible accent. But okay, my point is, the guy was exactly explaining the equivalence principle, which is even before Einstein. It doesn't involve Einstein. It's just basic Newtonian physics. This is really basic Newtonian physics. And what the guy was doing was really explaining what happens in an accelerated frame in Newtonian physics. And this is true that it's completely equivalent. An accelerated frame with constant acceleration is exactly equivalent to a frame where there is a uniform gravitational field. This is Newton 101. So I'm perplexed by his constant referring to buoyancy and density and having to use that to explain this, to explain his point, because his point is you don't need to take into account these kind of things, gases, liquids, and so on. It's the basic Newtonian physics says that two descriptions are completely equivalent, so you don't need to use buoyancy. And the fact is, and I have to correct someone who said they are kinematically equivalent. They're not just kinematically equivalent; they are dynamically equivalent. You in order to state
No,
that
they're not. Not if you're comparing it to a globe, because you don't have a uniform gravity field, do you?
Brian,
I'm not comparing them to a globe. I'm just saying.
Sorry.
I'm not comparing them to a globe. I'm saying that saying that an accelerating frame is the same as a frame where as a inertial frame where there is a uniform force field like the gravitational field. They are equivalent. You need to assume also Newton's first, meaning that what the guy was saying is if I drop a ball in an accelerated frame, the ball will be decelerating or whatever, but the assumed his theory of what the ball will do as soon as you drop it implies is actually assuming Newton's first, meaning that in a non-accelerating frame it will stay stationary or it will keep their velocity, whatever that is, at instant zero. So it is assuming Newton's first and F equal ma, or even Newton's second. So if you assume it's just basic Newtonian physics, right? Then I one other thing I want to say is that the point that was brought up that this model has a problem with the fact that the gravity acceleration 9.8 and so on, which by the way has to be meters per second because otherwise it's not an acceleration. The fact that it's not uniform and it's been measured to be varying on the surface of Earth then this means that the accelerating upwards has a problem. I agree with that. Also, and then I will shut up. The fact that this in a globe has also a problem is sort of true in a way, but because this is a way of interpreting the equivalence principle as far as Einstein is concerned. I've seen many people objecting to general relativity, saying it would mean that the equivalence principle applied to the Earth gravitational field will mean that the Earth is expanding outwards. In my understanding of general relativity, this is not what happens. What the description is. The description is gravitational field is the same as acceleration, and the fact that this is described like this in general relativity does not mean that the Earth's surface is expanding, but that the kinematics of bodies moving on the Earth's surface is the same as if the Earth was expanding. So it's because the kinematics change in general relativity because it's described by a different metric tensor. It's something, as I was saying the previous time, very difficult to understand because it involves difficult mathematics, differential geometry, and so on. But it's described by a different metric, different way of describing time and space and
exactly.
So
it's curved space and time, right?
Same kinematics as if the Earth was expanding. It's not expanding, and geometrically and kinematically is described by this complicated thing in general relativity. But as far as we are concerned,
we got it, bro. We got it.
Okay.
If you want to curve space and time, right? Then sure, you can call it kinematically equivalent on a globe, but you're having to curve space and time, bro, right?
Brian, relax. That's not even what he's saying. Yo, Franco, I appreciate.
It's space and time. Yes,
I appreciate what you're saying, and I think it's a really interesting distinction because I've seen a lot of relativity videos where they'll like present this idea of Earth expanding in all directions, but I think it's just a lack of understanding about the kinematics and dynamics of it. Because I've actually never really heard anyone talk about a distinction between those two, except for my buddy Dave, who's been talking about it for a while. But like just coming to understanding relativity and stuff better, that's a huge distinction that isn't really talked about. So like I think there's like a sensationalist movement kind of like presenting Einstein's in this light of yeah, dude, the Earth's expanding outwards, like just some crazy shit, and it's like
that's what I don't like. That's what I dislike about popularization of science. They always want to sound grand. And they generate misconceptions and bad understanding of things. I profoundly disagree with people wanting to sound spectacular and dramatic and make a big impression on people.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me ask one quick question, Alan. So if we don't curve space and time, then it works fine without curved space-time. It still works fine kinematically. Is that your claim?
Was that for me? Again, I'm not an expert in general relativity. No, it's not the same. It's the same if we don't curve space-time, but we use a gravitational field.
Yeah.
Using an Euclidean or whatever, however you say it, space-time, and using a gravitational field, a Newtonian one, works with some limitations because, we know that we need corrections and so on. But as far as our everyday life is concerned, we can just ignore general relativity and the curvature of space-time. But then you have to introduce a gravitational field. If you use the general relativity, this describes everything in terms of curvature of space-time, even the fact that when you drop a ball it falls. But this is complicated. What we don't need.
It's not.
Okay.
I say the fact you know it's a globe is how you're using that as proof that space time and the field curves in the first place. So that's a great big assumption to make it kinematically equivalent because it wouldn't work without the bending and warping of space time. So you're using the fact that you know you live on a globe to say that space time is bending to make it kinematically equivalent. So it's a big reification. It's a big assuming the consequence. I wanted to say not reification.
No. The globe does not. It's nothing to do with general relativity. I mean, the fact that the space time is curved has nothing to do with the curving of Earth. It's not really nothing to do with that.
Yeah, dude, awesome, man. Great points, Franco. So, was there anything else that you wanted to address or bring up on that?
No.
Cool. All right. With that said, Paul, are you ready to kind of do your thing, bro? Sorry for the delay, man. It's been a wild night, bro. It's been an adventure, but that's Flat Earth Fridays, dude. You never know what's gonna happen, who's gonna pull up.
No, that's all right. And this simple fix for me was change browser. Could have done that many hours ago.
Yeah, awesome, dude. Yeah,
Ah,
Twitter
so
seems to have some issues.
Yeah, stupid Safari. Because I'm on a Mac, so I just sort of automatically use Safari.
Awesome, cool. Well, if you guys are good, proud and sacred, we can let Paul roll out.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Well, where do we want to start? Does anyone want to because I did put a thread in there with about, I think, 6 videos.
Yeah, did you share them with the space, or are they just on your timeline? Because I'll pull them up in the background as you go over them. I'll have them playing in the background, so anyone that's following along, you can just watch that.
I did share them in some part of the thing, but they are the same one I did because I made the thread on my timeline and then I copy and pasted it into one part of this area here. I'm not sure where it went to.
Even. All right, bet. I see a bunch
I can
of
reshare
videos.
it. I'm gonna reshare it to the top, so it's like the first.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, so basically playing reality, just so you know, you could whatever tweet that you put out, whenever you're in a space as a speaker, you could click the share button on that tweet and then it will share to the top. If you go to the top of the space, you'll see like a bunch of different tweets up top. So that way people could follow along with what you're talking about as you're speaking about it.
Okay. And so if I just click share on the actual tweet and then do I share it over to this area, or how do I do that?
It should say share to sacred space or something like that.
Share to space.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I click on that.
What that would do, that will allow that tweet to populate in the space. It'll populate to the left. So right now I see that you shared.
I'll share this one.
Video from September 1st, but it's September 23rd, 2023, a 5-foot camera height observation.
Yeah, I think I went up to the top one and shared the top one as well.
Yep. Now what happens is these tweets that are up top, as soon as the space closes, all those tweets disappear. So the other part that you could share to is in the replies of the space. Now, I don't want to overwhelm you too much, but normally I would have like a chat box where you could just put it in the chat box and then it'll populate within the thread, like a Twitter thread. But I don't have a chat box in my space. So we'll link whatever you share in the thread so it'll always be there.
Okay. Well, we've got the first one, which is the one which I say, only 2 observations you need to prove the 4 things. First thing, ships, buildings, etc., will disappear bottom first over a flat Earth. The horizon has nothing to do with the Earth curving. There would be a horizon on a flat Earth, and when you can't see a ship, building, mountain, etc., it doesn't have anything to do with the globe, or it doesn't have anything to do with curvature. So we can go over these ones if everyone can see it. Is there any globe?
So So the first one that I see is from Proud. Proud put a tweet up here that says, the only 2 observations you need to prove 4 things. And it goes on
Yeah,
to
yeah,
list
that's
4 things. And
yeah,
then there's
cool.
a
We
couple other
can,
ones that you listed. So let us know which one you're looking at.
yeah, let's go over that one. Is there any Globers that we can go over this one with?
We did have Franco up here. He might have dropped down.
It's lunchtime for him.
It might be.
Ralph was in here earlier. I guess he dipped.
Because maybe if we can get a Glober in here, we can go over it live. Otherwise, I can just tell everyone how we can use these 2 observations.
Any Globers, please grab a mic. We need to use you for a demonstration.
Jay is in here, but I'd rather just hear it.
Who's in here?
Jay from earlier.
Jay, I don't know if Jay's
All
gonna
right,
be.
yo, Paul, I'll steel man the globe, and if I do
Okay.
too bad of a job, any Glober is welcome to come up and take the helm. All right, go ahead, Paul.
Alan plays the
Okay.
globe. Do
No
not cook
worries.
this up, okay? This is just satirical content.
Okay, so so if we watch this first one, right? Sound on it, so that's don't have sound in my ear. Okay, so the very first part of this video shows, I think, the part where you see a lot more. Right, okay. So the first one of this shows where we can see all the way to the bottom. So this is 15.1 miles away. Actually, sorry, the this part I'm talking about is called Curfew Point. It's 14.3 miles away. Now, when you see where the screenshot stops, you can see where the arrows are pointing down. You can see that area there on average is about 2 meters, and the tallest part is about 4 meters. So we're at about an 8-inch camera height, and there should be approximately 100 feet of curve at this point, but we're looking at something which is around 2 meters high, and we can possibly see lower than 2 meters, but we can just detect that we can see 2 meters. Okay, so on this day, we literally have 0 blockage at 14.3 meters and
Okay.
14 miles, right? If we go to the other one, so you can scroll right through it, right? If we
Hold on, real
scroll
quick.
right,
Let me get this straight. So this is an 8-inch observer height, which is 0.2 meters. Is that where we at?
8 inches, yeah, is about 20 centimeters.
Okay, I'm with it.
Yep. So both of these observations are from 20 centimeters. So if we just sort of like look at both observations quickly, and then we'll go through them. So if you go to the other one towards the end, around 54-second mark, that's when the other screenshot is. The houses that I'm showing and pointing at, they're at around 150 foot above sea level. The red line is where the mirroring is starting. And that, I would say, is approximately 130 feet, maybe 140 feet, 130 feet, 140 feet above sea level, that red line. Okay. So let's go into ships and buildings, etc. Will disappear bottom first. So Alan, on the day what we're looking at here, where we have 140 foot missing, if we were to have a ship, so I've described before, the biggest container ships are approximately 130 feet tall. Okay. Now, if we were to have a container ship and we put it right next to this piece of land, given that we have 130 foot blocked, would we be able to see any of that ship?
Well, my question to you would be, where in the refraction equation does it say that there is a distance that exceeds the globular prediction for sight?
Yeah, we're not worrying about that at the moment. We're just worrying about the horizon and what we can see beyond it.
Oh, well, then I would have no way to wiggle out of it.
So
like if we can't start with refraction and then an infinite radius gradient, dog, I'm effed.
Yeah, I'm out.
Like, cause that's where it's at, dude. That's literally where it goes, bro. Dude,
Yeah.
because I took like the similar argument that you're putting forward with Jaren's thing with a reflective mirror at the I forget how high it was, but literally on the freaking beach, dude. And my dude was like, well, actually, when you're on the dude, when you're closest to the surface of the earth, like the light flashing is just like lights flashing. It's all the same. It doesn't matter. So it's following the curvature of the earth. And with refraction, there's no limit on how far that equation tells us that we could see. So yeah, light's just following the curvature of the earth. Like literally,
I
dead
know it's
ass had
crazy.
someone say that and mathematically back it up by the fact that there's no variable in that equation that says this is too far. Like,
Yeah.
dog, that's it. That's so
And if you had
crazy.
a perfectly flat, round surface all the way around, you'd be able to see your own ass.
Yeah. How dare you? I personally don't take that position, but I know people who do.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, I always ask for that answer. They say, "Oh no, refraction is there, refraction is there," and I'm like, "Okay, well, when does the refraction end? When is it geometrically impossible for refraction to recreate this observation?" They say,
Yeah.
"Oh, we can't answer that, but we just know that refraction is happening there. It can't happen all the way over there, but we definitely don't know where it stops." Like, wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, 100%, man. Like it's complete insanity. But that's why I just go like I don't care about that. I'm just caring about the horizon that we're actually looking at. What are we actually looking at this moment in time?
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care about your refraction equation. I don't care about any of that. We're just looking at the horizon and what we see right at this moment. So let's go back to the original question. We have a 130-foot ship sitting right next to this land. Would we be able to see it knowing that we have approximately 130 to 140 foot being blocked currently at this moment? Would we be able to see a ship sitting next to that land? Sorry, Alan, it's a question to you.
Oh,
You're the resident glober at the moment, remember?
yeah. So, no.
No, good. That's the obvious answer. Okay, so now if we, okay, boom, I clicked right on it. If we go back to 24 seconds, and we're looking at the other observation, if I was to have that same 130-foot tall ship here, would we be able to see virtually the entire ship
Let's see.
at 24 seconds?
24 seconds. I'm at 24. This right here? Camera height, 2
Say
feet.
so. You should be on the screenshot right now.
Are you at the curfew point shore break?
Yep.
Okay. So globe predicted 100 feet, 30 feet should be hidden. And your question was, could you see something that was 140 feet?
Yeah, like so on this day here, we're seeing almost virtually to the absolute shoreline. So if we had something 130 foot tall, we'd only have approximately about maybe 6 feet missing. You can get down with that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So on the other day, where we had the 130 foot missing, if that ship was to be on the shore right next to us and it traveled towards that land, knowing that by the time it got to be at 14.3 miles away or 15 miles away, it would be 100% out of sight, would it disappear from the top down or would it disappear from the bottom up?
The bottom up.
Of course, that is the obvious answer. And if we were on the other day and it was to go away from us, it wouldn't disappear at all.
Damn, dog.
Right. So what we've actually got here is the ship on one day disappearing to 100% and the ship on the other day not disappearing at all. This is demonstrating that ships are disappearing bottom up due to optical effects.
So, Paul, what you're trying to tell me is that we see in some sort of grid of vision that's affected by atmospheric conditions that varies daily, and that within that it creates what would be, I don't know, like a false horizon, an apparent horizon, not necessarily a geometric horizon, which would be like, you know, like a physical thing, but this would be like an optical effect that varies daily relative to the conditions outside. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's put way better than I could have ever put it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
it's
a
exactly what
globe.
I'm saying.
Nah, you're dumb. It's a globe. Dude, that's
Okay.
awesome. That's awesome, bro. You
Yeah.
know, that's yeah, so if we see in like a spherical grid of illumination, are you know, evenly distributed, right? So like our azimuthal grid, and then the atmospheric conditions, you know, cause lensing and all that kind of stuff. Like these are the exact effects of what he's talking about. You would have an apparent horizon. It wouldn't be a physical thing that fluctuates daily that you would need to invoke a constant to 7/6R to give you a variance where it's completely unfalsifiable to where you can say, well, no distance is too far. If no distance is too far, then you got an unfalsifiable claim, my dude.
Yeah, 100%, man. Completely true. So then this also goes into this is why our number 4, the number 4 there, when you can't see a ship, building, mountain, etc., it has nothing to do with Earth curvature because we're getting the optics of the day. You know, and obviously when something gets to a certain point where it's too far away, you're looking through so much optics, you're just never going to see it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If I get a toilet paper roll and look out at the ocean, I should be able to see across, like from New York to England.
Oh yeah, that should be a daily occurrence, bro. You can't do that.
so
Your
I
eyes can't see that.
so I can't see forever, bro.
I just see that with my naked eye. Well, we could actually go. We can go even with this. If you look here at the one that's around 24 seconds, right, and you can see the land there. Well, there is actually land behind that is normally very visible. If you go to the 16-second mark, actually you can see the top part of the land there, but it's obviously covered in haze predominantly. Right, and I'll be able to show you this land on a different picture, so you can see how that land is there, but there's a blue haze
So
all in the way.
are you trying to say there's some sort of visibility index?
There is some sort of visibility you from being able to see in an infinite distance. Yes.
What the fuck? Huh.
It's fucking. It's amazing.
So tell me this: when I look, like, you know, up in the sky at a more angled direction, I can see back in time, right? Like that's still true, right? Like even though I can't see the physical curve, I can definitely see back in time if I look up high enough, right?
Well, going back in time, if you've actually watched the latest Indiana Jones, is completely doable. You just need the Antikythera mechanism.
Oh yeah.
According to Indiana Jones, that's what it's used for.
Oh yeah.
So you can just get that thing and go back in time anytime you like.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I go back
Or
in
you could just hit the
time,
sky.
I can become my own grandfather. Is that kind of what happens with the time travel situation?
Well, I actually think that you are personally your own grandson. Yeah. You didn't know that?
Oh my god.
Mind blown.
The profundity. All right. So sorry for the
Yeah.
detraction there. Had to do a
It's all
quick.
good, bro. No worries.
Had to fully explore the time travel situation just to make sure we weren't missing anything for the relativist. So yeah, dude, you've put together a killer observation there, where it's just like you walking down the line of path, and like it was difficult to agree to it because it, like, you know, where, like, when you know where it's coming, it's like you're looking down the barrel of a gun, dog. Like, and it's not even my position, and I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, well, it's like it's. I mean, it's like I'm not technically a very good debater or anything, but this is just leading someone down the obvious path. I mean, there's only one answer to the questions. But then here we get into the other one where it says the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curve. That's cool, but there would be a horizon on the flat Earth. This is where people will get a little bit of cognitive dissonance, because now if you're looking at the first observation where we can see 15 plus miles, second observation where we've got 150 foot blocked, 140 foot blocked, once again, if you're demonstrating that the horizon is purely an optical effect, that is demonstrating that it would work on both models. You can't deny that it will work on both models. Like, people like to straw man me when I've done this to them before, and they go, "Oh, are you saying that this wouldn't work on the globe then?" I'm like, "No, I never said that. Of course it would work on a globe, because you would have to have a physical horizon on a globe. So of course it would work on a globe." But that's where I would go into as well, that I don't think personally that a inferior mirage is really properly possible on a globe, because if you're looking at it anywhere near the wrong angle, you're not going to get the inferior mirage. You need to have a flat surface to get an inferior mirage, to get a mirroring.
Hey, y'all go check out my pin tweet. Playing Reality had a really good back and forth about the mirages. In my pin tweet, it was fire build. So yeah, keep going with that, man.
Yeah, you Proud edited that well. Well done. Thanks for that.
Yeah, dude, I forgot to mention that. I watched that before I went live. Dude, that was epic. Proud, the great edit. You're a beast.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, now let's go to a different one. Okay, so we've been through that one. That's so, like, if anyone wants to use that, that's a great way to just get those few things out of someone. Okay, so the one where I go the 23rd. Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
Oops.
Let me go down. Let's see if we can. Was there an order to these things?
Yeah, so for the next one, we have you down at the beach between two pillars.
Between two pillars?
Or wait, is that the same video? Oops, that's just a retweet. Hold on one second.
That's just a retweet?
Or, I don't know. They all look the same to me. I'm confused now.
Yeah.
Fucking Twitter, bro.
And they are basically all the same observation. And then I'll also put forward, something else that I'm sort of contemplating as well, where when you get the horizon, so when you get a inferior mirage, the horizon is much closer to you. And when you get that, that's when everything appears dropped. Clearly, obviously, when you have a horizon, that the further and further the horizon goes from you, the higher everything looks. But I personally think that the higher one is the more natural position of where everything is. And I'll get that from, if you look at, there's one here which I say, here is a video of O'Sullivan's Beach and the Buddha from the 21st of August 2023. Can you guys find that one?
Hold on, which post are we on right now?
I don't know if maybe it's just on liked post or something. I'm not sure. Someone just name one, and we'll just name one, and I'll find it and we'll go over it. Hold it. Here we go. Show the thread. Oh, there we go. Maybe that'll be better. Aha. Okay.
Yeah. How's this one? Hold on. I got you. I just put it up in the Jumbotron.
Where is it meant to be? Just in the top spot?
Yeah, it should be in that top spot. So it says another globe to fire from the 25th of April, 2023. Or yeah, 25th of April.
Okay, another globe denier from. Okay, all right, cool. All right, so let me just do this. Yeah, this one is actually pretty good.
And I noticed, bro, you got a lot of the globe earthers in your replies. They don't like new observations.
No, they don't. They don't
hate
like
new observations. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, they don't like these things. Okay, so if you look in this one, all right, so this was an observation from 20 foot high. If you go to the 11-second mark for the first part, all right, so we've got an observation from 20 foot high. The red line is where technically the globe predicts the horizon should be at around the 50-foot mark, 48 feet. there's those same houses again. Those houses are at 100 feet. All right, and point out where the Buddha is in this one. Now let me just go. Where do we go now? Okay, so if you go to the 18-second mark. So everyone's at the 18-second mark?
Yep.
Yep. This
Yep.
one says
Okay.
April 25th. Camera 20 feet.
Yeah, it says
Yep.
O'Sullivan's Beach boat ramp at the top. Okay, so the boat ramp is 15 miles away. You can see how all the little arrows are pointing towards little structures standing up. That's all the light poles. So there's a boat ramp down there where people bring their boats and put their boats in the water. So there's all the light poles that are from the boat ramp. Now, I don't have it put up here, but I could probably just chuck a photo up here later and show you this actual boat ramp from close up. Now, all of these lights, as you can see the little red line just to the left there, all of those lights should be underwater. You shouldn't see them. And you can see if you look down towards where the land goes, and there's like a little nose area, and the land goes down, and you can see the little bit of land still sticking up under the first few lights. That's the curfew point area.
At the same time?
Yeah, just under the first few light poles, where the first few arrows are, where that nose of the land comes down, and then it goes into the water, and you can just see darkness still on the water.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's curfew point there. That's the shore break there as well. Yeah. So none of that should be seen. Where that little red line is on the left-hand side.
Oh, curfew. That's a place.
Yeah, curfew point is a spot.
Yeah. Okay. Bet. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
There's
these are all
like
from the same location, like right then.
All of these are of the same location. Every single one of these is of the same location.
All right, I'm putting it together
Yeah.
very slowly. Sorry, I'm a
Yeah,
Glober or
sorry,
whatever.
man.
I'm just kidding. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. All right.
Yeah,
So
and then on this day we're actually seeing the light poles of curfew of the beach of the boat ramp. That's just a little bit further past curfew point. A little bit less than a mile past curfew point. Now let me go here. Okay, so now if we go to the 23-second mark in this observation,
the Buddha.
I point out the Buddha, and if you look at the top of where the little kind of scale thing that I made is, and just to the left of that, it is hard to see because obviously we have distortion going on. But that little sort of white or like creamy coloredness at the very top of the scale, that's the Buddha, just there.
Right here?
Yeah. Now where the actual white box is, in relation to technically where the horizon should be, that's where the Buddha should be positioned if the horizon was the waterline that we actually see. So if you go down to the water, look at where the water is, and then go to that white box, technically that's where the Buddha should be, at about the 108 meter mark. So there should only be that much land showing at the bottom of where the Buddha is. But as you can see, the Buddha in this instance is about maybe a good 30 meters above where it should be.
What now? You've walked a couple of globularists through this. What do they say about this displacement here that doesn't occur?
No, this one I haven't walked people through. I've mainly only walked people through the first one that we just did. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least Matthew was honest about it and gave up the mutual exclusivity of the horizon.
Yeah.
He like literally admitted it was circular logic. I was like, wow. Like, what?
Shout out to Matthew.
Definitely. I mean, that's a big concession. That's something that when do we ever get that from a Glober?
So yeah, and to give Matthew some his full credit or whatever, so he would concede the mutual exclusivity of the curvature, but then he would say that the sunrise is mutually exclusive unless the sun is an apparent object, which is our position. So if if anyone out there is trying to argue physicality to the sun, you would have to explain the observation, explain the observations.
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got a way of explaining that as well
You can come in.
through footage as well, but it's not, that's for another day. But if we go back to 11 seconds, I just want to show you a relationship between the house and the Buddha. So go back to 11 seconds. I should have pointed this out beforehand, so we're not double backing.
Yeah. Let's see
Yeah.
here. 11 seconds. Yep, 11 seconds.
Yeah, so see where the houses are?
Yes, sir.
And if you cut all the way over to the right, and I'm pointing at the Buddha, just take note of the relationship of where the house is to where the Buddha is. Right?
Mhm.
You know, maybe just kind of like a slight angle. And as we look at all the other rest of the footage, this doesn't change. This basically stays in relatively the same position, yet the Buddha is double the distance away. So the Buddha's 30 miles away, the houses are 15 miles away. So it's pretty much, well, the Buddha's 31 miles, but let's just say it's double the distance. Now, I would have an assumption that when you've doubled the distance to another object, if refraction is dropping things, and you guys, you know, we can have a discussion over this, but I would be assuming that if you've doubled the distance, then that drop should be a fair bit more than what we generally see, because the relationship between these two things is always the same. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Because it's just something that I've been thinking about.
Yeah, so run it by me, run it again. You said the Buddha in the houses basically stay the same in the 11-second picture.
Yeah,
So
but
when you make other observations, like, and you compare it to this frame, those
it's
two
pretty
locations
much,
are pretty much identical.
yeah, we'll go through that. So we've been through this one. I just wanted to show you this one as well, because you can see the
Okay,
light poles in that there.
So I think that would be a testament to curved visual space being the mechanism for the compression, because obviously the distance isn't changing in just the only thing that changes really would be the atmospheric conditions between you and the objects. So I think
Yeah, well, so
I think it's literally just the displacement of where it's at based on its relative size and distance to you, and then all the stuff in between is just like, you know, atmospheric conditions that vary and cause fluctuations. But yeah, like, they're physically in those spots. They don't fluctuate with the stuff that's closer to the horizon, right?
yeah.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
That's pretty much, that's my interpretation anyway. Because they try to say, like, the way, this is my position as the Glober. So we're seeing objects that are lifted up behind the curve or whatever, you know. But obviously that's not the case. The object's always there, and I think this is a testament to that, because, like you were saying, when you look at it from on different days and stuff, the displacement of those is the same, because because the actual location where you're seeing it is isn't based on just the refraction.
No, that's right. And what we're looking at is exactly what we're looking at, you know.
Yeah.
We're not looking at something that's been raised or lowered.
Right.
Because you would have to assume that, you know, if refraction's obviously got to be worse at 30 miles compared to 15 miles, which means that the displacement of that Buddha should be definitely
you
up
couldn't,
down a lot more.
Dude, well, yeah, since you have that comparison, yeah, you're absolutely right. It would vary to such an insane degree, you couldn't judge anything. You would never know if anything's truly there if it was an optical illusion, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
You would have you would have to then, dude. So you would have to then assume that, like, as your globularless lifestyle, that, like, most of what you see is there, and then the other half, like, may or may not exist, and it's being lifted. Like, I never really thought about it like that, but yeah, that's actually pretty much their interpretation that it's not really there.
Yeah, and the thing is I probably have I have well over 100 observations of this. Yeah. And so that's the thing about going out, almost every day and filming it, is that you just get a lot more data on it. And then some days it's too hazy, you can't see it. Other days it's right there. But anytime you can see it, even if I've got to drop the contrast, it always has this same relation.
Damn. Do you have access to an infrared camera or anything like that? Because that would
No, but I'm thinking
that would be interesting to see. See with that where it cuts through the refraction, right?
Yeah, I think now you can actually just buy screw-in lenses. You don't have to change the camera. You can just screw in another lens.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, if that's an actual viable mechanism, yeah, that'd be cool to get some infrared stuff.
Yeah, I keep meaning to do it because I saw Jay Tolan Media in one of his videos. He just showed the lens and then he just screwed it straight in, and I was like, "God damn, I got to get one of those."
Oh, that's awesome! Hell yeah, yeah, dude, you're killing it. But bro, I'm sorry, I'm about to pass out, bro.
Okay, that's all
yeah,
right. Then
yeah,
maybe
it's 7 a.m. for me, man. I'm losing stamina, so
shit.
I'm gonna land
You've
the
been up all
plane,
night,
bro.
7 in the morning.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, we just did a 6 hour 6 hour stream. Since I joined, they started before me, I think like an hour or two. So shout out to you guys who have been here holding it down. What an awesome space tonight, man. So much lively discussion, man.
Do you want to quickly take 5 more minutes? Go two underneath. Go to one that says observation from 20 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, and 6 inches.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
We'll just quickly do this one.
Yep. So what time is we looking at, brother? Or you just want to watch the whole thing?
No, I'll just do the same thing. Okay, go to 18 seconds.
All right.
This is the 20-foot camera height observation.
1 second, having trouble with the timestamps here.
Hold on, which one are we looking at?
Hold on. The one that says from 20 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, and 8 inches. That's in the first line.
I see. Yep.
Yeah.
Am I on the right one?
At 18 seconds, you should see a screenshot that says 14th of May, O'Sullivan's Beach.
Oh, shoot.
18 seconds, you should see a screenshot that says 14th of May, O'Sullivan's Beach Houses. So it was 2 videos underneath the last one. So O'Sullivan's Beach, 20 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, and 8 inches.
I'll post it up top. This is the tweet that says observations from 20 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, and 6 inches.
Yeah, you with us, Alan? Are you getting too tired? You can go crash, bro, if you need to. It's 7 in the morning for you, man. You must be screwed.
Appreciate you, Alan.
There we go. Sorry about that, dude.
I think he's dropped.
No,
oh, no, he's there. He's there.
Yeah, I'm here. I hard refreshed in the middle of that trying to find the thing because the video froze and it kicked me out of the space. But I'm gonna dip, bro. Awesome.
Yeah, go, bro.
Awesome arguments though. Like that's great shit, man. Like it takes away once they give up that geometric horizon. I mean, that's step one, right? And then they'll hit you with that sun. But and you just hit him with that apparent object in the sky, dog. So
exactly.
Awesome.
The grid of vision.
Awesome. Yeah. All right.
Oh man.
Take care. You guys have a good night.
And shout out to you, man, for that fire presentation. I caught part of it. Man, you still killing it, bro.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. True Earth Summit.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. I'm so glad that I feel like that was the best presentation I've ever done. To be honest with you.
Yeah,
like
I can hear it.
like in terms of flow and just being able to just go through it. Like yeah, I'm really happy with
Yeah.
it. I'm glad
And
you
then
guys
Icon
like it.
Science that came in just at the right moment with his ether model.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, a lot of
Perfect
cool
timing.
developments to add into that.
Yeah,
And
you incorporated that like real smooth, bro.
real quick, dog. Real quick.
Yeah. My man, turnaround time is on point.
Swooped it up real quick.
I like it.
Yep. All right, man. You guys have a good night. Have a good rest of the show. Peace.
Yeah, cool, man. Good night.
All right, guys. I'm heading out as well. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed. There was some awesome conversations throughout this entire episode. It is almost we're coming up on 6 hours. You know what? I'm not going to end it before 6 hours, just for the nice, clean, crisp 6 hours. But yeah, it is a long one. But it's information rich, man. Information rich, very action packed. And actually, before we end out here, I'm gonna play out Proud's video. Actually, it's 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Sacred. And then she did an awesome edit, and I played it before I went live. And that was my bad. Should have played it before I went live. Where's the video? Oh, this is it right here. Here we go.
Begin to predict which that has.
All right, so this is Proud's edit of Paul playing reality, doing a little back and forth with Matthew Learns. Shout out to Matthew Learns.
That has only 6 feet missing. So you can't even begin to predict which one of those is right.
Right, because it's turbulent in atmosphere, and it is circular reasoning to say the Earth is a globe, therefore ships appear bottom up, and that proves the Earth is a globe. So you can't use that to prove the Earth is a globe.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
I feel like Floyd Mayweather with this shit, man.
He's always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them. They're a bunch of legends.
It's just what people historically have started thinking about. But I wouldn't use that as
bullshit is what it is.
You can't actually even deduce that there's a globe there or that there's curvature after the horizon when you have a horizon here at 2 completely different positions.
Right. You don't use that as a proof.
No, but your side does all the time.
Oh, you shouldn't.
I'll guarantee that you have done in the past as well.
Yeah, so it's at least inconclusive, and I think the globe has a good description of why that happens, but I wouldn't call it like solid proof.
Well, have you ever? So the only way you will get a continuous mirage for a long distance is over a flat road. If you have any bumps or lumps or dips in that road, it disappears in that particular area.
Right.
So therefore, how are we getting inferior mirages over 15, 20, 30 miles over a curve?
Because the surface of the ocean is very, it's sea level, so it's not going up and down a lot, and so we're talking about the relative sizes.
But it's curved though, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at a road and you're driving down the road and there's a curve in that road, that inferior mirage ends before that curve.
So if it's still slightly curved, you can still see it. It doesn't have to be a perfectly flat road.
No, you need the perfect angle from your eyes to the road to see the mirage.
Be right, but the road itself can be slightly curved.
But if the road is curved, then you won't have the right angle in that area where it curves.
Right. So all these things show.
So therefore, how are the inferior mirage continuing?
The turbulence in the atmosphere is very clear.
Okay, so you're basically just using a reification fallacy, then, aren't you?
I'm not.
You're just reifying.
No.
You're reifying this into the globe.